1945, the last days of the war, and the Nazis know the game is up because the Russian tanks are rolling in here about an hour and a half north of Berlin. Hermann Goering is on the run, and he's taking with him whatever swag he can carry. But what he can't take is packed up into cases, and the legend goes thrown into this lake. And that is what I'm here to look for.
At the end of World War II, the Allies made a series of shocking discoveries. Hidden in trains, bunkers, and deep underground, they found mountains of stolen treasure.
That must have been like going into Aladdin's cave.
Hitler and the Nazis had looted an entire continent and committed the greatest theft in history. Now, a team of investigators is opening up cold case files of Nazi plunder still missing today.
We're talking about things that are worth tens of millions of dollars.
Robert Edsel is an expert in Nazi looted treasure.
Hundreds of thousands of objects are still missing. Well, we have a lot of digging to do.
Joining him is Second World War historian James Holland.
None of this was really his. He'd just taken it.
And investigative journalist Connor Woodman.
And this is a genuine treasure hunt. We dig a hole in the ground and we find those cases.
Their mission, uncover new clues.
Oh gosh, this is it.
Explore Nazi hideouts.
Whoever built this brick wall really didn't want anyone to get through to the other side.
Find out how the treasure was stolen and where it might be now.
What a piece of history.
The team is meeting at the headquarters of the Monuments Men Foundation, an organization that has found and returned dozens of looted Nazi treasures to their rightful owners. Foundation chief Robert Edsel briefs them on a new case.
This case involves the greatest looter of the 20th century, Nazi Reichsmarshal Hermann Goering.
Oof, one of the big boys.
Yep, he's number 2 to Hitler. He's the second most powerful man in Nazi Germany. He has enormously high IQ. He's very smart, very charming, utterly ruthless.
Hermann Goering was commander of the Luftwaffe, the German Air Force. He created the Nazi secret police, the Gestapo, and issued the original order that set the Holocaust in motion. Behind the scenes, Goering was a creature of many appetites who lived the high life with unparalleled zeal.
This is a man who absolutely loved luxury. He loved all the trappings of power. He plundered and pillaged like no one else.
Including art?
Focused on art. I mean, we're not just talking about paintings. I mean, great furniture, great jewelry, sculpture, drawings.
One of the richest men in Europe, Goering began collecting art in the 1930s. Then, when the Second World War broke out and Germany invaded much of Europe, he saw an immense opportunity to expand his collection through looting.
He saw himself as this Renaissance man who had to be surrounded by these great art treasures, all these rationalizations to set up one of the great looting operations in history. And there's no doubt that works of art that Goering had in his collection, a number of these things are still missing. And we're talking about things that are worth tens of millions of dollars.
Still out there.
Still out there. And that's what we're responsible for doing, is trying to find some of those missing objects.
So if we're on the hunt for Nazi art, Hermann Goering's a good place to start.
Ground zero.
Connor Woodman is in Germany, on the trail of Hermann Goering's plunder.
I'm about an hour and a half north of Berlin on my way to Karrenhall, which was Goering's country retreat and hunting lodge. It was also the centre of his looting operation. There's a guy called Jeroen who describes himself as a treasure liberator, and I'm hoping he's going to be able to shine a bit of light into what happened to Goering's art at the end of the war.
Connor's here to uncover any clues pointing to the missing treasures Goering looted, 70 years after they disappeared. Karrenhall is a hard place to find. The structure is long gone, and authorities discourage exposure of the site for fear it will become a neo-Nazi shrine. But Connor's meeting Jaron Savore, who knows where the last remnants of Karrenhall can be found.
Jaron.
How are you doing?
Oh, good.
Careful not to slip. I've already slipped and hit my head. Is it bleeding?
Let me see. Oh, yeah, you have a little bit of a cut there.
That's a good beginning. So
You're bleeding for us.
Yaron has found Nazi treasure before. In 1999, he recovered 40 uncut diamonds believed stolen from Jewish victims of the Holocaust and buried in a forest in France. Now he's turned his attention to the lost treasures of Harrenhal.
I would think it's about at least another 10 or 20 meters.
Not much of Goering's country estate survives.
Look, we got something over here. That's man-made, brick, some sort of construction, isn't it? Look.
Yeah, definitely. That's man-made.
That's an old part of Harrenhal.
That's a bit old part of Harrenhal.
That's what's left. When you said to me, let's meet at Harrenhal,
yeah,
this isn't what I was expecting.
It might not look like much now, but in the early 1940s, Harrenhal reflected the immense wealth and ostentation of its owner. A vast complex of libraries, reception rooms, a spa, and even its own pack of lion cubs. But one of its main purposes was to showcase the ever-growing Hermann Goering art collection. At its peak, Harrenhal was a temple of looted treasure, home to thousands of works of art and other valuables.
Look how big it is. I'm talking about a museum.
It's vast. I mean, this painting is 12 feet high. Just the sheer volume of art on display. I mean, he has too much art.
And do you think any professional curator would do that? This is like a hoarder. This is like a child.
I mean, I heard at one point Goering had so much art he had to start displaying it on the ceiling because he ran out of wall space.
But by April 1945, the party was over. Allied forces were closing in on Nazi Germany from all sides. Goering couldn't stand the idea of Harrenhal falling into the hands of the Red Army. So he gave the order to evacuate the treasures and blow up the buildings. Most of Goering's treasures were shipped to southern Germany by train, where they were captured by American forces. But for more than 70 years, legends persist that valuables were left behind.
What do we know about what happened to all this stuff after it left here?
The stories grow constantly, and many will tell you it's still here.
Where?
Here underneath the building. No one's able to say where it is. Underneath everything, there was this huge cellar.
Like a bunker?
A real bunker. So, yes, underneath this place, there is stuff which would probably be very valuable. We don't know how much, and of course, we don't know what it is.
While Connor searches for missing treasure left behind at Harrenhal, James Holland is chasing leads to uncover how Goering was able to steal so much art and treasure in the first place. He's about to meet one of the only men still alive who actually came face to face with the Reichsmarshal himself.
Hello, Mr. Katz. It's James Holland for you.
Nathan Katz was one of Holland's leading art dealers. His son David, now 97, remembers the family's thriving business.
My father was, first of all, a leading dealer. He sold the most important pictures. My father was 17th century. That was Rembrandt, Rubens, Frans Hals, Hobbema.
Which is all the stuff that Goering and the Nazis really liked.
In the spring of 1940, the Nazis conquered Belgium, Holland, and France. The Katz family is Jewish, and that made them vulnerable. Under Nazi rule, Jewish businesses and property could be confiscated.
So you're living on the edge all the time?
Yeah.
In a state of perpetual fear?
Yeah.
Did you have to wear the yellow star?
We had. I had a large one, and on the papers you got a G. Because you were always marked as a Jew, wherever you were.
With the war still raging, Goering found the time to go shopping. And one day, out of the blue, he paid a visit to the Katz gallery.
It was in the morning, early in the morning, about 10 o'clock.
Okay.
And so I came in the room and said, hello, that's all what I said. guten Tag, you see. And that is all. My father was sitting opposite Mr. Goering, you see, and you never knew what he was to answer. He liked the painting or not, and my father was all interested that it goes well. So you were sitting, opposite you have your enemy, and then he was, in the preparing, my father was already nervous.
You could see him shaking, his hand shaking.
Yeah. To sit opposite a person like Goering, you see. My father showed him several paintings, and if my father couldn't say no, he would be taken. You had to say yes. I think my father thought he was in prison, you see what I mean? What can you do?
In 1941, the deportations began in Holland. Jews were rounded up and sent to concentration camps.
Did any of your family end up in the camps?
Yeah, oh yes. First of all, a sister of my father died in a camp. Secondly, my grandmother of the mother of my father was taken in a camp, you see.
With the entire family in danger, David's father Nathan made a deal and used his connections in the art world to procure dozens of paintings from across Europe for the Nazis, including a Rembrandt that Goering gave to his wife as a birthday present.
So you were using these paintings as a kind of bargaining chip?
One hand washed the other.
In return for the paintings, the Nazis gave the Katz family exit visas to Switzerland, and they escaped the Holocaust.
So at the evening at about around 8 o'clock, we got the permission, and then to Switzerland. Phew. You cannot believe what it means to come in a free country.
Oh, it must have been incredible.
Yeah, you cannot believe that. But that cost all paintings, you see. But what is a painting is material. A picture is a picture, but a life is a life.
What David Katz says is chilling. Hermann Goering and his underlings were trading the lives of Jews for paintings. And the Katz collection wasn't Goering's only target. The team is on the hunt for artwork looted by Field Marshal Hermann Goering, the second most powerful man in Nazi Germany.
Now we're looking for an entrance to the underground bunker, which either a bunker or a living museum, but we need an entrance.
Investigative journalist Connor Woodman has teamed up with Nazi looting expert Jaron Savore to comb the ruins of Goering's once lavish estate in search of any remaining traces of his looted treasures. Before the end of the war, Hermann Goering crammed this vast complex with mountains of treasure. Paintings by masters like Botticelli and Rembrandt, hundreds of sculptures and tapestries, collections of gold, silver, and precious gems, a hoard that would be worth billions today.
This is interesting, Jaron. What's this?
This would have been one of the chimneys.
One of the chimneys coming up from the bunker.
As you see, it's totally imploded.
Not much is left of Karen Hall because Goering ordered it blown up at the end of the war.
I mean, there's debris everywhere, isn't there, of evidence of a construction.
But Jaron believes sections of the bunker may have survived. Underground rooms that could have housed parts of Goering's looted collection.
What I know is he built Karen Hall where the two lakes meet on the spit of land between the two.
Right.
So the fact that we can see one lake over here and the other lake over there,
right.
we're in the right spot.
Exactly.
There's a little hole there.
Right.
And there's another small hole there. That's a really small hole.
I get in, I get stuck like Winnie the Pooh, you won't be able to get me out. Plus,
So it's me then.
listen, I'm not scared of Germans, not scared of Nazis. This will kill me.
You think this goes all the way under Karen Hall?
Yes.
Right, I'm gonna keep my phone because it's got a torch on it.
Better you than me, my friend. You good?
Oh, good, okay. Oh, it's dark. Oh, it's really dark. Okay, you're gonna pass me a camera.
You go, mate.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm wriggling down this hole. I've still got the ceiling pretty close to my face, and it's starting to open up a little bit. Okay, I'm in.
How big? Can you stand?
No, I can't stand, but I can crouch, maybe. I can see a huge tyre down here you're on.
Again?
A huge tyre, like a big truck tyre. I guess something used for transporting stuff, maybe. Okay, I'm gonna keep walking. I've got to the end of this tunnel, and there is a turn.
Left or right?
To the left. Let me go deeper and see what's in the bottom. Okay, so I'm turning right. It's a huge room inside here. The room is about 10 feet high. It's concrete blocks. It's all concrete, and it's very solid. There's lots of rubble on the floor. Well, I don't know, Your Honor, if what could be under there. It's maybe waist high.
Only a few wartime photos of the underground bunker survived. They show the Reichsmarschall Goering operating his elaborate model train set, complete with elevated tracks, mountain artillery, and Stuka dive bombers. It was also somewhere in this bunker that Goering kept his lion cubs.
What is this? This is like it's like a small door. I don't know what would have been kept in there. Another doorway.
James Holland has followed the trail of Goering's looting spree to Amsterdam. He's meeting historian Gerard Alders outside a building that once housed the priceless collection of one of the nation's most famous art dealers, Jacques Houdsticker.
So Gerard Goering is coming here really soon after the Dutch surrender.
Yeah, about 5 days after the Dutch surrender, he is here to have a look at the Houdsticker collection. Goering had his art spies all over Europe, so he knew what was in stock here in this gallery.
At the time of the war, the Houdsticker Gallery housed some 1,400 works of art that included masterpieces by Rembrandt, Rubens, and Hans Memling. For Goering, it was an irresistible target, even as the fate of Europe hung in the balance.
You would have thought that, you know, as Commander-in-Chief of the Luftwaffe, with a major campaign still ongoing, that he's got slightly more important things to be thinking about.
Things to do, yeah. But that's what he did all the time, actually. He always made detours to visit an art dealer or a depot where he could get his paintings. And he was very eager to get this collection. And I even have a picture here of Mr. Goering leaving the Houdsticker collection. With
it's unmistakably the same place, isn't it?
But he looks very, very satisfied, actually, knowing what is waiting for him.
Yes.
So satisfied.
Yes, he looks like the cat
Waiting
who's
that
got
he
the
is,
cream.
Yeah, absolutely. That's, yeah.
The war was still in its early stages, yet Goering was already well on his way to building a private collection of historic proportions. Although he could simply take whatever he wanted at gunpoint, Goering often opted to pay at least a nominal fee, and sometimes more. He was obsessed with maintaining the public image of a wealthy connoisseur, and not a common thief. As the war went on, he enlisted a network of European agents to assist in finding collections to plunder. One of the most notorious was former German banker Alois Miedel.
Miedel was a German citizen who lived here in the Netherlands since 1932. He had a bank in Amsterdam. He had mines in the Dutch East Indies, and very much interested in the art business.
Miedel saw a great opportunity in the chaos of war. He coerced the Houdstickers to sell their entire estate to him for a knockdown price, threatening they would be deported and their property confiscated if they did not agree. So while Goering walked in and purchased the paintings for a ridiculously low price, Miedel in turn bought both the Houdsticker gallery and the rest of the family properties for a pittance.
Oh gosh, this is it?
Of this.
So there is a formal contract written out?
Yeah, the collection was worth about 6 million guilders at the time, and he got it in the end for 2 million, so that's a third of the price.
What kind of pictures are we talking about here?
Kranagh's.
Yes, because Cranach is Goering's favourite, isn't it?
Yes, the old master paintings he was very fond of. Altogether, it were, I think it were about 1,300 pieces in the Goldsticker collection. He bought, I think, maybe 600 or 800.
But that still leaves Miedel with a good old load of amazing paintings.
Yes.
In today's art market, the value of the Houdsticker collection stolen by Goering and Miedel would be worth hundreds of millions.
So Goering's happy, Miedel's happy. The only ones that aren't happy is the Houdsticker family. Their entire collection and estate effectively fleeced from them.
Their collection was sold, so no, they were absolutely not happy.
And there's also an entire paper trail here. I mean, it's legitimizing something that's not really legitimate at all.
No, this kind of buying is called looting by purchase, so it absolutely stinks.
Yaron and Connor have gone underground in their search for Goering's loot. This mysterious bunker somehow survived the demolition in 1945. Could this labyrinth underneath the ruins of Goering's mansion, Carrinhall, have been used to hide some of his stolen treasures?
It's creepy, there's swastikas drawn onto the walls. A little bit on the ceiling as well, so it's obvious that people with very Nazi sensibilities have come down here before me to have a look around and leave their mark.
Connor isn't the first person in here, so if any treasures were buried in the rubble in 1945, they may have since been removed. But maybe the bunker didn't only serve as a hiding place for loot.
Yeah, there's a staircase.
Could this have been an escape route used to transport the treasures from Carrinhall?
Staircase going up into the building. God, it's unbelievable. This is still here.
Oh! Oh! Can you hear me? Oh!
You're on?
Connor! Come on.
All right, I'm gonna come back out. Oh my God. Oh, it's good to see you.
It's good to see you. You good?
I'm good. Hermann Göring wouldn't have got out there, would he?
Good day's work, yes? And you're clean and nice.
A good day's work, yeah.
So
I mean,
drink?
it's fascinating to see that because I thought it was all gone. So the corridor as you go down is maybe this wide.
And where were the steps?
You go through a big room first. The big room is...
Big as how big?
It's 10 meters across, maybe 15 meters
Ooh,
long.
it's huge.
It's a big room.
Huge,
and the
So it's a hall?
Yeah, it's like a hall. And then through that door, then turns left, then turns right again, then a staircase coming up.
Might be a hole. So you found the staircase into our friend Goering's hidden place. That's well done.
Is it possible that this bunker with tunnels all the way into the great halls of Carrinhall served as an escape route for treasure at the end of the war?
Second staircase goes that way.
And if so,
20, 30, 40, 50?
where did they take the missing loot? The answer may lie in a local legend about Nazi treasure lying at the bottom of a lake. James is hot on the trail of our Lois Miedel, a war profiteer who helped Hermann Göring steal millions of dollars worth of art. The connections between Miedel and the Nazis run deep.
His wife knows Goering's sister. It turns out he's stayed at the Berghof, Hitler's country house in the Bavarian Alps. And it turns out that his wife is Jewish. Now, normally this would be a massive problem, but not so in his case, because Goering has had her Aryanized. It also turns out that he hasn't just got Houseticker's collection. He's taken everything, lock, stock and barrel. Houses, estates, even a castle.
Before the war, Castle Nienrode was the Houseticke family estate. But in 1940, Meadle moved in.
Gosh, this really is absolutely amazing. It might have been the middle of the war and half the Dutch population might have been starving, and yet Meadle continued to live the high life. We have an account of a party here in which champagne is being served and caviar and oysters, all handed out by turbaned Indian waiters and all served on Houseticker's own porcelain. Meadle, like Goering, was just addicted to luxury, but the point is, none of this was really his. He'd taken it from Housesticker.
The Housestickers were left with nothing after Meadle and Goering had looted their entire estate and collection. Rembrandts, Rubens, Cranachs and Memlings. A collection worth hundreds of millions today vanished. What happened to all these artworks?
We have to actually travel, I would say, in that direction.
Connor is on the hunt for priceless treasures possibly smuggled out of Goering's lavish country estate at the end of the war. Treasure hunter Jaron Savore has brought him 45 kilometers away to the shores of Lake Stolpsee. It was here in the 1980s that the East German secret police conducted a top-secret recovery operation based on reports that boxes of gold from Carinhall were dumped in the lake.
The legend was that Hermann Goering sent his treasure to be dropped in the lake. And the story is that on the 3rd of April, 1945, a truck arrived in the early evening hours.
The truck, driven by an SS officer, stopped on the shores of the lake, and 3 prisoners were ordered to load a rowing boat.
They load one of these boxes on the rubber boat and they start rowing. They get to a certain point, then he orders them to drop it into the lake, and they do it 3 times. 1 box, 2 boxes, 3. When they come back on the 3rd time, the officer kills all the 3 men.
To this day, the boxes have never been recovered.
And that's exactly 100 meters, right?
But Jaron has exact coordinates. In 2013, he did 3D sonar scans of the lake and identified 3 abnormalities in the lake bed. Connor is going to dive to find out whether these are connected to the lost boxes.
I mean, realistically, what am I looking for?
3 boxes the size of a coffin, about 2 or 3 meters in the sediment. But since the sediment is very light, it'll probably come up. If you hit the right spot, immediately. This is it, the treasure. Good luck.
Could Nazi crates survive over 7 decades on the lake bed? And if so, are they full of Hermann Goering's wartime loot? To dig up more clues about the missing artwork stolen by Goering, Robert Edsel has tracked down the heir to the Housesticker collection. In 1940, facing persecution as Jews, Jacques Housesticker and his wife Daisy abandoned their massive art collection and fled Holland with their 2-year-old son. Today, that boy's widow, Marai von Seyer, lives in Manhattan. The story of how the Housestickers escaped still haunts her.
They made the last ship, the Bodenkrat, on the way to England and then America. Refugees, it was packed. They had to turn off all the lights because they were afraid that the ship would be bombed. So Jacques decided to leave his wife and son to get some fresh air, went up on deck and fell into a hole, broke his neck and died. Daisy, of course, didn't know it for hours. She was getting frantic, and they searched and searched. So it was horrible.
Jacques Houdsticker was just 43 when he died aboard the ship. And as James learned in Amsterdam, Goering's partner in crime, Alois Miedel, took full advantage of his tragic death.
He certainly was one of the bad ones.
Tell me about what you know about him.
He sold Jacques' paintings and made a lot of money.
And he had one very frequent visitor to the gallery in Reichsmarshal Hermann Goering.
Yep. He showed up, and he sure had impeccable taste because he picked out the best paintings, and off they went.
Together, Goering and Miedel may have looted over 1,400 Houdsticker paintings. The majority have never been recovered.
And they're still out there.
Right.
Lots of them.
In fact, some 700 to 800 are still missing. So the search continues.
Absolutely.
Marai has a good idea of what is missing because Jacques kept an inventory of his collection. When his wife Daisy recovered his dead body aboard the ship, she found a little black book in his coat pocket.
I wish I could show it to you, but it's in Holland. He marked everything in there.
He had a complete list of everything?
He had pretty much everything. It's in black and white. It's right there.
Is there one work in particular that you'd like to recover more than any other?
There are a couple of Rubens out there and a Rembrandt. But you know, even the little ones that have our provenance, that have our seal, the Houdsticker seal, they have to come back.
Connor is deep in the murk of Lake Stolpsee in northern Germany, searching for 3 crates that could contain looted treasure from the Second World War.
That's him. How'd it go, man? Describe it.
It is a silt at the bottom.
Right.
What I'm doing now is, I'm pushing my hand right into the dirt, into the silt. It's to my elbow.
Right, yeah.
Below that is a layer of mud. Hard mud.
So the box would not have gone through the mud?
I would be surprised.
The results are promising. Yaron wants to investigate the site further, so he asks Connor to dive again, this time probing the lake bed with a 2-meter pole.
Thank you.
Ricardo, don't forget to put the rope on him.
If Yaron and Connor want a chance to find any boxes, establishing the depth of the mud is key. If it's deeper than Connor can probe, it means the crates may have sunk into loose silt more than 2 meters deep before coming to rest. And that will require a larger recovery operation.
So?
How did it go?
How did it go?
I am sorry, Your Honor.
Deeper?
All the way in.
All the...
You can see the crap on the bottom of the pole. Now I'm thinking, if a box has gone in there, yeah, it could have gone deeper, especially if it's heavy, if it's full of something heavy like gold, and it's a heavy box, over time it could sink and sink and sink.
I agree.
The mud is deeper than Yaron originally thought, and the zero visibility in several meters of silt makes diving impossible.
I'm sorry we didn't find anything for you today.
No, you found a major find. We now know where we should look.
Well, I'm glad this was useful.
Well, no,
It's a pleasure.
really, both the bunker and this, it's very good, fine.
Yaron now knows for certain that he needs dredging equipment to continue the search here. James Holland is on the trail of the stolen Houdsticker art and has come to inspect the black book that was discovered on Jacques Houdsticker's dead body in May 1940. It is a detailed list of over 1,100 of the 1,400 artworks he abandoned when he fled Nazi-occupied Holland with his family.
Well, this is amazing. I mean, when you see this and you just see page after page of amazing works of art from world-renowned artists, I mean, it really sort of rams it home just how extensive his collection was. Goering's absolute #1 favourite artist was Cranach the Elder, and oh my gosh, here it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, over the page, 10, 11 Cranach the Elders. If you're Goering, you can just see why his tongue is literally dropping out of his mouth at this. I mean, this is just about as exciting as it gets. And the interesting thing is, this isn't just a record of Haussticker's collection. This book is really a record of theft on a grand scale by Goering and Miedel. Now, I remember that there was a missing Rembrandt. Let's see, yeah, here we are, here's Rembrandt. Here it is, 2286-2506, Heraclitus and Democritus. You know, it's sort of written down in black and white, this incredible work of art that has just been lost to the world. One of our jobs is to try and track them down and try and bring them back.
If these paintings came on the market today, they would be worth millions of dollars. Where could Goering and Miedel have stashed so many priceless treasures? In June 1944, the Allies landed on the beaches of Normandy, and the invasion of occupied Europe in the West began. For Nazi top brass like Hermann Goering, the writing was on the wall. As a safeguard against the fall of the Third Reich, intelligence reports state that Goering smuggled paintings out of Germany, once again employing his henchmen to do the dirty work.
This guy Miedel's a really bad guy, and people know it. But for all the photographs we have from World War II and the key Nazi figures, this is the only photograph anybody's been able to find of Miedel, blurry as it is. The intelligence agencies from the OSS, the precursor to the CIA, MI6, British intelligence, they're all looking for this guy. They know for a period of time he's in Spain, and they're sending reports back about his activities.
Declassified intelligence reports reveal that Miedel escaped the Allies in February of 1944 by sneaking into neutral Spain.
One report comes in reporting that he's at the Pensione Ursula Hotel in San Sebastiano. Very suspicious character, the report reads, unscrupulous. Another report notes that he crossed the frontier with 2 American cars, one of which was stolen. In Spain, he traveled between Sebastian and Madrid, staying at the Continental Hotel and also the Ritz and Gaylord in Madrid. Living the high life, this figure was.
Various secret agencies report that Miedel smuggled hundreds of stolen artworks into Spain and attempted to unload them on the black market.
These intelligence reports that are trying to describe and pinpoint how many works of art he has are indicating the degree of his operation and how complicated it is to figure it out.
This is a record of a conversation between Alois Miedel and Spanish authorities. Attempting to strike a shady deal, Miedel offered to sell 2 paintings to the Prado Museum in Madrid at a reduced price, provided he'd be allowed to take all of his other assets out of the country to sell in Switzerland.
He's got all these paintings, but he needs buyers, he needs money, he needs secrecy. And at the end of World War II, there's no better place to go than the crossroads of commerce, Switzerland.
Connor is in Switzerland, chasing Alois Miedel, hoping to uncover whether or not he stashed looted art here at the end of the war.
Thomas, hi.
He's meeting with Swiss historian Thomas Baumberger.
Do we have a sense of how many paintings were passing through Switzerland?
Well, it must have been thousands. Switzerland was certainly the most important art market in Europe during the war.
If there was a large number of paintings passing through Germany and ending up in Switzerland, where were they being stored while they were in Switzerland?
Well, certainly some of the paintings were stored in bank vaults, some were stored with lawyers, some with the art dealers. I mean, after the war, the Allies suspected that the banks, some banks were hiding paintings, and they pressed with authorities to make an investigation, but it has never been done. It's possible that there are still the safe deposit boxes in banks that have not been opened for decades.
Right, so we're on the trail of Miedel and the Hausssticker collection. Do we have any evidence that Miedel was doing dealings through the Swiss banks as well?
Yeah, there's a letter by Miedel in which he writes, Middle asked his lawyer to send his paintings to UBS in Zurich, a Union Bank of Switzerland, and that he would cover the expenses.
I can see it's declassified.
Yeah.
I mean, this is incredible. We've got evidence that Miedl, who we know has been in possession of these looted paintings, is writing to his lawyer. He's talking about the paintings being stored in a Swiss bank. And surely the Swiss bank have to answer questions about whether that art is still in their vaults, and if it isn't, where did it go?
Miedl's letter is a remarkable discovery, and Connor now has the actual address of the bank where Goering's art agent stored looted art. Miedl died in 1990, but in Switzerland, numbered accounts and bank lockers can survive after death.
This is 45 Bahnhofstrasse. This is the building at the address that Thomas told us about. You can see there's still a bank here now. This is where he said Miedl may have had a locker, perhaps underneath this street in the vaults. We contacted the bank. I had all kinds of questions I wanted to ask them. Is the locker still there? Has it ever been opened? Reasonable kind of questions.
In the 1990s, UBS participated in the independent Bergier Commission, which investigated the possibility that art looted by the Nazis might still be locked away in Swiss banks today.
Fortunately, the bank didn't want to answer those questions on camera. Instead, they sent us a statement. They have excluded the possibility that there's any art still in their vaults. So as far as they're concerned, case closed, no more questions to answer.
The Commission failed to turn up any new cases, but it also conceded that it examined virtually no files that could provide details about the content of any locked safes. So for Connor, questions remain.
The question for me is, did Miedl possibly have a locker that's still down there? Might the art still be inside it? Or if it has been opened, where has the art gone?
We know Miedl was doing business in Switzerland. He tried to sell paintings in Zurich. And it's entirely possible that some of his loot lies hidden inside some Swiss safety deposit box or vault somewhere. But according to Swiss law, 60 years have to pass from the time of his death before officials can make that determination. And he didn't die until 1990, so that's 2050. That's a long time to wait. In fact, it's too long.
Hundreds of the Houtsticker's stolen artworks are still to be found. But recently, there was an extraordinary breakthrough, and Robert's in New York to find out more. Jacques Houtsticker's daughter-in-law, Marie von Seyer, has something new on her wall.
Well, this whole wall I call my angel wall. I love it.
These are the 4 angel paintings by Hans Memling. Hermann Goering looted them in 1940 and gave them to his wife, Emmy.
These 4 pictures were together when Goering and his wife Emma were arrested.
Yes, there were.
But they didn't all come back together, did they?
No, they did not.
2 of these paintings were returned to Marais in 2007, but the other 2 were feared lost forever until Marais received an unexpected call.
We received a phone call at an auction in Portland, Maine. These 2 were discovered, and sure enough, they were part of the Hautsticker collection, part of the 4 that disappeared. And the people that owned these 2 and brought them to the auction house returned them to us without any issue.
This is the first time all 4 paintings have been shown on camera. 4 paintings that epitomize the dramatic journey taken by so much art stolen by Goering and the Nazis.
Wow.
A remarkable moment, this picture that went through Jacques Houtsticker's gallery into the hands of Hermann Goering, number 2 man in the Nazi Party, to his wife, into the hands of American soldiers, and now, all these years later, back home.
Back home, I know, I could cry.
The investigation into Hermann Goering's looting operation has taken the team from Germany to Holland, the United States, and Switzerland. Valuable new clues have come to light, and some treasures have made their way home, but thousands still remain missing. And the men most responsible took the secrets to their graves and never faced true justice.
The wrongs which we seek to condemn and punish have been so calculated, so malignant, and so devastating that civilization cannot tolerate their being ignored.
At the end of World War II, Hermann Goering was arrested and put on trial for war crimes, including the plundering of art.
The defendants to plead guilty or not guilty to the charges against Hermann Wilhelm Goering.
When the charges were read against Goering about looting of art and antiquities, he was offended. He thought of himself as this great collector. And yet, when the accusations were leveled against him for crimes against humanity, he smirked.
Goering was sentenced to death by hanging. His request for a soldier's death by firing squad was denied. Just hours before his execution, he committed suicide by ingesting cyanide.
Goering managed to cheat the hangman's noose, but not the judgment of history.
Thousands of his looted art treasures were found in caves, castles, and bunkers, but the majority of the Haudsticker collection remains missing. A 70-year cold case now has new leads.
We're working hard to pursue those leads and contribute to the recovery of these works of art and get them back to their rightful owners. The hunt continues.
I'm on the island of Jerba in the south of Tunisia. On the 13th of February, 1943, the Germans arrived and demanded 50 kilos of gold. Just barefaced robbery. Someone on this island's got to remember that. Someone must have a link to that event. And that's what I'm here to investigate.
At the end of World War II, the Allies made a series of shocking discoveries. Hidden in trains, bunkers, and deep underground, they found mountains of stolen treasure.
That must have been like going into Aladdin's cave.
Hitler and the Nazis had looted an entire continent and committed the greatest theft in history. Now, a team of investigators is opening up cold case files of Nazi plunder still missing today.
We're talking about things that are worth tens of millions of dollars.
Robert Edsel is an expert in Nazi looted treasure.
Hundreds of thousands of objects are still missing. Well, we have a lot of digging to do.
Joining him is Second World War historian James Holland.
None of this was really his. He'd just taken it.
And investigative journalist Connor Woodman.
And this is a genuine treasure hunt. We dig a hole in the ground and we find those cases.
Their mission, uncover new clues.
Oh gosh, this is it.
Explore Nazi hideouts.
Whoever built this brick wall really didn't want anyone to get through to the other side.
Find out how the treasure was stolen and where it might be now.
What a piece of history.
The Monuments Men Foundation has found and returned dozens of Nazi-looted treasures to their rightful owners. At its Dallas HQ, Foundation President Robert Edsel briefs the team on a new case.
This case is Rommel's Gold, one of the most enduring mysteries of World War II, involving one of Germany's great war generals and a treasure worth millions of dollars no one's seen in 70 years.
Rommel's Gold is an estimated 50-kilo hoard of gold jewelry seized by the Nazis from Tunisian Jews during the battle for North Africa. The treasure then disappeared into Hitler's Reich, and no one has seen it since.
I love this story. I mean, I've heard this since I was a schoolboy. It's been doing the rounds for a long time, and pretty much since the end of the war.
70 years is a long time for a myth to endure, and I think that's part of the effort here, is to try and kill this thing one way or the other.
Well, it'd be absolutely amazing to get to the bottom of this one.
Tell me more about Rommel.
Rommel, well, he's the Desert Fox. He's the most famous of all German commanders. He's the scourge of the British in North Africa.
In 1942, Erwin Rommel led Hitler's Africa Corps on a blitzkrieg across the Sahara in an attempt to conquer British-held Egypt and seize the oil fields of the Middle East and beyond. But Britain rallied and in late October defeated Rommel's army at the Battle of El Alamein, forcing the Desert Fox to retreat back across the Sahara. The legendary Field Marshal has been linked to the missing treasure. But historian James Holland doesn't believe he was behind the theft.
When he's commanding troops in battle, that is 100% his
Right.
focus, and that's what he's on. It's completely out of character for Rommel to go around looting stuff.
So you think it's possible that even though the legend is that it's Rommel's gold and it's stolen on Rommel's watch, it might not be actually Rommel that's doing the stealing?
Exactly.
Who else was in North Africa at the time while Rommel was there?
We do know there were Allgemeine SS, police SS, Gestapo and so on. They were coming to North Africa, particularly into Tunisia.
We have a lot of digging to do.
The SS was a fanatical paramilitary organization which used to terrorize civilian populations behind the front lines. And they were notorious looters. The SS commander in Tunisia was Colonel Walter Rauff, and he is the team's prime suspect. James Holland has come to North Africa to begin separating the truth from the legend surrounding the theft.
I'm here in Tunis investigating the legend of Rommel's gold. That it's one of the most intoxicating treasure stories that exist. But in actual fact, it's nothing to do with Rommel at all. Rather, at the heart of this story is the persecution of Tunisian Jews. These are the leads we need to be following.
Walter Rauff joined the SS in 1937. He was a friend and a personal aide to Reinhard Heydrich, one of the chief architects of the Holocaust. Under Heydrich, Rauff oversaw the development of gas fans used to kill tens of thousands on the Eastern Front in 1941 and 42. In November 1942, he was sent to Tunisia. Arriving in Tunis, Rauff immediately seized a city landmark for his base of operations. And it's here James hopes to pick up his trail more than 70 years later.
This is the Majestic Hotel in central Tunis. This is where Walter Rauff made his headquarters. I've got a couple of copies of documents here giving him the authority to take executive measures against the civilian population. Here, right at the top, is a word that kind of makes the blood run cold. Even today, it says SS Einsatzkommando. These are the squads that went in to carry out the Führer's will. And then here, the second document, this is Rauff's handwriting. And here he says, the Einsatzkommando arrived. In other words, I'm here to unleash my rule of terror, frankly. Incredible. Rauff had only been here a couple of weeks when he really started to turn the screws on Tunis's Jews. He demanded that 2,000 of them present themselves for forced labor here at the central station in Tunis. They were due to present themselves at 8 o'clock on the morning of the 9th of December, 1942. But when Rauff turned up here, there were only 128. The Jewish leaders just simply hadn't had the time in which to gather all those people together. Rauff went absolutely berserk. He started calling the Jewish leaders swines, dogs, scum of the earth, and he said, I'll show you what the SS can do to Jews.
Rauff and his SS henchmen began rounding up thousands of Jews at gunpoint and shipping them off to squalid camps set up across the country. Rauff brutalized Tunisia's Jewish population. But did he steal from them? To learn more, James is meeting an aide to the chief rabbi of Tunis.
When you think of the Holocaust, you think of European Jews. You don't think of it kind of extending all the way to North Africa.
Yes, we had labor camps in Tunisia. Also, there were Tunisian Jews that went to camps to Europe. They sent them to Auschwitz and so on.
Well, there's a guy I'm really interested in called Walter Rauff. I've got a photo here. This is Rauff. These, I think, are Jewish leaders.
Yes.
I mean, Moshe, this is a fascinating picture, isn't it? Because you can see Ralph in the corner, and he's sitting down, and he's making all these guys stand, not looking at them, no eye contact. He's just saying, I have no respect for you whatsoever. I mean, it couldn't be clearer, could it? And do you know what these guys are doing with Ralph? I mean, why are they there?
Because he asked them to give 20 million of francs.
So he's saying to them, you've got to give me lots and lots of money. And they have absolutely no choice in this at all.
Yes, if not, they will make the Jewish population suffer. So the leaders had to pay the price.
It was an extortion scheme Ralph would repeat time and again in Tunisia, squeezing community after community for massive sums of money under threat of enslavement or death. And Moshe says cash wasn't the only thing Ralph took from Tunisia's Jews.
Also, they took from Jerba, they took some gold there.
Really?
40 or 50 kilos.
Goodness me, that's a lot. And what happened to it?
We don't know.
An island off the south coast of Tunisia, Jerba, is home to an ancient Jewish community. In February 1943, Ralph dispatched an SS unit to plunder it. To find out what happened next, Moshe has arranged for James to meet Rafram Shaddad, a Tunis artist whose grandfather witnessed the Nazis' arrival in February 1943.
My grandfather used to be the president of the Jewish community in the island of Jerba. The Jews in Jerba, they are known for craft maker, jewelry maker.
Right.
They all have some kind of gold. If you go to a traditional Tunisian wedding, you're going to have the bride covered with gold. It's like on her ears, on everything.
Really? OK, so they came to your grandfather and they came to the chief rabbi and they said, we want 50 kilos of gold and silver, and you've got to go and get it.
Yes.
And he didn't really have any choice in the matter.
They didn't have any choice. They heard about all the stories, what they can do to Jews and things. So my grandfather, the chief rabbi, was collecting this gold from house to house. Mostly jewelry from people, from shops.
So did your grandfather have any idea what this gold was for?
No, they just assume probably that it's for keeping the life of the remaining Jews.
Right, it's sort of like a ransom.
Like a ransom, yes. It's for saving life.
And do you have any idea what happened to this gold afterwards?
No, they were collecting, and he brought it in Saturday to the Germans, and Sunday they just disappeared.
But do you think there'll be someone still alive who remembers that?
Maybe the oldest man in Jerba or something like that.
Right.
Armed with this new information, James sets out for Jerba to pick up the trail of Walter Ralph and his hoard of stolen gold. The team is investigating the legend known as Rommel's Gold, the theft of a huge haul of gold from the Jewish community in Tunisia, orchestrated by notorious SS Colonel Walter Ralph. Historian James Holland has come to the Tunisian island of Jerba to investigate.
Walter Ralph knows there's an ancient Jewish community on the island of Jerba in the south of Tunisia, and that they have this reputation for being amazing jewelers and goldsmiths. And so he sends one of his officers to basically plunder this gold. Someone on this island's got to remember that. Someone must have a link to that event, and that's what I'm here to investigate.
Ralph's men had to work fast. Rommel's Africa Corps were in retreat. As the thieves pulled into the island's main town of Humat Souk on February 13th, 1943, the front line was just a stone's throw away. Their orders from Ralph were to swoop in, seize 50 kilograms of gold, and get out before the British took control of the area. To search for eyewitnesses, James has enlisted Moez Zgaya, a local expert on the island and its history.
So, Moez, this is obviously the main town, Hum Suk.
Yeah, that's the center of the island, and that's the main market area.
And you've got this street map here.
Yeah, there's an entire street here where you find all the gold shops.
And this is our best chance of finding an eyewitness.
Yeah, that would be the place to go to meet some people who have heard of the story of the stolen gold.
Fantastic. OK, well, let's go there then.
At the time of the war, Djerba had been home to a sizable Jewish community for 2,000 years. Its intricate goldwork was renowned throughout the Mediterranean.
Just going this way to the area where you have all the goldsmith shops.
Ralph's gang was about to turn this ancient community upside down. Ralph originally demanded 10 million francs in cash, but when Jewish leaders could not come up with the money, he changed his demand to 50 kilograms of gold.
God, it goes on and on. It's like a labyrinth.
They frantically gathered whatever they could from shops and homes. James is hunting for an eyewitness or anyone else who can provide details about how it unfolded.
No, he has no clue about the gold.
They inquire at shop after shop, but time, it seems, has all but erased any clear memory of the event.
تذكرش انت ولا حكى لك شي حد منها؟
تذكرهم يحكيوا عليها برشا الألمان
أنا في الحكاية كلها برشا قريتها مرة نتذكرها شوية ولا سمعتها ليش دبر إن معناها إحنا فيهم صغار وما يعيشوش.
They're making progress, but details are still frustratingly sketchy.
تذكرش هي معناتها كيفاش قداش هزوا مثلا قد ما سمعت
قالوا 50 كيلو.
You heard the stories of 50 kilograms.
Yes. I'm interested to get a sort of a sense of how much 50 kilograms of gold is.
It's more than what the shop could have. Okay, so this is gold and it's traditional.
That doesn't feel very heavy, does it?
It's about 50 grams.
At 50 grams, Jewish leaders had to gather 1,000 gold bracelets to meet Ralph's demand. Even on Djerba, it's hard to imagine how they managed it, given so little time.
Seeing this like this, it makes you really realize that 50 kilos is a heck of a lot of gold, isn't it?
It is.
It's becoming clear the market wasn't the only site on Djerba plundered by the Nazis. Back on the street, they get a promising lead.
There's a cafe where this time of the day we have all the elderly sitting there, and they might be a good source of information.
Does he remember any stories of the Germans actually coming here and demanding money?
He was about 12-year-old.
Really?
He said they didn't do anything to us, but we were scared because we know or we heard of stories of what happened to other Jews in other places.
And was his family robbed at all?
Yes.
Yes? Yeah. What did they take from his family? Rings?
They went to the synagogue too.
Really? Is that nearby?
Yeah.
Let's go there.
James sets out for the El Ghriba synagogue to follow this new twist in the gold story.
So, would the synagogue have treasures in there as well?
Sure, sure. It was used as a home of treasure for the community.
Right.
Because that's the safest place you would have on the island.
Jews have been worshipping on this site continuously for 2 millennia. Inside, James and Moez are meeting the synagogue's keeper, Perez Trebelsi, whose parents, they're told, actually witnessed the Nazis' sack of the building.
Bonjour. And we're investigating the pillaging that the Nazis did in 1943, and we know that they came to the synagogue here. We're just interested to know if you know anything about that.
وقت كانت صار الحرب 41 جاوا الألمانوني جاوا الغريبة ويحبوا 5 كيلو ذهب أو لا يقتلوا اليهود. جاء معنا بعدين ولا ربع عطاهم الذهب الغريبة.
So here in the synagogue they had quite a lot of gold and treasures and things that were plundered.
أكيد ذهب أكيد فهذا كل بدي قاشوا فيها كان. أكتو فزرة أما كان ذهب قبل.
That was all gold. It was all taken, replaced by silver.
No.
Yeah.
Gosh, and what are all these?
So these are all donations brought by people who lost somebody. Like here he said it's the name of a father who died on so-and-so such day.
Yes, yes. And so they just came in and took it all?
Yeah, but which is today is silver. That was all gold.
It was a devastating blow to the community. Centuries of deeply personal expressions of love and faith, painstakingly etched in gold, all gone in a matter of minutes. This was Rommel's gold.
You can imagine the Nazis coming in, smashing the glass, just ripping it off with just no sense of any respect at all. I mean, for them, it's just gold. It's booty, it's loot. It's kind of making the hairs on the back of my neck stand up just looking at it now. It's a terrible thing. And you just wonder where it is now.
He said nobody knows where that stolen gold actually ended up.
Well, maybe we can get to the bottom of it. Who knows?
As quickly as Ralph's men arrived, they were gone. With their haul of irreplaceable personal treasures. But in May 1943, the Allies finally drove the Nazis from North Africa. Walter Ralph fled back to Europe. Tunisia's Jewish population survived his reign of terror, suffering comparatively few fatalities. But he had extracted a heavy toll in cash and Gerber's gold.
We started with the legend of Rommel's gold, but since I've been here on Gerber, I actually met someone who was here when the SS came and stole all that gold. But the big question is, where did it go from here?
Back in Dallas, the research team is looking for answers.
So Ralph leaves Tunisia when?
May 10th. He goes to northern Italy.
Okay, Ralph shows up in northern Italy. Do we know whether or not when he gets to Milan he's got the gold?
No, nobody knows, actually.
Following Ralph's escape from Tunisia in May 1943, the treasure simply disappeared from history.
There might be a hint in this.
What's this?
Ian Fleming, actually.
James Bond. You're kidding me.
He writes, then there was this mysterious business of Rommel's treasure supposed to be hidden beneath the sea somewhere off Bastia.
In Corsica.
In Corsica, yeah.
Ian Fleming was the author of the world-famous James Bond novels, starting with On Her Majesty's Secret Service, which included a mysterious reference to Rommel's treasure. It sounds like a strange lead, but earlier, during the Second World War, Fleming was a British naval intelligence officer assigned to the Mediterranean Theatre of Operations. He later drew on his experience as a spy as source material for his novels.
A lot of times where there's smoke, there's fire. So I guess the place to be looking, according to James Bond, is Bastia.
Investigative journalist Connor Woodman hits the ground in Corsica to see if there's any truth to the James Bond connection.
Ian Fleming's book continues to talk about the mysterious business of Rommel's treasure. He says that it was here in Corsica, and he knows that because a Czech diver called Peter Fleig came here in 1948 with this fantastic story about how Rommel's gold had been buried, sunk off the coast of Bastia, a Corsican town. Now, was Peter Fleig a real person? Did Ian Fleming make him up? I don't know. That's what I'm here to find out.
Today, Bastia is a bustling port city and popular tourist destination. But back in the summer of 1943, it was occupied by the Axis powers and would have provided a safe haven for Ralph and his looted gold. The question is, did Ralph bring Gerber's treasures with him? Connor's search for answers begins with Terry Hodgkinson, who's been investigating the legend of Rommel's gold here on Corsica for over 20 years.
So, Terry, where does Corsica fit into the story of Rommel's gold? Why do we think it was ever in Corsica at all?
Well, in 2005, there was a secret document released by the CIA called the Corsican Episode. If you read from here...
OK, so July 6th, party arrived in Corsica, SS troopers. Oh, Ralph is actually named here. We know then from this paperwork that Ralph was here, the SS were here. It makes sense, as you say, that they brought the gold via this route. But did anyone actually see the gold?
Maybe. This is a picture of the man who started it all. His name was Peter Fleig, also known as Walter Kiener. He was a corporal in the Leibstandarte SS, and he was the one who started off the whole legend in Corsica.
And now, Peter Fleig, I recognise that name because he appears in the Ian Fleming Bond book.
Yeah, on Her Majesty's Secret Service.
But you're saying he was actually a real guy?
He was a real person. In June 1948, he presented himself to the French consulate to ask for a visa to go and visit Corsica. And the French said, well, why do you want to go to visit Corsica? You know, it's still a military zone.
Suspicious.
Yeah. So the French actually interrogated him. This is a copy of the original document.
This is the original document from 1948?
Yeah, and it tells a story how Peter Fleig claimed to be a diver who had been forced by the SS to come to Corsica to help sink the treasure off this part of the coast down here.
Wow. It's a hell of a story.
What the French did was effectively arrest him. And there was a great meeting by the French authorities saying, all this loot has been sunk. This is one of the people who did it. We will invest 1 million francs, which was quite a lot of money at the time, to go and look for it.
Led by Fleig, a French dive team scoured the sea floor off Bastia for over a month, but found nothing. Did one of Fleig's fellow SS thugs beat him to the treasure? Or did he simply lie about the gold's true location, intending to return later and retrieve it for himself?
Did Fleig ever write down where he thought the treasure might be buried?
Well, he did, as a matter of fact. This is a photograph that he carried throughout the war. This is him, this is his mother and father. On the back of the photograph are a series of numbers and a series of lines which appear to indicate where the treasure was buried.
Just off the coast?
Yeah.
Here?
Yeah.
Fleig's cryptic diagram is a tantalizing piece of evidence. But there's only one way to find out if it really is a treasure map. Connor is going to use it on an undersea hunt for Rommel's gold. A team of investigators is on the trail of a hoard of gold stolen by the Nazis. The hunt has taken them from Tunisia.
Nobody knows where that stolen gold actually ended up.
To Corsica.
All this loot has been sunk off this part of the coast down here.
Wow. Connor Woodman has learned that SS Colonel Walter Rauff ordered a team of SS divers to stash the gold off the Corsican coast.
On the back of this photograph are a series of numbers and a series of lines which appear to indicate where the treasure was buried.
And this cryptic diagram may be a map to the treasure. Connor has enlisted the help of a local dive expert to put the evidence to the test.
So this is the coordinates that were drawn on the back of a piece of Fleig's photograph. You've seen this before?
Yes, I see. Terry sent me this position, but I don't understand all the number. Where is the position? I don't know.
Do we have any reference?
One reference, I think, if you put like this,
oh yeah,
perhaps the Bastille, and this is the coast.
Stefan has a hunch this line on the map is in fact the Corsican coast. It's a theory backed up by the existence of an intriguing landmark Fleig mentioned in his interrogation.
Perhaps this is the position of the plane.
What is the plane? Tell me more about the plane.
Fleig said the treasure is near a small plane with one motor.
A sunk plane on
yes,
the
yes, yes.
Okay.
So we dive on this plane.
Okay.
It's an adventure.
It's an adventure, it is, yeah.
Fleig told the French authorities the gold was packed in 6 cases hidden near a sunken plane. Connor descends, and just as Stefan promised, the ghostly image emerges of an American P-47 Thunderbolt fighter. It's eerily peaceful. But did Ralph's men stash the Gerber gold here? or somewhere nearby.
It's a beautiful single motor plane. I mean, just like Flag said, intact on the bottom. And I mean, if X marks the spot, there it is. There's where to start searching from. But then broaden the search out and suddenly you're looking for a needle in a haystack because there's just miles and miles and miles of sea kelp, you know, grasses on the bottom. And I mean, for 6 boxes of gold down there, you could be looking for the next 62 years, you might not find them.
Yes, this is the name, legend.
Yeah.
It's possible the gold remains hidden somewhere nearby. But back in Dallas, the investigation has taken a new turn. The research team has unearthed compelling evidence presented at the post-war Nuremberg trials of Nazi war criminals.
The statement is about SS loot and what was done with it.
What they did with the stuff that they stole?
Yeah, here is mentioning of this pawn shop. It says that all jewelry, gold, silver, was
delivered to that specific pawn shop in Berlin?
That's right.
At its height in 1942, Hitler's empire covered a vast area. Personal jewelry and other small items looted from occupied territories were sent back to the Berlin Municipal Pawn Shop for appraisal.
We're talking about scrap gold, we're talking about poor people's gold. It was all scraped together and made to money.
So if Ralph's being a good SS officer, what he stole would have gone to the pawn shop.
Connor arrives in Berlin to find out more about the pawn shop and whether the Gerber gold ever passed through its doors. Christoph Kreutzmüller is a historian with an in-depth knowledge of Nazi looting.
So, Christoph, I'm on the trail of the gold that was stolen from Tunisia. If that gold made its way to Germany, what would have happened to it?
If it went to Germany in 1943, then it would have gone here. Das ist das Leihamt der Stadtgemeinde Berlin. So it's the pawn office of the city of Berlin.
Why a pawnbroker? Why a pawn office?
Because they were the people who could assess the quality of the gold, what the price would be.
Right. So if the SS, let's say, had taken the Tunisian gold and brought it here to Berlin, what would have happened to it after that, once it arrived here?
It was just gold in bits and pieces, so it would have been melted down into gold bars, given a number, an official number, and then traded abroad.
Right. So, so that Tunisian gold, if it did come through Berlin and it was melted down, now it could be anywhere.
Yeah.
Or everywhere. I could be wearing it now, for all I know, on my finger.
I'm afraid so.
I mean, it's kind of creepy.
During the war, the Berlin Municipal Pawn Shop quietly processed untold riches torn from the hands of rightful owners, turning them into profit for the Reichsbank and funding for the Nazi war machine. The question is, did Walter Rauff send his stolen riches back to Berlin? Few of the pawn shop's wartime records survive, but Christoph has discovered a document from February 1943 that details the processing of a large shipment of gold.
This is a translation of an original document from the Nuremberg trials.
This is February 1943, which suggests that this activity was going on around the same time as the gold was looted from Gerber.
No, it proves. It actually proves.
Do you think that it's possible that the Gerber gold was being processed here around the same time?
That's all. That's what you can see. But I wouldn't go any step further.
So we don't know for sure that the Gerber gold passed through here?
No.
According to Christoph, there's a real chance the stolen gold passed through this pawn shop, but there's no proof. The team now turns its attention to tracking Walter Rauff. Is it possible he kept some or even all of the Gerber treasure for himself? On April 30th, 1945, Berlin fell to the Soviets, and Hitler committed suicide. Across Europe, the last pockets of Nazi resistance began surrendering. Among them, Walter Rauff's SS headquarters in Milan. To find out what happened next, Connor is on his way to see the man who knows more about Rauff's life than anyone else, his biographer, Professor Martin Coopers.
This is Rauff at the end of the war, is it?
Yeah, this is late April 1945, when he surrendered with his troops in Milan.
He's just been arrested, end of the war. Everyone else is hiding their face from the camera, not Rauff. Rauff's almost looking proud of himself. He knows that he could face the death penalty, but he shows no remorse in this photograph.
No regret. He's a murderer.
So what happens to him then after the war?
He was interrogated by a British officer.
You've got his interrogation document.
Yeah, exactly. What I find quite fascinating is the conclusion.
He's cunning and shifty rather than intelligent. His contempt and everlasting malice towards the Allies are but slightly concealed. Considered a menace if ever set free, and failing actual elimination is recommended for lifelong internment.
Not a likable guy.
But is he interned for life?
No, Rauff, in fact, escaped in late 1946, and that's the beginning of his lifelong lasting flight all over the world.
Now a fugitive, Rauff boldly embarked on one of the most notorious post-war careers of any Nazi criminal. In 1948, he surfaced in Syria, joining that nation's war against the emerging state of Israel. In 1949, he crept back to Europe and arranged secret passage to South America, eventually settling in Chile. A 1978 letter to relatives back in Germany provides a chilling snapshot of his life there.
Rauff wrote to his nephew that he is drinking and celebrating on April 20th.
Hitler's birthday.
Hitler's birthday, exactly. He sang with his friends Nazi songs. So we know that Rauff lived alive, celebrating the splendid Nazi period.
So not only does he get away with it, but he laughs in the face of it, doesn't he? He's built a little bit of the Third Reich for himself over there.
He was Nazi until his very end. Yeah.
As footage of his funeral reveals, Rauff and his comrades never stopped believing in the Reich. Walter Rauff, mass murderer and the real thief behind Rommel's gold, lived nearly 40 years after the end of the Second World War. The team's task now is to find out if he did it with the help of Gerber's stolen treasures.
How does he get away with it?
The team is on the trail of SS Colonel Walter Rauff, the man who stole the treasure known as Rommel's gold. They've discovered he escaped Allied custody in 1946.
That's the beginning of his lifelong flight all over the world.
And eventually made his way to Chile, where he lived for over 25 years. On May 14th, 1984, Walter Rauff died of a heart attack at the age of 77 and was laid to rest in Santiago. He never faced justice for killing an estimated 100,000 Jews. The question is, did he finance his incredible escape to Chile using the Gerber gold?
This is a report by the German Bundesnachrichtendienst, the German Secret Services, on Walter Rauff, where they say Rauff, from 1958 to 1962, was working for them. And they
You've got to be kidding me. Now he's working for the German intelligence service.
Yes, and there's mentioning of him appearing in Rome after May 45. Auffallend war, dass seinerzeit über einen Koffer mit Gold- und Schmucksachen verfügte. So he has a suitcase on him with gold and jewelry, über deren Herkunft keine Auskunft gab. He did not want to talk about where they came from.
That very well could be the things he's stolen from Tunisia. This is a smoking gun that we've been looking for. I mean, it's the most tangible piece of information that we've got, that we've found so far as evidence that he might have taken these things. We've got to head off to Chile and follow this lead.
James Holland has come to Chile to learn more. He's tracked down a former Allied intelligence officer, Rudy Hyman, who not only served in the Tunisia campaign, but also kept a watch on Walter Rauff and other escaped Nazis. They meet at the city's main synagogue.
So Rudy, after the war, you were living here in Santiago in Chile, and you ended up working for the Wiesenthal Center as an intelligence gatherer on an informal basis.
Oh yes, when I came to Chile, I discovered the paying officer of Odessa.
And Odessa was the rat line that was the organization that was set up to help former SS and Nazi war criminals escape from Europe into South America and wherever.
Yes.
Aided by fellow SS men and their sympathizers, thousands of Nazi criminals managed to flee Europe after the war to avoid prosecution and the hangman's noose. Among them, Klaus Barbie, the notorious butcher of Lyon, Dr. Joseph Mengele, who conducted inhuman experiments on captive Jews in Auschwitz, Adolf Eichmann, the man who organized mass deportations to the death camps, and Walter Rauff. Concerned these criminals might organize and rise again, Rudy and other volunteers in Chile continued to watch them long after the war was over. Rudy managed to identify a paymaster, a man responsible for doling out secret financial support to fugitive war criminals, possibly funded in part by wartime looting.
We covered the Odessa paymaster 24 hours a day, so we find out he had a small office, which he opened twice a month.
Right, and then you watch who comes and goes.
Yeah, so he came to the paymaster's office to collect their money.
According to Rudy, the Nazi fugitives knew they were likely being watched and sent proxies to pick up their blood money. This made suspects on the secret payroll difficult to identify.
And do you know whether Rauff was directly benefiting from the monies that the paymaster was handing out?
I don't know. We suspect, but we don't know. We know that he got money, but I don't know whether he brought the money with him or whether he had some financing through Odessa.
For Rudy, keeping a close eye on escaped Nazis like Rauff wasn't just a job, it was deeply personal. A German Jew who escaped Berlin in 1938, he later joined the Allied war effort against his Nazi oppressors.
So Rudy, as a Jew yourself and someone who was forced to leave their home country, what did you feel about someone like Rauff as a free man here in Santiago in Chile?
That was awful, of course. Yeah. We think that a war criminal, he is not being condemned, it's just awful. But that's the way it is.
You know, I'm really struck by the parallel lives of Rudy Hyman and Walter Rauff. You know, both were German. One was a Jew who managed to escape and then fought for the British. The other served with the SS. You know, and both were in Tunisia, one liberating the Jews, the other stealing from them and making their lives a misery. And both end up here in Santiago, in Chile. And we know that Rudy was involved with intelligence gathering on former Nazis, but tantalizingly, we're not yet closer to finding out what happened to that gold, those riches that Rauff stole.
But there's still one last clue to be investigated, found here in the 1984 funeral footage. This is Walter Rauff's grandson, and he still lives here in Santiago.
I've just been given a really good lead. This is the number of his grandson. It's ringing. Hello, is that Walter Rauff?
Walter III has never spoken publicly about his grandfather before, but James has persuaded him to meet. Now he's about to hear from a man who knew Walter Rauff intimately and may know what happened to the Gerber gold. But at the last minute, Walter III refuses to appear on camera, although he does still agree to talk. He tells James that he's vehemently opposed to Nazi ideology and wants to distance both himself and his family from his grandfather's bloody past. They talk for nearly an hour, and then he's gone, leaving James to make sense of what he's just heard.
I've come such a long way to talk to Walter Ralph's grandson, Walter III, and he was at least willing to tell me about his memories of his grandfather. The grandfather of his memory and this notorious war criminal who has the deaths of perhaps 100,000 Jews on his hands. I found it very hard to kind of sort of match the two, and yet he wasn't denying what his grandfather had done either. He said, "They cannot avoid what happened, what he did to the Jews." He once asked his grandfather about his time in the war, but his grandfather wouldn't talk to him about it. It was a sort of forbidden subject, and he never raised it again. And he also said that in his experience, he never saw any sort of meetings with other Germans or other suspicious types or anything like that. You know, he found the idea that his grandfather was here in Chile and rich on stolen gold. I mean, he just found that laughable. He said he always kept accounts of how much he'd spent, which implies that here's a man who's careful with money, but someone who's not particularly well off either. You know, it's not the sort of carefree spending of someone who's got lots of looted gold in their pockets.
The hunt for Rommel's gold has taken the team from Tunisia.
That used to be all gold.
To Corsica.
It's an adventure.
It's an adventure.
Germany.
This does suggest that they were processing looted gold.
That it proves. And Chile. Evidence suggests the treasure may have been buried at sea or turned into bullion to finance the Nazi war machine. But other clues
He has a suitcase on him with gold and jewelry.
suggest Walter Ralph may have escaped with at least some of the treasure.
You know, when I talked to Ralph's grandson, he was painting this picture of just an old man, his grandfather, living out his final years in a very solitary way. You know, just a quiet old man, minding his own business, not at all political. But it's hard not to conclude, looking at that this was a man who went to his grave without regrets, without remorse, and frustratingly for us, with the secrets of Rommel's treasure too. The autumn of 1939, on this very road, a Nazi officer named Cajetan Muhlmann was traveling down here on a secret mission. Hitler, Goering, Hans Frank, he worked for them all, stealing some of the world's greatest art treasures, like some kind of mafia bagman. Now, more than 7 decades later, we're still on the hunt for a priceless painting worth over $100 million.
At the end of World War II, the Allies made a series of shocking discoveries. Hidden in trains, bunkers, and deep underground, they found mountains of stolen treasure.
That must have been like going into Aladdin's cave.
Hitler and the Nazis had looted an entire continent and committed the greatest theft in history. Now, a team of investigators is opening up cold case files of Nazi plunder still missing today.
We're talking about things that are worth tens of millions of dollars.
Robert Edsel is an expert in Nazi looted treasure.
Hundreds of thousands of objects are still missing. Well, we have a lot of digging to do.
Joining him is Second World War historian James Holland.
None of this was really his. He'd just taken it.
And investigative journalist Connor Woodman.
And this is a genuine treasure hunt. We dig a hole in the ground and we find those cases.
Their mission, uncover new clues.
Oh gosh, this is it.
Explore Nazi hideouts.
Whoever built this brick wall really didn't want anyone to get through to the other side.
Find out how the treasure was stolen and where it might be now.
What a piece of history.
At the headquarters of the Monuments Men Foundation, an organization that has found and returned many Nazi-looted treasures to their rightful owners, founder Robert Edsel and art and restitution expert Dorothee Schneider reopen a cold case from the outbreak of the Second World War.
So this is what we have on Poland, Robert.
At the heart of the investigation is the Nazis' systematic pillaging of Poland.
Es lebe Deutschland!
I think like 90% of their cultural treasures stolen. I mean, I don't think any country in Europe was looted more extensively than Poland.
On September 1st, 1939, German troops invaded Poland. Hitler's plans were brutal. Seize Poland's territory, enslave its people, destroy its culture, and plunder its treasures. Within days of the country's surrender, the Nazis stole one of Poland's most valuable works of art. Portrait of a Young Man by Italian Renaissance master Raphael. It is still missing today.
And it's the focus of our investigation to find the most important painting missing since World War II.
To solve this 70-year-old case, historian James Holland heads to Krakow in southern Poland. This city was the home of the Raphael when the Germans invaded Poland.
I've never been to Krakow before, but as a historian, I associate this place with Nazi oppression, with the ghetto, of course, and the Holocaust. Yet this place was also the cultural center of Poland, and as such was a prime target for the Nazis for the systematic pillage of art. And right at the very top of the list was the Czartoryski collection.
At the start of World War II, the Czartoryski Museum boasted one of Poland's most important private collections of art.
So, Agata, this is an amazing place. When was it created?
It was formed at the end of 18th century by Princess Isabella Czartoryska.
The crown jewels of the Czartoryski Museum were known as the Big Three: a Rembrandt, a Leonardo da Vinci, and a Raphael. Today, these rare masterpieces are valued at approximately $500 million.
Now, Agata, I know that of the big three, the one that's still here is the Rembrandt.
Yes, it is.
Is it possible to see that?
Yes, please follow me.
Thank you. Oh, gosh, it's just here.
Yes.
Landscape with a Good Samaritan by the Dutch master Rembrandt was stolen by the Nazis during the war.
It's stunning, isn't it?
It's beautiful. Lucky that he survived in this state of preservation.
The Rembrandt and the Leonardo were recovered in 1945, but not the Raphael.
And here you've got the print of the portrait of the young man.
Yes, probably the famous missing young man in the world.
So in 1939, the actual painting would have been in this frame?
Yes, the pictures were taken from their frames.
Yes.
Packed carefully and taken to their property in the countryside.
With war on the horizon, the Czartoryski family evacuated the paintings to a secret location in rural Poland. This would be the beginning of an extraordinary wartime journey for the Raphael.
You're Polish, and this belongs in Poland. What would it mean to you to have this back?
Enormous joy, pride. I think in a symbolic way, recompensation for the victims of the war in the area of culture.
To discover where the painting might be today, the team must retrace the Raphael's wartime journey. James sets off to the Polish countryside. In Dallas, Robert and Dorothée gather information on the Nazi chosen to spearhead the theft.
There they are, the big three of the Czartoryski collection. Hitler wants them, Hermann Goering wants them, and they make the decision to send in this SS officer, Kajetan Mollmann.
The Nazis dispatched SS officer and art historian Kajetan Mollmann to Poland. His mission? Plunder the nation and ship the finest works of art back to Hitler and his greedy deputy, Hermann Goering.
Yeah, Kajetan Mollmann, I have a file on him, Robert. He's a really interesting character. There's a great quote here. It's from a Dutch report from after the war. Kajetan Mollmann is obstinate. He has no conscience and does not care about art. He's a liar and a vile person.
October 1939, days after Poland fell. Kajetan Mollmann learned the big three were hidden in the Czartoryski family's country estate.
I'm about 2 hours east of Krakow at the moment, driving through a pretty bleak and snowy Polish landscape. I'm looking for a place called Pelkinie, which was the country estate of the Czartoryski family.
James has come to meet Witold Czartoryski to find out what happened to the paintings at Pelkinie. Witold is a descendant of Princess Isabella and the current owner of the Pelkinie Palace.
Witold, this is a wonderful place. So what's the story of this house?
Well, it was the house of my great-grandfather.
At the start of the war, it was here that the Raphael, the Leonardo, and the Rembrandt were hidden.
My grandfather had them taken here for safekeeping.
Do you have any idea where they hid them?
Yeah, I can show you the room.
Well, I'd love to see it.
Witold brings James to the oldest part of the palace. Here, beneath the 17th century guard tower, is a secret room. Walled off from the outside, the room could only be accessed through a hidden doorway.
Originally, there was no door here. It was a wall. This room was like the treasury of the house, with only one secret door in the corner.
Oh, look.
Which, from the other side, was hidden behind furniture.
Really? So if you're in the next door room, you can't see this door?
In the next door room, unless you knew, you wouldn't actually realize that there was a room here.
Only the family knew where the paintings were hidden, or so they thought. When the German occupation began, refugees and enemy soldiers overran the palace.
In one wing, there was a detachment of German soldiers.
Incredible.
Because this was a strategic place to oversee the area.
Right. Yeah, makes sense.
Somehow, the secret room was discovered, and someone informed the Germans.
Who?
I don't know.
But who would have known?
Well, somebody must have tipped them off.
The Nazis stole the Raphael, the Leonardo, and the Rembrandt. And this is the scene of the crime.
The Raphael. Do you think it's still out there?
I'm sure it is.
Mollmann took the paintings to Hermann Goering in Berlin. But it wasn't just the number 2 Nazi who wanted the masterpieces.
Hans Frank, the Governor General in Krakow, wants the paintings back there and orders that Mollmann bring them back down to Krakow. Doesn't end there because Hermann Goering wants them back in Berlin. Frank gets livid and orders them brought back to Krakow. Back and forth like little boys fighting over marbles, all spending time away from the war effort, all focused on these three pictures. And it really goes to show, I mean, the power and magnetic appeal of these paintings.
For more than 2 years, top Nazis bickered over the masterpieces. In 1943, Hitler finally sent the paintings back to Poland. James returns to Krakow to meet the son of a top Nazi who held on to the paintings for the rest of the war.
Hans Frank's youngest son, Nicholas.
My father could be very funny. He was really entertaining, but he was also a big coward. He was a mass murderer.
Historian James Holland is in Krakow to look for clues in the case of the most valuable painting missing since World War II. He's come to find out what happened to the masterpiece, Portrait of a Young Man by Raphael, after it returned to Poland.
This is the mighty Wawel Castle, which until the end of the 16th century was home to the kings of Poland. Then in October 1939, a new king arrived, not a Pole, but a Nazi, Hans Frank.
Hitler appointed his friend and lawyer, Hans Frank, Governor General of Poland. Frank instituted a reign of terror across the occupied territory, earning him the moniker, the Butcher of Poland. During his rule, 4 million Polish citizens were murdered in ghettos and concentration camps. Hans Frank added insult to injury to the Polish people when he expropriated their president's official residence to make it his own.
He certainly treated it like his own personal fiefdom. The whole place was bedecked with swastikas draped down, the stormtroopers all standing to attention, the parades in here. He brought in lots of fine things. He also brought in the big three, the Rembrandt, the Leonardo, and the Raphael. And the reason I come here is to speak to a rather special person, someone who was here pretty much throughout the entire war, Hans Frank's youngest son, Nicholas.
James hopes Nicholas may have clues to what happened to the Raphael before it disappeared.
So this was your family home when you were a child?
It's a private part of the castle, reserved for the family of Frank.
I mean, what a place to live. It's just incredible. It's so huge.
The Wawel Castle has the biggest collection of tapestries in whole Europe.
Is that so?
It was something of the Polish kings. And you have to imagine, my mother was very poor when she was young.
Yes.
And suddenly she was the Queen of Poland, owning all this kind of stuff. And if you look at this chimney,
yes,
I've given you the picture.
Oh, this one?
This beautiful looking guy.
Could that really be you?
Yes, that's me.
Your 4-year-old self?
And that was made here.
Right here. I mean, it's absolutely one and the same. You know, there's the buttress, you can see the same pattern there, you can see the same patterns down there.
My mother ordered to have this picture to send it to Hitler, because my father wanted the divorce. So she wrote to Hitler, how could he give the permission that the father of such a wonderful family wanted the divorce? And Hitler said, I will not give the permission for the divorce.
Bridget and Hans Frank surrounded themselves with luxury and fine art, while outside the castle walls, the Polish people lived in fear and deprivation.
He killed his conscience with luxury.
One of Hans Frank's favorite works of art was Leonardo da Vinci's Lady with an Ermine. Frank hung the masterpiece in his private apartments above a hot radiator. This boorish gesture elicited a serious reprimand from Cayetan Mulman.
Gosh, look at that. I think that's just perfection. Absolutely magnificent. I feel like I'm standing before greatness. It's just perfect.
Completed at the end of the 15th century, Lady with an Ermine is one of the rare female portraits by Da Vinci.
I mean, it's one of the greatest works of art I've ever seen.
Not for me. I nearly hated this painting.
Why?
Because it's a mixture of dealing at the same time with the behavior of my father and knowing that he was a mass murderer. He was a cultured killer. Here we come to the private rooms.
This was his bedroom?
Yes. As far as I know, I'm not sure, but I'm sure of his bathroom.
So you remember this room?
Yes, because it was the only close scene which happened between my father and me. He was shaving, and I was coming in, pop, 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 and he took a little spot of his foam and put it on my nose. That was the happiest scene I ever had with my father.
Really?
It happened here. And I always think, what did he think, shaving himself in the morning, knowing that the Jews have been driven to the concentration camps? I mean, for me, it's unbelievable why he didn't shoot himself after having shaved.
Hans Frank was remorseless. But by 1945, the tide of the war had turned. As Soviet forces charged westward, Frank bolted, taking as much of the country's loot as he could.
So your father managed to sort of squirrel out the big three, the Raphael, the Rembrandt, and the Leonardo.
I think 8 trucks full of paintings and other luxury goods. And my mother, by the way, she took with her a bag full of jewelry, stolen from the Polish Jews or the Polish people.
So they were big thieves, your
Yes.
parents. And so where did they go?
Back home to Bavaria.
What do you think happened to the Raphael?
Maybe my mother. I could think that she had stolen the Raphael. And then she sold it for butter, milk, bread to a guy in Bavaria.
So your gut instinct, is it still out there?
I would say it's still out there. I would say so.
To figure out what happened to the Raphael when Hans Frank fled Poland, the team examined his escape route. On January 17th, 1945, Frank left Krakow and headed west, through the Nazi stronghold of Lower Silesia. Could the Raphael be here?
So Lower Silesia is right about here, north of Krakow. I mean, today it's Poland, but at that point in time it was Germany.
Yeah, according to this post-war report on Dr. Günther Grundmann, he was the provincial curator for Lower Silesia and responsible for finding storage for all the looted art that the Nazis took.
During the war, Grundmann requisitioned more than 80 castles, monasteries, and residences across Lower Silesia for the Nazis to store their looted art. The team learns of an archaeological dig at one of those sites, Grodno Castle. 300 kilometers east of Krakow, investigative journalist Connor Woodman heads to Grodno Castle with author Joanna Lampaska. She's written extensively on hidden Nazi treasure.
It is said that we have almost over 100,000 of treasure hunters in Poland today.
Wow. Why do you think this part of Poland, Lower Silesia, is so popular for treasure hunters?
Until 1945, it was a German region. Germans, they stored a lot of beautiful things from museums, from churches, private collections here, because they believe it's gonna be safe and it stay in German hands forever. I know a guy who found a small gold bar in an oven in his palace. It was a year ago.
And so do you think there is still treasure buried underneath Grodno Castle?
Of course, I believe it.
Okay.
And a lot of treasure hunters want to find this treasure.
Grodno Castle is a 700-year-old fortress steeped in legend. It's also the site of a new excavation led by historian, treasure hunter, and journalist Peter Maskowski.
Connor, nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you. Welcome to Castle Grodno.
During the war, Grodno Castle was a major repository for art stolen by the Third Reich. Peter and his crew of archaeologists, historians, and treasure hunters have started to excavate the cellar, looking for Nazi loot.
What are you hoping that we'll find in this spot?
The tunnel.
A tunnel?
The tunnel, yes.
Since the Second World War, stories have circulated about a secret tunnel beneath Grodno Castle filled with Nazi treasure, gold, art, and perhaps even the Raphael.
There is, of course, some witnesses.
Witnesses that say they actually saw a tunnel?
Some even seen this tunnel or even enter into this tunnel.
Wow. Were you thinking this is a tunnel that maybe the Nazis could have used?
I think this is a medieval tunnel used by Nazis by the end of the war.
Peter and his team know they're onto something. They've just discovered what looks like the remains of an old wooden chest.
Okay, these are the pieces of metal, which looks absolutely like the kind of a handle. Yeah. This is another
so the
one.
handle's the chest.
Yeah. So you don't have to be a specialist to see it.
No, you can see quite clearly. And you said you found a key as well. Right.
Yeah.
But that is a key.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, without doubt.
The chests were buried long before the Second World War, and their contents since have disintegrated. But this discovery confirms objects were hidden beneath Grodno Castle. Now Peter brings Connor and Joanna to the courtyard.
Here is the second place where we are going to do excavation.
Right.
Peter's team recently located a suspicious cavity beneath the castle courtyard. Using ground-penetrating radar, this imaging method is used to detect anomalies below the surface.
The GPR showed us that there is something different than usual ground down there.
Okay, so this is what you think the Van Schreck letter leads us to.
He described that here, in this place, there is some kind of staircase and empty space.
What's more, the existence of a tunnel is corroborated by a former German officer named Leonard von Schreck. He wrote to Joanna shortly before his death, and in his letter, he described a mysterious underground space here.
And they put two chests somewhere in this place, and he secured with explosives. And after that, they disguised the place and left it.
So are you worried when you excavate that this might be wired with dynamite?
I'm always worried about this, because it's a very vivid legend.
Peter's team is undeterred. They could be on the verge of finding a hidden Nazi tunnel.
What we got? We have a space.
You see the hole?
Yeah, the sea as a whole goes all the way through.
Something is behind these pillars.
In the hunt for the missing Raphael, investigative journalist Connor Woodman joins Peter Maskowski's treasure hunting team to look for a tunnel below Grodno Castle used by the Nazis to stash stolen treasure.
Here is the paths of the GPR. There are a few anomalies.
Peter's team is encouraged by the data from the ground-penetrating radar. It shows a suspicious cavity in this spot.
So we are digging pretty close to where that anomaly there is.
This spot.
Exactly.
Oh, come on! It's like pulling out a tooth. Yeah. Come on. Yes! Oh. Woo! Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Oh.
It's a tunnel. Yeah. We found a tunnel.
Connor's efforts to remove the rock have revealed an access point to a cavity below.
It looks to me like behind that is a secret tunnel. Shall we have a look? Yeah.
The opening is too small to enter safely, so the team will send a camera underground.
Good luck. Okay, we're going in.
They must lower the camera through a narrow, cramped space, 8 feet down, just to reach the cavity. Then, the camera has to be angled to get inside the tunnel and reveal its contents.
Wow, it goes all the way down.
The camera has reached the top of the tunnel.
So much concrete.
But the sheer amount of concrete debris prevents it from getting a look inside.
What about that crack there? Can you get through there?
Connor and Peter adjust the angle of descent.
There's a knack to this, isn't there?
Yeah.
No, blocked.
But they hit a wall.
Ah, it's frustrating!
They just can't twist the camera far enough to peer inside the cavity.
We can see it goes all the way down, but then it's hard to see where it goes.
It's really hard to operate this camera.
There is something behind there.
Yeah. We will have to think how to break through.
Peter's team isn't giving up. With the right equipment, they'll be able to clear all the rock and see what's inside the tunnel. 40 kilometers north of Grodno Castle, James is following an exciting new lead at Morava Palace, another residence where Dr. Gunther Grundmann stored looted art for the Nazis, including the Raphael.
This place is absolutely crucial to our investigation. In January 1945, Hans Frank finally left Krakow with the Russians closing in on the city and evacuated his entire art collection. He sent it here for safekeeping.
James has come to Morava to meet author Robert Kudelski.
I spent a lot of years to prepare this story, to find some more important information.
Kudelski has combed through Polish, German, Russian, and American archives to shed new light on the case of the missing masterpiece.
As a Pole and as someone who's been studying this in great detail for many years.
Yes, more than 15 years.
Yeah, it must mean a huge amount to you to try and get the Raphael back.
Exactly, yeah.
After exhaustive research, Robert Kudelski thinks he's figured out when the Raphael went missing.
We know because we have the inventory of the local conservator Günther Grundmann.
On January 26, 1945, Grundmann was sent to Morava Palace to fetch the most valuable works in Frank's collection. He arrived on the 29th and made an inventory. The Raphael should be listed here, but it's missing.
There's no Raphael on this list at all?
Absolutely.
What you can say for certain is that the Raphael goes missing sometime between the 26th and the 29th of January 1945.
Exactly.
If Kudelski is right, the Raphael vanished from Morava Palace over a 3-day period in January 1945. The question is, who stole it?
I believe that Edward Kneissl took the Raphael paintings from the castle.
Austrian art conservator Eduard Kneissl spent the war in Poland, working for Nazi Governor-General Hans Frank.
And he was responsible for the protection and restoration of paintings of old masters.
Like a restorer, art restorer?
Yes, exactly.
I mean, he knows everything there is to know about those paintings.
Absolutely. every piece.
Eduard Kneissel would have known the extraordinary value of the Raphael.
But is there any hard evidence, or is it just a hunch?
Yes, yes, of course. We have some evidence from the servant in the Castle Morava.
On January the 25th, Eduard Kneissel was ordered to leave Morava. But Kudelski has uncovered eyewitness testimony that Kneissel returned to Morava Palace between January the 26th and January the 28th. Exactly when the painting goes missing.
Kneissel had the key.
What, here in Morava?
Yes, exactly. In this place.
Okay, that is all starting to stack up.
Yes.
According to the servant, Eduard Kneissel claimed he'd returned to pick up some of his restoration tools.
Kneissel came back here, and that his excuse was, I've come back to get my tools of my trade. The Russians are knocking at the door. To get me to come back and risk my life and limb,
yes.
I think I need a little bit more of a lure. Maybe a priceless Raphael would, for starters.
Absolutely, yes.
You know, in any criminal investigation, you're looking for opportunity, motive, expertise, stroke knowledge. Yes. And when you put all that together...
Eduard Kneissel.
Yeah.
Robert Kudelski has given the team a new suspect in the theft of the $100 million masterpiece.
Do you think Kneissel did it?
People know Nazi Germany's going to lose this war. Everyone's looking for a way out. I mean, a picture like this or an asset like this is the difference for someone to life and death.
Yeah, and if you just wrap a big blanket around it and you just put it under your arm and walk away with it, nobody would really know what it is.
And that's probably exactly what happened.
Yeah, and Kneissel could have taken this as a sort of insurance policy for himself for after the war. This might have been his lifeline.
5 days after Eduard Kneissel left Morava, he reported for work at Hans Frank's office in Bavaria. Did Kneissel stash the painting somewhere in the area? Or was it Nicholas Frank's mother who hid it here? Dorothée uncovers a new clue suggesting that one of them, or someone else, did exactly that.
There was this article in 2013 saying Mr. Lopes saw this painting in 1971 in the basement of somebody just down the road from the house the Franks used to live in.
Incredible. Is Lopes still alive?
Well, the article is so recent, I would say yes.
While Robert digs around for more evidence linking Eduard Kneissel to the theft of the masterpiece, Dorothée travels to Bavaria. She's here to join James and to meet with the man who claims he saw the Raphael.
Und am Boden stand dieses Bild, Raphael. Es war ein Schock. Für mich war das ein Schock.
The search for the missing Raphael brings James to the mountains of Germany. After tracking the painting from Krakow to Morava, the team hones in on the small Bavarian town of Schliersee.
This is where Hans Frank was arrested in May 1945, taken to prison, and that's where he will remain until October 1946, when he was hanged for war crimes. When the Americans got here, they also found a number of those amazing paintings of Rembrandt, the Leonardo, but not the Raphael.
At the end of the war, the US Army discovered large caches of Nazi-looted art around the Bavarian Alps. And all the evidence the team has gathered leads here, to the very same region. Bavaria is where Nicholas Frank suspects his mother could have sold the painting after the war.
And then she sold it for buttermilk bread to a guy in Bavaria.
It's also where Eduard Kneissel might have secreted the Raphael as an insurance policy for his family.
Eduard Kneissel. After the war, he spent few years in Bavaria.
Whether it was Eduard Kneissel or Brigitte Frank who smuggled the painting back to Bavaria, one of them likely sold the masterpiece just to survive the desperate conditions at the close of the war. And now, the team has a solid lead that the painting is still somewhere here.
I'm on my way to meet Dorothy. She's found a gentleman called Mr. Lubbs, who reckons he saw the Raphael in a basement somewhere very near here.
In 1971, 26-year-old gun enthusiast Reinhard Lubbs came here to sell some antique rifles to a firearms collector.
So, Herr Lubbs, you've got the most amazing story. Dorothy's told me a little bit, but just start from the start.
Ich hatte 2 Karabiner zu verkaufen. Sagte mir, ich kenne jemanden, wenn der Preis stimmt, dann würde die beiden Karabiner dann kaufen.
So he had these carabiners, and then Mr. Lubbs said, "Can I see your collection of arms and armor and guns?" The guy said, "Sure." And Mr. Lubbs went to the basement with the 4-year-old son. So the two of them went downstairs. Und dann haben sie zusammen sich den Keller angeschaut.
Ja. Und am Ende, auf der Stirnseite dieses Kellers, war ein Vorhang. Und der Vorhang war halb offen. Und da waren dahinter Orden, EK1, EK2. Und am Boden stand dieses Bild, Raphael.
So Mr. Lubbs was standing right in front of the painting, went down to really have a good close look, and the little boy stood next to him.
Dann habe ich gefragt, warum? Ja, weil er eine Wärmflasche auf dem Kopf hat.
And the boy said, "He must really be freezing." And Mr. Lubbs said, "Why?" "Yeah, he has this hot water bottle on his head."
And of course, he's got that velvet sort of slouch beret on his head, hasn't he?
Yeah, we have it here.
Und das ist die Wärmflasche. Also.
So that's the hot water bottle right there, sort of hanging
Well, it does
down.
look a little bit like one. And this is absolutely what you saw.
Ja.
I mean, that's absolutely amazing.
Vor allem, nachdem ich eben 35 Jahre später den Bayern-Teil der Schongauer Nachrichten.
Amazing story. Amazing.
There is no doubt in Reinhard Lubbs' mind that the painting he saw in the cellar was the masterpiece, Portrait of a Young Man, by Raphael.
I mean, it's clearly over 40 years now. But if we were to get in the car and have a look, do you think we'd be able to find it?
Das ist wie die Nadel im Heuhaufen.
It's a little bit like a needle in a haystack, but let's try it.
Is it possible that the Raphael is here in this small Bavarian town?
Do you remember the houses, what they looked like?
Ja, es war ein altes Haus, ich nehme an, aus den 40er Jahren. Nichts Besonderes.
But sort of simple like this, or...
Kommt Ihnen das hier oben bekannt vor? We should probably ring some doorbells, shouldn't we? Guten Tag, verzeihen Sie die Störung.
Dorothee wonders if residents might remember a collector of historical firearms.
She said maybe in the next street down.
Oh, it's frustrating, isn't it? It's such a tantalizing lead, and yet we can't pinpoint the house.
While Dorothee and James continue to look for clues to the Raphael's whereabouts in Bavaria, Robert arrives in Vienna, on the trail of one of the suspects in the case. He's tracked down Edward Kneissel's only son, Wolfgang.
Nice to meet you.
You too. Robert is here to find out if Wolfgang Kneißl knows if his father, Edward, took the Raphael.
Wolfgang, tell me how your father came to be in Poland.
When Hitler came to Austria, all government employees were automatically member of the Nazi Party. But my father refused to go to certain demonstrations, and he was transferred as a punishment to Krakow. He was by special order, he had to go to Dr. Kajetan Mühlmann.
Kajetan moment.
Yeah.
For much of the war, Edward Kneissel's job was to restore the art the Nazis had looted in Poland. This included all the paintings in Hans Frank's collection.
Did your father ever do any work on the Leonardo or on the Raphael?
Probably. I didn't ask him, but he was very aware of those paintings.
Edward Kneissel knew the paintings well, and he knew the Raphael was left behind at Morava in January 1945.
Raphael.
Robert is here to corroborate the evidence.
He packed it.
He needs to find out whether Wolfgang thinks his father was involved in the theft.
So there are a number of different people, of course, that have been spending decades, their entire lives, trying to track this painting by Raphael. But one of the theories, of course, is that your father took the picture. Do you think he did that?
No, definitely not. He wouldn't have the guts to do it, you know? Probably if you have the intention to steal something like that, you wouldn't dare it with a Raphael or a Leonardo. My father always said, whenever you fake a painting, don't fake a Leonardo or a Raphael. Just fake some cheap Austrian painters, you know, because nobody will make a research in that case. So I don't think so. This is, no, it's impossible.
Wolfgang Gneissel is adamant his father didn't steal the Raphael. He vividly remembers his father telling him how he helped the Allies track art stolen by the Nazis.
When the war ended, he was driving around with the 4 soldiers in the jeep. A Russian soldier, English soldier, an American soldier, and a French soldier, trying to find some war criminals and so forth and so on. And sometimes, if it was concerning about art, you know, my father was driving with them just to say, okay, this man or that man, they can have a picture, a stolen picture or not.
But if Edward Kneissel didn't take the masterpiece, then who did? Hans Frank's wife, Brigitte? Either way, the team has a strong hunch someone snuck it into Bavaria at the end of the war. In Schliersee, James and Dorothee have searched most of the town, but have yet to find the house where Reinhard Lubs believes he saw the Raphael in the 1970s.
Well, we should ask this chap.
Guten Tag, darf ich Sie was fragen? Haben Sie hier schon in den 70er Jahren gelebt? Kennen Sie jemanden, der hier früher der eine Sammlung hatte mit Waffen?
Unbekannt.
Danke. Alles Gute.
No?
Yeah, so he said he has never heard of anybody who collected guns in this area, and he has been living here since the 70s.
It's very frustrating, isn't it? Because we feel we're kind of in the right neck of the woods, but...
Bavaria was the Nazis' spiritual homeland and may still hold secrets from the Second World War. The team's best guess is that the masterpiece is still here, some 70 years after it was brazenly stolen from Poland.
My gut instinct is that it's out here somewhere, still lying in some attic or some basement, just waiting to be recovered.
In retracing the Raphael's incredible wartime journey, the team has gone from Pelkinie to Wawel Castle to a small lakeside town in Bavaria.
There's so much pointing to this part of the world, isn't there?
It must still be somewhere here.
Along the way, the team have identified 2 potential suspects in the theft of the masterpiece.
Edward Kneissel.
Yeah. Maybe my mother. I could think that she had stolen the Raphael.
And determined that all roads lead to Bavaria. Of all the paintings stolen by the Nazis and still missing today, Portrait of a Young Man by Raphael remains the most valuable. But the theft of this masterpiece goes far beyond its staggering price tag. It's emblematic of the pillaging of an entire nation's cultural treasures.
For people in Poland, this painting by Raphael it's in a way kind of their Mona Lisa. If someone finds the Raphael, that's going to be on the front page of every newspaper and every website in the world for a 24-hour period. So I'm hopeful that we've stirred up a lot of interest in this painting now, and I hope lead us to the door of the Raphael.
the dying days of World War II, the Nazis hid millions of dollars worth of looted gold here in the Bavarian Alps.
The order goes out to hide the gold. The last thing they want is for it to fall into the hands of the Americans. But where do they hide it? Well, they've got mountains, they've got forests, they've got the lakes, and I'm here to find it.
What happened to that gold remains one of the greatest mysteries of the war. At the end of World War II, the Allies made a series of shocking discoveries. Hidden in trains, bunkers, and deep underground, they found mountains of stolen treasure.
That must have been like going into Aladdin's cave.
Hitler and the Nazis had looted an entire continent and committed the greatest theft in history. Now, a team of investigators is opening up cold case files of Nazi plunder still missing today.
We're talking about things that are worth tens of millions of dollars.
Robert Edsel is an expert in Nazi-looted treasure.
Hundreds of thousands of objects are still missing. Well, we have a lot of digging to do.
Joining him is Second World War historian James Holland.
None of this was really his. He'd just taken it.
And investigative journalist Connor Woodman.
And this is a genuine treasure hunt. We dig a hole in the ground and we find those cases.
Their mission, uncover new clues.
Oh gosh, this is it.
Explore Nazi hideouts.
Whoever built this brick wall really didn't want anyone to get through to the other side.
Find out how the treasure was stolen and where it might be now.
What a piece of history.
The team is meeting at the headquarters of the Monuments Men Foundation, an organization that has found and returned many looted Nazi treasures to their rightful owners. Foundation President Robert Edsel briefs art and restitution expert Dorothee Schneider on a new investigation.
The Nazis were incredibly prodigious looters of gold. I mean, armies have always stolen gold. It's been part of war since it was invented, but no army and no country ever stole gold on such an industrial scale as Nazi Germany.
Yeah, and in this American report outlines how much gold was taken from all these different countries. I mean, it's a staggering amount.
In today's money, over $20 billion of gold was plundered by the Nazis from the occupied countries.
This is just the hit list. I mean, Belgium, Holland, looting Greece, Albania, Yugoslavia, Italy, Poland. They didn't miss any countries.
The Nazis stored their gold at the central bank in Berlin, the Deutsche Reichsbank. But by the war's end, the bullion had vanished.
After the war, much of the gold that was stolen by the Nazis was found, but there's still millions of dollars of gold missing, and that's the focus of our investigation. And I think we need to get on the ground and begin our investigation right here in Germany.
On February 3rd, 1945, the Deutsche Reichsbank in Berlin was almost completely destroyed in a bombing raid. 1 week later, Nazi officials hid more than 90% of their gold reserves 200 miles away deep in a salt mine. James Holland is on his way to investigate the biggest discovery of looted gold in history.
We're now driving through deepest central Germany, and this is where Patton's Third Army, in the final stages of the war, came across one of the biggest hoards of gold ever discovered.
The Merkers salt mine kept the gold safe from Allied bombs, but not American soldiers. On April 7th, 1945, acting on a tip-off, they discovered a Nazi El Dorado. Merkers is still a working mine.
Hi.
Senior engineer Ulrich Goebbels shows James around.
Thank you.
They descend 1,500 feet underground.
I really cannot get over the scale of this place.
Over 2,500 miles of tunnels with hundreds of chambers made Merkers an ideal hiding place for the looted gold. It's a 3-mile drive to the chamber where American soldiers found the Nazi treasure trove.
Here we are at the gold room now.
What an extraordinary place. I'm absolutely blown away by this.
See inside, it's rather more strange.
Oh, well, let's go and have a look.
When the engineers of the 19th Infantry Division arrived here in April 1945, they blasted a hole into the wall.
Come in.
And were stunned by what they found.
Huh. It's a big room.
Yeah, around about 15 in width and full of gold, of banknotes and so on.
Just covering the entire floor?
Yeah. More than 8,000 gold bars have been stored here. All the gold reserves of the Reichsbank in former times.
This is just incredible.
Today, there are displays here to give visitors a sense of what the chamber looked like in 1945.
$9 billion.
$9 billion?
$9 billion in today's currency. Only the golds. And the banknotes, just another $7 billion.
That's an astronomical sum, isn't it?
To give you an impression, you may see from here on, maybe until here, it was one row after the other bags with gold coins, and from here onwards, filled with gold bars to the end of the room. And here we have an inventory of those things which have been here.
British gold pounds, bags, 280. Yeah. God, it just goes on and on. American $20 gold pieces, 711 bags at $25,000 a bag. And you think that's 1945? You can only imagine, can't you, what it must have been like being the Americans who broke through that wall, came in and just saw this floor awash with gold. It must have been like going into Aladdin's cave.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like something out of the Arabian Nights.
Yeah.
It was an astonishing haul. But not all of the gold from the Reichsbank was hidden here.
There's this interrogation report made by the Allies after they questioned first Reichsbank Director Gogh.
Well, it mentions Merkers, but it also talks about trucks being loaded with gold in Berlin and headed to Mittenwald. We better get on the ground and see what we can figure out.
Over $300 million worth of looted gold in today's money was spirited off to the Bavarian Alps. Gold that was earmarked to bankroll a guerrilla war in the mountains by die-hard Nazis. The dreaded last stand never happened, but elite German troops hid the gold all over these mountains, and Connor Woodman is trying to locate it. He's meeting Jürgen Pruske and Andreas Kaiser, who've spent 10 years hunting the missing Nazi gold.
Hi Connor.
Hi Jürgen.
Hi Andy. May I introduce you, Connor?
Hi.
Hi Connor.
Nice to meet you. This is the command center.
This is the command center. Here we're planning our expedition using aerial photographs or old maps.
And what kind of things have you already found?
We'll show you. Let's take a look at these things. These are gold coins.
Wow. Oh, that's real gold.
Yeah, that's real gold.
It wasn't just the Nazi state hiding bullion. As the US, British and Russian armies closed in, Germany was reduced to anarchy. Officers, soldiers and even civilians, fearful of the future, hid whatever gold they could get their hands on, like these coins that Jürgen and Andreas have found.
There are a lot of different small caches also hidden down there at the Walchensee from persons who'd like to hide it and wait for the end of the war and recover it and start a new life.
But it's the Nazi bullion from the Reichsbank that is their prime target.
That's what we are looking for. This is not a real bullion, but it's exactly like the original, which were transported in those bags from Berlin.
The Americans found a lot of gold, but there still remains, we are sure about this. Yeah?
This, for example, is from Prague. This is silver and silver coins.
In 2007, Jürgen found this stash of silver hidden in the mountains. It's from what is today the Czech Republic, and was most probably looted by German soldiers.
So maybe this was stolen from somebody?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Connor is joining Jürgen and Andreas to help hunt for the missing gold.
Is this the kind of terrain that we're going to be looking in? This kind of lots of trees, dense vegetation?
Back in April 1945, with Allied soldiers overrunning Germany, an elite regiment of Alpine troops was tasked with hiding over $300 million worth of Nazi bullion. Loading 364 sacks of gold bars on mules, they buried the treasure in a series of stashes here in the mountains. The gold could be anywhere, but Jürgen and Andreas have a good idea where to start.
So why this spot in particular?
This is the gold hole.
Can we have a look?
Yeah, we can take a look.
So how much gold was hidden in this spot?
728 billions of gold, each weighing 12 kilograms.
These were tons of gold.
Pure gold.
All there, just there, full of treasure. It's full of history. And who found that?
The Americans.
The Americans.
Yeah.
Lead on.
Okay.
In 1945, Allied soldiers unearthed 9 tons of gold buried in 5 pits like this one, scattered across the mountainside. Much of this gold was returned to the countries it was stolen from, but historians estimate that over half a ton of gold was never found. Today, it's worth over $20 million.
Signal.
Ooh. As close to the ground as possible, is that right?
As close to the ground as possible.
Connor has joined treasure hunters Jürgen and Andreas in their quest to find buried Nazi gold. They're searching this area because in 1945, the Allies unearthed around 9 tons of bullion in a series of pits on this mountainside.
Keep it moving all the time.
It's estimated that at least half a ton was never found, worth some $20 million in today's money.
Why was a German soldier hiding my gold? Where would I go?
Signal. Non-ferrous.
Nicht Eisen. Okay, that sounds good.
It's not iron.
So if the fact that it's not iron is quite exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
The Nazis' hunger for gold was driven by more than mere greed. It was gold that bankrolled their vast war effort. To find out more, historian James Holland is in the UK.
God, look at that. That's just amazing.
Thank you.
He's here to meet engineer John Phillips.
And you completely restored this, John?
More or less on my own, yes.
By 1939, Hitler had created a vast war machine. Millions of rifles and small arms, thousands of airplanes and fighting vehicles. All of these needed huge amounts of raw materials. And to pay for them, the Nazis needed gold. And that included the Stug armored vehicle, like this perfectly restored model.
So you got lots and lots of steel in the tracks as well?
Yeah, that's manganese, high manganese content, very expensive to manufacture.
But it's amazing, isn't it? Because you look at this and you just think great big lump of steel, but actually it's got all these other metals in it as well.
Each Stug weighed 24 tons and cost the Reich the equivalent of 30 kilograms of gold.
And you know, there is a lot of raw materials here, aren't there? In just one tank, and then times that by 10,000, and then times that by all the Panthers and Tigers and Mark IVs and all the other stuff, and you've got a major problem. And this is still in running order, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Can we give it a go?
Of course.
To build weapons like the Stug, the Nazis needed far more natural resources than could be found in Germany. So they had to buy these resources from neutral countries and pay with gold. And when they ran down their gold reserves, they began looting the gold of others.
What an experience. Thank you.
Connor, Andreas and Jürgen are searching for gold buried by an elite unit of Alpine troops.
Seems quite big.
And they think that they may have found something.
Wow! That's for the Carabiner 98. It's for ammunition.
You see, it still works. Like,
it still works, huh?
This ammunition clip loaded the Carabiner 98, the standard issue infantry rifle for German soldiers.
That's pretty cool. I mean, it's amazing. The clip still works.
It's an interesting find, but the team's sights are set on recovering the buried Nazi gold.
Oh, no, this is a nice signal here. We kriegen ein Signal von da bis da. Jetzt kriege ich wieder Schatzsucherfieber.
Oh, it's a...
Das war eine Panzerfaust. Das war das Rohr von einer Panzerfaust.
Das war das Rohr von einer Panzerfaust. That's a pipe of a Panzerfaust. Jetzt müssten wir dann...
And that's part of a weapon?
Yeah, that's a part of the weapon. That was the you know, you put it on your shoulder like this, yeah, like a bazooka.
The Panzerfaust was a German anti-tank weapon. Over 6 million were manufactured, and handheld, it could knock out an Allied tank from 60 yards.
What do you guys think of these? I mean, are these clues for you in what you're looking for? I mean,
well, this is a proof that soldiers, German soldiers, have been here. And those German soldiers were hiding the gold. And so it's a proof soldiers have been here and the gold was hidden here.
I mean, this is evidence, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, and you can tell from the dates on the
Yeah.
bullets that, you know, this is Second World War.
Yeah.
We know that these are Nazi bullets. There were Nazi soldiers standing where we're standing.
The team has uncovered some fascinating war material, but there's hundreds of square miles to search. Andreas and Jürgen's quest for the looted gold will likely continue for many months. In Dallas, the team turns their attention to another potential hoard of Nazi gold, an extraordinary discovery 100 miles north of Bavaria.
Robert, I just sent you a link to a recent article I found about a large stash of gold coins that were found in northern Germany.
Yeah, let's check this out. This looks like it's a good prospect.
I'm here in northern Germany to meet a treasure hunter who, if even half of what they say about him is true, has made one hell of a find.
Connor has come to the Museum Lüneburg to meet a treasure hunter who struck it lucky and the archaeologists tasked with investigating the find's murky provenance.
So, wir würden gerne mal die Funde sehen. Können wir die vielleicht mal rüberbringen?
When Florian Bauch was asked by his local history museum to search a potential archaeological site, he unearthed an incredible find.
So, Florian, describe to me the day then.
I had the first signal, and the first signal was a gold coin. And I know I have to stop there and let the experts do evacuation.
And we've excavated about 2 weeks.
Okay, and after 2 weeks, what did you find?
The result, 217 coins.
Wow. This is a Belgian coin.
That's a Belgian coin.
And are they all from Belgium?
No. For example, these are from France. There are also coins from Italy.
So, you know, 1910 from France, 1876 from Belgium. There's a very good spread of coins here.
So in spite of the age and provenance of the coins found in Lüneburg, is it possible that this $50,000 trove was looted by the Nazis?
There's quite a lot of coins here. Presumably they must have been transported in something. Was there a pot? Was there a bowl, a bag, anything?
We got a very important hint. We found also 2 lead seals.
An examination of the seals reveals these coins are indeed linked to the Nazis.
What can you see on there?
Well, you see the swastika in the middle, see it? We've taken a photograph and blown it up, and so we can see it says Reichsbank, and on the other side it says Berlin and 244.
And these are the kind of seals that the Reichsbank would have used for sealing bags of gold, are they? The seal would have been placed, what, around the tie on the top here?
Yeah, right.
What are the realistic possibilities?
Well, what we know from the Reichsbank, we know that they probably were part of one lot, and also the seals were used from 1940 to 1945.
And then we know that the coins were mostly 19th century coins.
That's it, yeah.
Who buried these coins remains a mystery. Whether it was an official operation, a rogue Nazi feathering his nest, or even an Allied soldier hoping to come back for it, the experts at the Lüneburg Museum can't yet say. But what it reveals is that buried Nazi gold is not just a fanciful myth. The Nazis' MO was simple but brutally effective. Soon after invading a country, they would raid their central bank. Austria, Czechoslovakia, Holland, Belgium, and Poland's gold reserves were all ransacked. On top of that, the Nazis had been robbing their Jewish citizens of whatever wealth they could get their hands on since 1933. But as the tide of war turned against the Third Reich, their need for gold became even more acute. When the Americans found the treasure trove at Mercher's mine, it wasn't just gold bars, coins, and currency. There were also 18 sacks of personal jewelry and gold teeth, evidence of a horrifying crime against humanity.
Robert, this is the inventory of the Mercher's mine items, and look at the bottom of that list.
I mean, this is just sick. Teeth fillings, and we know where they came from.
Yeah, and in a recent academic report I found in Germany, these professors came to the conclusion that in the occupied territories, the amount of wealth that was stolen and looted actually paid for 1/3 of the German war effort.
It's just a staggering figure, and you have to wonder how much of that was taken from individuals. And when you think about all the concentration camps, but certainly the one most everybody knows about is Auschwitz.
James has traveled to the Nazis' most notorious death camp to learn how it was used as a macabre gold mine.
The majority of people brought here were foreign Jews who arrived bewildered, a little frightened, but with no real idea of the fate that awaited them. Each person was allowed to bring up to 50 kilograms of personal belongings, and the moment they arrived, they'd be ushered off the trains, told to put down their luggage, and then the fit and able would have been siphoned off as slave labor. The rest, the vast majority, around 75%, would be taken straight to the gas chambers. The left luggage was then rifled through and collected up by the SS guards, and all the gold, all the treasures and trinkets would have been stolen and taken off to line the coffers of the Reich.
The Nazi lust for gold, along with their perverted racist ideology, were about to plunge mankind into its darkest moment of modern times. The death camps run by the SS provided a final grisly opportunity for the Nazis to loot gold and other valuables from Jews. Amongst the vastness of Auschwitz, 30 huts, now demolished, were set aside for the processing of items stolen from the camp's victims. The area was given the name Canada, because in the eyes of the inmates, Canada represented a land of plenty. Prisoners who were selected by the Nazis to sort through the tons of possessions here were dubbed Canada Commandos. Only a handful are still living. But Robert has come to the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum to meet Irene Weiss. Irene was just 13 years old when she arrived at Auschwitz.
You've brought some photos here for us to take a look at today.
Yes, there were pictures taken by Nazi soldiers of trains arriving, the separation and processing of the prisoners.
They're documenting the Holocaust.
They're documenting the Holocaust. And
These are the men being separated?
These are the men separated. These are the women and children on their way to the gas chambers.
And these are all of the objects that are piled up, being loaded into the trunk?
Well, yes, they're throwing everything out of the train, and then they were brought to this place where later I ended up working and sorting the stuff out.
These photographs are a unique record of how the Nazis systematically robbed and executed Europe's Jewish community. And for Irene, their importance is greater still, because by a grim coincidence, they were taken on the same day she and her family arrived at Auschwitz.
And I looked at it with magnifying glass, and there I am. This is when my family was separated. These are my two little brothers. This face here, the profile, this is our mother. This is my mother. She is among the many women and children sitting in a wooded area next to one of the gas chambers, waiting to enter.
They were sent straight to the gas chambers?
Yes.
Irene's mother, father, and 4 of her siblings were all exterminated.
And so we were in Auschwitz for about a month, and from then on, we were assigned to work in this Canada section, which was just divided by an electrified fence from crematorium gas chamber number 4.
They were all brought down here, men, women, and children, all put together and told to strip naked, a humiliation in itself. The reason was they were told was that they were about to have a shower, but in fact, having put their clothes and shoes and final possessions in a neat pile, they were then ushered round that corner into the gas chamber where they're about to be murdered. Special Sonderkommando then finally went through those clothes and picked out any valuables.
Those working in Canada doing this work, somewhere in there, presumably someone was working on an area with valuables, with whatever jewelry they would have found or gold items.
We were told that if we find any gold valuables, on pain of death, you must hand it over. So we knew that they wanted it badly.
What a truly awful place. This is a gas chamber. Of course, they'd all been herded in, still believing they were going to be given a shower, and then through apertures like this, the Zyklon B, the gas would be dropped. It wasn't a quick death, necessarily. It could take up to 25 minutes, and it certainly wasn't painless. Zyklon B would make you suffocate. I mean, can you imagine how painful and horrible that must have been? Once dead, the bodies would have had teeth extracted and gold teeth fillings all removed.
The chimneys belched fire, not just smoke, high into the sky, really flames coming out. So by this time, you could not deny what was going on. I literally asked myself, why are you not crying? I could not cry. It was not, you know, what the eyes saw, the brain couldn't process.
The Nazis destroyed much of the documentary evidence of the atrocities they committed at Auschwitz. But curator Mirek Obstacek is taking James to see a stash of highly incriminating records, which were overlooked when the SS guards abandoned the camp.
So Mirek, what have you got here?
The original camp documents, the reports of extraction of dental gold.
So they made a recording of this?
Yes. Everybody who perished, who was killed or died in the camp, after his death, these teeth were extracted.
So is this the date he was killed?
Yes.
30th of May, 1942. Yes. And this is his name?
Name, Bukowski Zygmunt. Polish name,
Bukowski.
Polish name, surname.
Yep.
Camp's number.
And that's the one that's tattooed on the arm?
Yes, yes. And this information how many golden teeth were extracted. You see, 4 from the right side and 4 on the left side.
So 8 gold teeth?
8 gold teeth. Next one.
This no name at all?
No name.
Just a number?
Only number.
So here's someone with 2 gold teeth, and it's just amazing to think that they're itemizing every piece of gold. I mean, there it is, written in bold, gold. It's itemizing the theft that they're carrying out. It's just unbelievable.
After the war, Allied soldiers discovered a rare audio recording of SS leader Heinrich Himmler. Halfway through his speech to SS officers, he boasts about the looting of Jewish people.
Ich meine die Judenevakuierung, die Ausrottung des jüdischen Volkes. Von euch werden die meisten wissen, was es heißt, wenn 100 Leichen beisammen liegen. Wenn 500 da liegen oder wenn 1000 da liegen. Die Reichtümer, die sie hatten, haben wir ihnen abgenommen. Wir haben diese Reichtümer restlos dem Reich, dem Staat abgeführt.
It's estimated that in Poland, the Nazis stripped 2.5 tons of pure gold from concentration camp victims. But they didn't manage to steal everything. In 2016, researchers at Auschwitz made a heartbreaking discovery.
You can see here.
Oh my goodness, how amazing. We've got
golden,
a ring.
Yes, golden ring.
Look at that. And what looks like a gold bracelet.
Yes.
So wrapped up in a little bit of cloth.
An X-ray of an inmate's tin cup revealed hidden treasures belonging to an unknown inmate who most likely died in the camp.
Oh. So this is a lid which covers bottom of the mug, which was made most probably from the tin of very popular chocolate in Poland.
So there was a sort of false bottom here?
Yeah.
It looks incredibly fragile, so I'm not going to touch it, but that was in there and this was underneath?
Yes, yes.
How remarkable. It's amazing to think this is one bit of gold that the Nazis didn't manage to get their hands on.
Yeah.
This woman obviously managed to save it. What an amazing story.
The question for the team is, what happened to the stolen gold after it was shipped out of Auschwitz? They know that SS officer Bruno Melmer was tasked with transporting it to the Central Reichsbank. From there, it would be sent to a private gold refinery called Degas. Dorothee has been granted rare access to their archives to find out more.
So there's no doubt that Jewish gold went through the Degas holdings. There's this large correspondence file. Judengold, Jewish gold and silver is mentioned throughout. And when you go to the ledgers of the company, it will say JD, which stands for Jüdisch.
This Juden gold was smelted down with other gold to form new bars of bullion. But what happened to it then?
What is interesting is the gold then went from here, from the reserves, and I found a chart. It talks in percentage how much gold went where. 51% into export, which means it went to countries like Sweden, Portugal, from where Nazi Germany had to buy resources.
It's damning evidence that some of the gold pillaged from the bodies of concentration camp victims made its way to the so-called neutral countries. Now the team switch their investigation to the way in which the Nazis in these states did business, and all trails lead to one country, Switzerland.
Under here, if you're looking for Nazi loot, that's where it could be.
The team are on the trail of gold plundered by the Nazis from Europe's central banks and from the inmates of the concentration camps. James is in Zurich to untangle the secret web of big banks and neutral countries that helped oil the wheels of the German war machine.
It's amazing to think that during the Nazi period, thousands of Germans were coming here to Zurich, and specifically to here, Bahnhofstrasse. And the reason they were all coming to Bahnhofstrasse was because this is Swiss Bank Central. This is where all the major Swiss banks had their offices.
The Swiss banks were notoriously secretive when it comes to their role in World War II. So James is meeting Susan Ronald, a former banker and expert on how the banks and the Nazis did deals.
The interesting thing was Germany tried to sell gold in exchange for war material that they were buying from Portugal, direct to Portugal. And Portugal refused.
What, resources like bauxite?
Portugal absolutely, totally refused. And they actually wrote, they didn't write to Germany, they wrote to the Swiss Banking Association, and they said, we cannot take gold anymore directly from Germany. What we can do is take gold from Switzerland.
Countries like Portugal did not want to be seen openly accepting plundered gold, so the Nazis desperately needed a country that could wash away its dark provenance.
So what happened was the Swiss came up with a system of cloaking the gold. They would take in the gold, rebrand it in some way, and send it on to Portugal in payment.
And then they were fine.
Then they were fine.
They must have known it was still as
Of course
dodgy as
they
it
did.
was. So all that, it's not through moral scruples, it's just through covering their backs.
No, it was more a question of, we think the Allies are going to win the war. We do not want to be punished.
Just how complicit the Swiss were in dealing Nazi gold is still a hotly debated issue. In 1998, the Swiss banks made reparations of over $1 billion to the victims and descendants of the Holocaust. But some, like Susan, believe that to this day there may be Nazi plunder hidden away in the numerous bank vaults deep beneath Bahnhofstrasse.
So, I mean, what are we talking about? How extensive?
The vaults start probably at this intersection here, and then go about another half a mile further north.
Under here, if you're looking for Nazi loot, that's where it could be.
If an account remains inactive for 60 years, which all of the Nazi gold has done, then it belongs to the Swiss government.
So they now own
Yes.
all the Nazi gold that's possibly still in their vaults.
That's correct. I should add to that that as recently as last year, the Swiss Banking Association said that that's just a rumor. There's no gold left.
But you think there is?
Of course. And looted art, and all sorts of things.
As a former senior investment banker, Susan is one of the few people to have seen inside some of these vaults.
My first vault, they actually had a gold room.
What do you mean?
The gold room was filled with ingots of gold.
What, just all stacked up?
Yeah. Yeah.
How amazing. Yes. So proper kind of Aladdin's cave.
Absolutely.
And did you see anything that perhaps you shouldn't have done, or?
Oh yes, I got into a lot of trouble.
Are you able to say, or is it all, are you under sort of pain of death?
I will say that the bank manager who was accompanying us told me that I'd broken the Swiss secrecy laws by looking at one of the sliding walls where they hang the art. So,
and did you see things that were definitely looted?
Yes.
In the war?
Yes.
Goodness.
We may never know for sure how much, if any, Nazi gold remains in the vaults under this street. But now the team train their sights on another target. The bullion that passed through Switzerland over 70 years ago and was used to keep the Nazi war machine alive.
I found this report about how Germany and Portugal had these really close trade relationships.
Let me see. References their purchases of wolfram, which is German for tungsten. And we know that tungsten was a critical material for the production of armor-piercing artillery shells. And then look at this. April 30, 1945, 5 very heavy chests of gold were brought into Portugal by the German legation at Lisbon. What I want to know is, what happened to all of that gold?
Connor has flown to Lisbon to investigate the Portuguese connection. 75 years ago, the city was a hotbed of spies, intrigue, and crooked dealings. The perfect place for high-ranking Nazis to barter their plundered gold for raw materials. In recent years, several journalists and historians have begun digging into this murky past.
I'm on my way to meet an investigative journalist this morning called Antonio Lusa. Now, he was the first guy to connect all the dots and tell this story that exposed how Portugal was connected to the gold that was looted by the Nazis. Okay, so what we know for sure, this triangle was set up with Switzerland to facilitate the Nazis buying things from Portugal, using looted gold, without it being obvious to the rest of the world. Do we know how much came from Nazi Germany?
Well, about 123 tons.
Antonio believes some of this gold was sent to Lisbon's jewelry quarter.
They sold it to small jewelry and gold shops that you see here in the old part of Lisbon. They smelted it to small ingots.
So they took the 12.5 kilo ingots, broke them up into smaller pieces and then sold them off individually, which makes the gold untraceable.
It was a way to get rid of this gold.
It's incredible, isn't it, that the government is organising this sale of gold.
But they have been doing it not only in the 2 last years of the war, they have been doing it for decades after the war.
It's an extraordinary allegation. Not only did the Portuguese regime enable the Nazis to launder their dirty gold, but they continued handling this gold for many years after. Antonio can't say for sure where all the gold went, but some of it, very likely, flowed through Rue d'Oro, Gold Street. This is where Portuguese officials sold some of the Nazi gold, which would then be made into rings, brooches, and bracelets. To find out how easily it's done, Connor has brought along some scrap gold.
Let me show you a few of the things that I've brought today. I have a gold ring, I have a pair of gold cufflinks, and a gold necklace. If I wanted to destroy the provenance of these items so that you could not tell where they came from, but I wanted to leave here with just a piece of untraceable gold, how could I do that?
Agora é posto num cadinho, é derretido e vazado, e faz uma barra.
Okay, so the equipment that you have here, you'd be able to smelt these items down now?
É possível derreter e demora à volta de 5 minutos.
In 5 minutes?
Sim.
He looted the national gold reserves from the occupied countries. He stole the wedding rings, jewelry, and gold teeth from concentration camp victims. For Hitler, gold never lost its luster. It was the currency that would pay for his 1,000-year Reich. But of all the looted Nazi treasure that went missing during the war, gold has proved to be the most difficult to track down.
There's no way now of telling where that came from.
Sim, o ouro é fácil, depois de derreter, ninguém sabe o que lá estava.
It's just a completely unidentifiable gold nugget. Could have come from anywhere. You start with a bunch of jewelry, you end up with something that's just worth hard, easily transportable currency. It's the perfect material.
The hunt for Hitler's gold has taken the team from mine shafts.
This is just incredible.
To the mountainside.
Wow! I mean, this is evidence, isn't it?
To a survivor of the Holocaust who witnessed firsthand the Nazis' greed and inhumanity.
These are my two little brothers.
They were sent straight to the gas chambers.
Yes.
Of all the looted Nazi treasure, gold was the most precious. It was the lifeblood of the Third Reich, an element so vital they would do anything to get their hands on it.
The majority of gold that was looted by the Nazis was probably smelted down and sold and scattered to the four corners of the globe. We just don't know anymore where that gold ended up. It could be in the jewelry you're wearing today. It could even be in your wedding ring. Fact is, it could be anywhere.
The war between Hitler and Stalin cost more than 25 million lives. It also saw the disappearance of vast amounts of treasure, including 400 masterpieces from Berlin.
Fire in the Flak Tower destroys a huge amount of art.
And a famous Russian room.
Oh, wow.
Made entirely of amber.
This was the last place the Amber Room was seen.
Yes.
Two great mysteries and the hunt for missing treasure. At the end of World War II, the Allies made a series of shocking discoveries. Hidden in trains, bunkers, and deep underground, they found mountains of stolen treasure.
That must have been like going into Aladdin's cave.
Hitler and the Nazis had looted an entire continent and committed the greatest theft in history. Now, a team of investigators is opening up cold case files of Nazi plunder still missing today.
We're talking about things that are worth tens of millions of dollars.
Robert Edsel is an expert in Nazi-looted treasure.
Hundreds of thousands of objects are still missing. Well, we have a lot of digging to do.
Joining him is Second World War historian James Holland.
None of this was really his. He'd just taken it.
And investigative journalist Connor Woodman.
And this is a genuine treasure hunt. We dig a hole in the ground and we find those cases.
Their mission, uncover new clues.
Oh gosh, this is it.
Explore Nazi hideouts.
Whoever built this brick wall really didn't want anyone to get through to the other side.
Find out how the treasure was stolen and where it might be now.
What a piece of history.
At the headquarters of the Monuments Men Foundation, an organization that has found and returned many Nazi-looted treasures to their rightful owners, Robert Edsel and art historian Dorothee Schneider are launching the team's new investigation, the Berlin Flak Tower mystery.
This case involves one of the greatest mysteries of World War II, perhaps the greatest loss of cultural property in modern time.
Berlin, early May 1945. Hitler was dead, and the Soviet Red Army's bloody conquest of the city nearly complete.
At the end of the war in May '45, a flak tower, or anti-aircraft tower in Berlin, housed some of the greatest cultural treasures in the world, placed there for safekeeping.
The Friedrichshain Flak Tower was a mighty fortress near the center of the city. With reinforced concrete walls 4 meters thick, it was virtually impenetrable. Hundreds of masterpieces belonging to Berlin's museums were placed inside, where they should have been entirely safe. But these eyewitness reports claim that not long after the German surrender, a series of fires ripped through the Flak Tower, likely burning its contents to ashes.
I have this report here. It's 441 masterpieces to be exact, including Rubens, Caravaggio, big names worth billions of dollars.
This inventory list, prepared at the end of the war, captures the enormity of what may be the biggest tragedy in the history of art. For decades, it was thought everything on this list was destroyed.
They're some of the most important paintings in the world, all thought to have been destroyed. And yet we know now today, through our research and the research of others, some works of art survived. And that's the focus of our case, to find out what's out there.
To solve the Friedrichshain Flak Tower mystery, the team must go back to the final chaotic days of the Battle of Berlin. Historian James Holland is at the scene of Nazi Germany's last stand.
I'm here in Berlin to investigate the mystery that surrounds the loss of a number of priceless works of art at the very end of the war. It's important to understand the context in which this was happening. Today, Berlin is a modern, thriving city, but if I've been standing outside the Reichstag here in May 1945, all I'd have seen is complete and utter devastation. The entire city lay in ruins, pounded by relentless Allied bombing. While in those final weeks of the war, a battle raged between revenge-fueled Soviet troops and the remnants of the German armed forces, with civilians caught up in the middle. This was a time where normal life had completely broken down. It was a time of utter chaos.
Amidst the chaos, the flak towers were some of the only buildings left standing.
From really early on in the war, the RAF started bombing Berlin, and in response to this, the Germans decided to massively strengthen the city's anti-aircraft defenses. And centered to this were 3 enormous flak towers. And actually, you can see on this map really clearly, there was one here at Humboldthain, another one at Zoo, and a third one here at Friedrichshain, where I'm heading now to find out what happened to that art in May of 1945.
The massive Friedrichshain Flak Tower complex comprised of 2 buildings. The gun tower, which stood over 220 feet high and was crowned with a battery of anti-aircraft cannons, and a nearby radar tower to detect approaching bombers. It was here that Berlin's museum curators brought their treasures for safe storage. James has come to Friedrichshain to meet Sascha Keil, a Berliner who has spent 2 decades finding and exploring the city's hidden wartime bunkers.
Sascha, I know we're in Friedrichshain now, and I know there was a monstrous flak tower here, but where was it?
See the hill?
Yeah.
Under this hillock is this.
So that's just been buried, effectively?
Yeah.
Create a hill, cover it with soil, plant some grass, job done. Was there anything you can still see?
Yeah, you can see some pieces on top. I can show you. This is one balcony, you can say.
Well, it's amazing to see this little bit sticking up.
It's just this one piece.
How amazing.
On May the 2nd, 1945, the Red Army seized Friedrichshain and its counterpart tower at Zoo and found the massive stockpiles of priceless treasure stored in both. But that is where the similarity between the 2 towers ends and the Friedrichshain mystery begins.
So, Sascha, let me get this straight. So the Russians take over the Zoo Flak Tower at the beginning of May, and they do so in an orderly fashion. They put in guards. They know there's treasures there, and they're protected. But they don't do the same here at Friedrichshain. The art is still in the radar tower, unprotected.
That is the first idea I would have as an officer, that they ignored everything.
No guards were posted at the tower, and no protection was given to the treasures inside. Mobs of desperate Berliners now broke in on the hunt for food, shelter, and anything else they could lay their hands on.
There's no guards. People are looting and coming in and out and taking away things.
But responsible persons generals, officers, and guards. Why did they ignore Friedrichshain and let it open to the public or anyone else?
Over 3 days, from May the 2nd to the 5th, locals ransacked the tower, taking anything they could find.
And then sometime between the night of the 5th of May and the morning of the 6th, there's a fire on the first floor.
But this was just the beginning. Over the next 10 days, 2 more blazes erupted on the 2nd and 3rd floors, burning out of control.
We're talking about incineration, we're talking about extreme heat, aren't we?
Yeah, it burned for days, so hot.
When the smoke finally cleared, museum curators entered the tower and found knee-high piles of ash where the treasure once was stored. But for the team, questions remain. Was all the art destroyed? Or is it possible some items survived, spirited away by looters before the blaze broke out? The team is in Berlin to investigate the disappearance of $2 billion worth of treasure in 1945.
There's a fire in the Black Tower, and that destroys a huge amount of art.
But evidence is now emerging that some of this treasure may have survived.
But even earlier than that, people are looting and coming in and out and taking away things.
Now Robert Edsel has come to Berlin to follow a new lead. He's meeting Brian Horney, the son of an American soldier who was stationed in the city after the war.
Your father was working with Allied military government and civil affairs right at the end of the war and was in Berlin. Well, buildings still would have been practically smoldering.
It was a disaster. There wasn't anything functional. They got food for people, housing for people. They got the place safe again.
While helping with urgent relief work, Horney had a fateful encounter with a Berliner looking to exchange a rolled-up painting for water and food.
He met a lady who was totally devastated, and he supplied her food and water and apparently saw the painting. It was not framed. He said, you know, what I saw was just a painting of a Madonna. So he paid her for the painting. What? I don't know. He didn't look at the value of it. He looked at the painting. And it's a beautiful painting.
Brian's father returned to Pennsylvania with his treasure, and it remained in the family for nearly 70 years, until the day Brian took it to a nearby gallery to be reframed.
So I took it in, and they said, do you know how valuable this is? I said, no, I have no idea.
The painting was sent to Sotheby's auction house in New York, where it was positively identified as a Renaissance-era work by Italian master Giovanni Boltraffio, a friend and colleague of Leonardo da Vinci. And there was other shocking news.
We heard from Sotheby's that it was in one of the flak towers.
Sotheby's had discovered the painting on a wartime list of works stored at Friedrichshain and assumed destroyed. The unidentified Berliner had somehow acquired it and sold it on to Daniel Horney.
I never knew her name, and he never mentioned it.
And no way of knowing where she got it from.
None whatsoever. He had no idea where it came from.
In 2012, Brian returned this masterpiece to its rightful owners, the Gemälde Gallery in Berlin. Its survival is definitive proof that at least one of the paintings made it out of the Flak Tower intact. But what of the other 440 paintings stored at Friedrichshain, including this work by Caravaggio, Saint Matthew and the Angel, which would be worth tens of millions of dollars if found today? What was its fate? Robert has come to Berlin's Bode Museum to see some items that survived the fire. Not paintings, but statues and sculptures, which bear witness to the violence and chaos of those final days of the war.
So tell me about this.
This is a work that has been in Berlin since the 17th century. And it's a work that was damaged in 1945. It was in the Friedrichshain fire. It also served as a target for soldiers. We don't know if they were Russian or German soldiers. There are two bullet holes that are visible in the back. There's one here that you can see, and another one here in the right shoulder. And the most disturbing is the one in the temple here. Every time I look at this sculpture, I see a child with a bullet in his head.
It stands as a testament to part of history.
Yes, absolutely.
In the museum's basement, Julian shows Robert a relief that also survived the inferno.
Well, a Della Robbia.
Yes. The Della Robbia were a family in Florence that developed a technical process for glazed terracotta. This relief is extremely useful to understand what happened physically in the Friedrichshain bunker. The heat was so high that the glaze became liquid again, it liquefied, and that ashes that was in the air settled in the molten glaze, which then hardened. This type of glaze first becomes liquid at temperatures above 1,000 degrees Celsius. And we know from documents that the second fire lasted for 2 or 3 days.
So using this work of art as a way, kind of an autopsy of what took place in Friedrichshain as you described.
Yes.
So in effect, portions of the lost paintings and some of the other works of art there are evidenced here in fragments.
Maybe there are relics of the Caravaggios in the dust that you see here, but we will never know.
Extraordinary.
Sadly.
These damaged works of art are not only evidence of the intensity of the fires, but also lead Robert to the next stage of the investigation.
It looks like an accident scene. You have two adolescents lying on stretchers. These two were returned in 1958 from the Soviet Union.
After the fire, Soviet archaeologists entered the Flak Tower, removed any surviving treasure, and took it to the Soviet Union. The archaeologists were part of what was known as the Red Army Trophy Brigades, which took cultural artifacts from Germany as compensation for Soviet war losses.
2.5 million objects were taken. They were distributed among a number of museums in the Soviet Union. The two most important ones were the Pushkin Museum in Moscow and the Hermitage in St. Petersburg.
We know the Red Army Trophy Brigades took millions of items from Germany. But did they remove treasures from the Flak Tower before the fires broke out? If unarmed civilians managed to make off with art, how much more could a well-equipped Red Army unit have plundered? In Dallas, Robert and Dorothée are looking at the Soviets' motive.
I think when we talk about Berlin in May 1945, we really have to go back to June 1941 with Nazi Germany's invasion into the Soviet Union. That's really when it all begins.
Hitler's invasion of the Soviet Union was the biggest and deadliest act of aggression in history. He considered the Russians to be Untermensch, or subhuman. His relentless 4-year war of annihilation claimed nearly 25 million Soviet lives through combat, starvation, and genocide.
The losses are staggering, but it's not, of course, just the losses, it's the pillaging and the looting.
As they advanced, the Nazis seized every possible opportunity to ransack the nation of its treasures. It was cultural warfare on an unprecedented scale.
And the Nazis, they looted and pillaged so much in the Soviet Union. The museums that were looted, places of worship that were blown up.
Exactly. I mean, when you get to 1944, the fall of 44, and the spring of 45, as Berlin's encircled by the Soviet Red Army forces, they're running the looting and the pillaging in reverse. They're out for revenge.
For the Soviets, the loss of one treasure above all others came to symbolize what they'd suffered at the hands of the Nazis. Investigative journalist Connor Woodman is in St. Petersburg to find out more about the theft of this cultural icon and how it drove the Soviets' quest for revenge.
I'm about 25 kilometers outside St. Petersburg on my way to Catherine's Palace, which once housed the 8th wonder of the world, the Amber Room. It went missing from here in 1941, stolen by the Nazis, and it's never been found. It's still considered by many to be the greatest art mystery of all time.
The Catherine Palace was conceived as a summer house for the Russian royal family, and no expense was spared in its construction. But for Hitler's looters, the real prize lay within. Crafted more than 300 years ago by German artisans as a gift to Russia, the Amber Room, with its soaring panels of glittering amber, was the prime target on the Nazis' cultural rampage through the East.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
This is a meticulous reproduction of the original.
Look at this. This is so much bigger than I thought it would be. I had no idea that it would be as vast as this.
Когда началась эвакуация музейных предметов из нашего дворца, конечно, первое, что попытались сделать наши сотрудники, это снять наше знаменитое янтарное панно. Но, к сожалению, оказалось, что это невозможно, потому что по ряду причин панно стали осыпаться. Поэтому решено было оставить ее на месте.
In a last-ditch effort to save the room, palace staff tried concealing the panels with wallpaper. But the conquering Germans saw through the ruse. In November 1941, a team of Nazi art experts arrived at the palace and quickly dismantled the room with surgical precision.
So they obviously worked out a way to move it that the Russians hadn't been able to work out.
Существовала целая кюнсткоманда, команда искусствоведов, которые этим занимались. Им удалось за 36 часов демонтировать эти панно.
For the Germans to have turned up here with 20 curators who were amber experts, they must have come here specifically to take the Amber Room.
Да, конечно, немцы, их командование, немецкие искусствоведы, они, конечно, понимали, какую ценность. Немецкие искусствоведы считали, что они возвращают свое.
2.5 years later, in January 1944, the Red Army liberated Leningrad, and palace staff returned to find their worst fears realized. The Amber Room was gone, and the rest of the palace had been burned and gutted.
Конечно, состояние, ощущение от увиденного было очень тяжелое, потому что, когда они сюда вошли, они увидели полностью разрушенный дворец.
The Catherine Palace has since been painstakingly restored to its former glory. But for Vika, it will never be complete without the original Amber Room.
And what do you think? Do you think one day someone will find the original Amber Room?
Мы надеемся и будем надеяться до последнего.
As the Nazis sped away with the Amber Room, they could not have known their actions would stoke the fires of revenge and provoke the Soviets to blaze their own trail of plunder all the way to Berlin and the Friedrichshain Flak Tower. The team is searching for masterpieces taken from a Berlin treasure hoard in the final hours of the war, and the Red Army is a prime suspect. In Berlin, Robert has a rendezvous with Konstantin Akinsha. He was a curator at the Kiev Museum in the early 1990s, and he made a shocking discovery. Stashes of art taken from Germany and secretly kept in the back rooms of Soviet museums.
Konstantin, tell me how that came about. What was that moment like when you realized what you'd found?
When I came as a young curator to the museum, I saw all these hidden treasures. And I found that half of our collection is not ours. We had works from German museums which we were hiding.
Shocked by what he saw, Konstantin investigated further and discovered the Kiev Museum was just one of 50 secret repositories of art taken from Germany by the Red Army trophy brigades.
Where did the idea of the Soviet trophy brigades for culture come from?
Commodities. The main brigades were not specialized in art.
Right.
For example, it was a special trophy brigade coming to Germany to collect shoes. So, trains packed by shoes were sent to Russia. Special trophy brigades were collecting hats. So, hats were sent to Russia.
And this all emanates from Stalin's view that the Soviet Union has, of course, suffered enormous losses, which it has,
Yeah, of course.
and that it should receive compensation for these losses.
Yeah, and the art was the same.
You destroyed our works of art, so we're going to take yours to compensate for the
Yeah,
losses.
all in all, we are talking about more than 2.5 million of objects.
2.5 million objects under the trophy brigade.
Yeah, under the trophy brigades, moved to Russia.
Following Stalin's death in 1953, the Soviets returned an estimated 1.5 million of these objects to communist East Germany. But that left 1 million works of art still hidden away behind the Iron Curtain. The question now, were the trophy brigades somehow involved in the Friedrichshain mystery? Konstantin is doubtful.
The city was in the state of complete chaos, and all around Berlin they encountered problems. They made unbelievable mistake with toward Friedrichshain.
The trophy brigades quickly secured the zoo flag tower and its treasures. But they were delayed in reaching its counterpart at Friedrichshain.
All these treasures was there, it was not guarded, and people were coming there. A lot of displaced persons, locals. Of course, soldiers were looking, but like every army had the same problem.
So there's Soviet Red Army soldiers that are picking things up to take them back, for which there really was no accounting.
Yeah, of course.
So things that are lost, perhaps thought to be destroyed and might show up in Russia at some point in time?
Of course, they could be sitting in storages, and we don't know what still could be found there.
It seems like the best place to be looking for the missing objects is somewhere in Russia or the former Soviet republics.
Of course, but for this you need one thing. You need access to the repositories of museums. I think that some surprises are waiting for us in these repositories.
How do I get it?
That's another question.
Connor has flown to the city of Kaliningrad in Russia. Before the war, it was the German city of Königsberg, home of Königsberg Castle, the last verified location of the Amber Room. This is all that remains of the structure today. Connor has come to meet with the castle's historian to find out more about the Amber Room's time here, and if the ruins might still hold any clues to its fate.
Well, this is it.
Wow.
Rest of the Royal Königsberg Castle.
This was the last place the Amber Room was seen?
Yes.
According to Nazi records, the room was transported here directly from the Catherine Palace in late fall 1941.
Why Königsberg? Why was Königsberg so important to the Germans?
In the propaganda, it was like a city fortress, you know.
Right.
But actually, the castle itself, it's not a fortress. It's more like a palace for the museum here. It's a big museum, big collection.
The Nazis filled the castle museum with looted art, and it was here the Amber Room was reassembled and put on display. For Hitler and the Nazis, it was an unqualified triumph, a historic example of German craftsmanship repatriated to the fatherland after more than 2 centuries in Russia.
For the Germans to have sent so much important art, including the Amber Room, to this place, they must have felt like this was a pretty safe castle.
Yeah,
they,
of course.
They were never going to lose it.
Losing the war was not in their plans.
In 1943, the Allies turned the tide against Germany, and Königsberg became a prime target for their bombers. For its protection, the amber room was disassembled, crated up, and moved into storage deep inside the castle.
This is pretty much where we know the amber room was stored to keep it safe from the bombing. So, so it's quite likely that somewhere along here was the last place the amber room was seen.
It's underground level of the building that contains the amber room, and after that, just disappeared from the history.
The Red Army surrounded Königsberg on January the 15th, 1945, and after a brutal 3-month siege, took the city and its castle on April the 10th. Nazi records show the Germans evacuated at least some of the valuable art housed at Königsberg Castle before the city was surrounded. But were the delicate panels of the amber room among them? More than 70 years later, the debate over its fate continues.
And where do you think it is?
I don't know. There's no evidence of existence in the room somewhere after the war, but some other objects out of documents were transported to Germany, and we found it after the war. And I think if Germans transported the documents, they actually transported the amber room.
Yeah, which would you take first? Your documents or your amber room? I know which one I'd take. Yeah.
It's possible the amber room was safely evacuated to a carefully selected hiding place before the Red Army surrounded the city. And he's far from alone. There are dozens of theories as to its current location, from a half-finished Nazi bunker near Mamerki, Poland, to an ancient tunnel beneath a church near Gdansk, to a silver mine near Germany's border with the Czech Republic. For all the rampant speculation, only one thing is certain. The amber room was the Nazis' ultimate prize. They were desperate to hide it and keep it from falling back into Soviet hands. For Connor, the question now is, where? In the hunt for the Flak Tower treasures, Robert has learned that it wasn't only Soviet trophy brigades that took German cultural artifacts. Rogue Red Army soldiers were also guilty of looting thousands of works of art. He's in Russia, at St. Petersburg's legendary Hermitage Museum, to see if there is any chance works that survived the Friedrichshain fires might still be found in Russia's national galleries.
We're here at the General Headquarters building at the Hermitage. It's an extraordinarily rich collection with works of art that were taken from Germany at the end of the war and brought to the Soviet Union, where they sat in archives for many, many decades.
In 1995, 4 years after the fall of the Soviet Union, Russia's two greatest museums, the Hermitage and the Pushkin in Moscow, put more than 130 masterworks taken from Germany on public display. Many still hang in the Hermitage today.
To see this remarkable painting by Degas in spectacular condition, the freshness and the crispness of it, and this great painting by Van Gogh, the White House at Night. These paintings have such vibrancy and energy to them, and it's just a joy to be able to be here and see these works of art and know that they've been preserved well.
But before they were taken by the trophy brigades and shipped to the Soviet Union, these paintings had once belonged to Germans. They don't come from the Flak Tower, but other collections. Neither the Hermitage nor the Russian government has any intention of returning them. Mikhail Piotrovsky has been the museum's director since 1990 and oversaw the introduction of these contentious paintings.
There's controversy about the pictures that are here at the Hermitage in Pushkin that came out of Germany.
Yes, well, you know, it's not a problem. We have taken them, we deserve it. There was a war, we won the war, it's okay. But it must be seen by the people, because art is above economics, art is above politics. Art is not an object of property and money. Art is very special. It really belongs to everybody, wherever it is.
But what about the treasures at the heart of the Flak Tower mystery? Is there any chance some are hanging in Russia's great museums and galleries?
You're a great student of history. What do you think happened in the fire at the Friedrichshain Flak Tower in Berlin? In the early years, the standard line was everything was destroyed in the fire, but we now know that wasn't true because there were some smaller format paintings that were found. Do you think some of these missing works of art might have also survived and might be in the museums?
I don't think so. We would know if they're in the collections of the museums, and today they're not.
So there's no hope that there'll be more paintings like that surface?
You know, there must be hope, but still have to understand that a lot of things have been destroyed. But from time to time, people are finding things. We know that a lot of things have been taken also by the Soviet soldiers, even though it was considered to be illegal. So some of the work of arts could still be in Russia, in collections, private collections.
So in the former Soviet countries, taken by Soviet soldiers?
Oh, it's terrible, but it is how it is.
Treasures from the Friedrichshain Flak Tower could be in the hands of private collectors in Russia today. But Robert needs to investigate further. In Kaliningrad, Russia, Connor's investigation into the Nazi theft of the Amber Room continues near the ruins of Königsberg Castle.
Well, I'm only a stone's throw from the castle. This is a bunker that's been excavated by the Museum of Kaliningrad, and I'm going to meet a guy here who's got a theory that this bunker and maybe other bunkers are connected by a system of tunnels, and even that the Amber Room might be inside one of them.
Sergei Trifonov is a treasure hunter who has spent the last 3 decades searching for the Amber Room.
Sergei, why do you think the Amber Room is in this spot?
Я не думаю, я уверен. Я более 30 лет занимаюсь этой проблематикой и считаю, что янтарный кабинет находится под полом бункера. Мы сделали сверление и доказали это.
So the Nazis took the Amber Room, they hid it in a bunker below this bunker, and then they sealed it so that to make it look as though there was no bunker there. Is that the theory?
Да. Более того, у меня полная уверенность, что янтарная комната из Кенигсберга не вывозилась. Вот система подземных ходов, то, что я получил из Германии.
Sergei obtained this map from a historian in Berlin. It revealed another bunker below that had not been entered in decades.
Это старый город. И подземные ходы, которые идут от Королевского замка в сторону бункера.
The Nazis used the city's old tunnels to link their bunkers. Sergei believes that as the Soviets surrounded the city, the Amber Room was secretly taken from the castle through these tunnels and sealed inside the secret bunker. In 2013, with the City Museum's permission, Sergei bored a new hole into the 1942 bunker.
You had them make this hole?
Мы попросили прорубить люк, вырезали люк.
All right, let's have a look. Dark, creepy bunkers, just what we love.
Sergei's excavation revealed a flooded chamber that had to be pumped out before it could be safely explored. Draining the chamber revealed a hastily built brick wall.
Okay, so we have an interesting bunker because everything in here is clearly fabricated out of concrete, but at the end there is a brick wall, which is completely different to everything else in here.
Sergei recently gained permission to bore a new hole near the top and insert a camera probe to see what lay beyond.
It's a really thick brick wall.
Кирпичная, 1,50 m.
1.50 m. So whoever built this brick wall really didn't want anyone to get through to the other side. So Sergei, you pushed a camera through these holes?
Да, видеозонд.
And explain to me what you could see when you went through.
Ну, во-первых, то, что там есть помещение, заполненное водой, раз. Второе, 2 крупных предмета мы увидели. Зеленоватого цвета с явно выраженными техническими особенностями. Бока округлые.
Sergei's camera revealed another flooded chamber and captured this footage of what he believes are two large metal cases that could contain pieces of the Amber Room, hidden here by the Germans while the battle for Königsberg raged above. And he's convinced there are more beyond.
Why doesn't someone just knock it down?
Это огромное согласование. Конечно, поступление воды самое страшное.
Until the museum agrees to pump the water from the bricked-in chamber, exactly what this image is will remain a mystery.
It strikes me there are many possibilities about what happened to the Amber Room, and one option definitely is that it was buried here under the streets of Kaliningrad. But as far as my investigation into that goes, well, I've hit a brick wall. Whoever built this wall definitely does not want you to get to the other side of it. Whatever is behind there has been hidden from us. And it makes me wonder why, in the last few years since it was discovered, nobody's knocked it down, especially when you think that maybe waiting behind it is the Amber Room.
The whereabouts of the Amber Room remain unknown. But in St. Petersburg, Robert is following an important lead in the hunt for the Flak Tower treasures. He's arranged a meeting with Mikhail Kamensky, the former head of Sotheby's auction house in Russia.
When I started to work for the auction house in the 90s, I met a lot of people who were the proud owners of treasures that they inherited, and the provenance was German museums.
When you say inherited, you think inherited from someone that was a Soviet soldier?
Yes, from soldiers who were in Berlin and who brought these trophies back to the Soviet Union.
During the Soviet era, possession of looted art was illegal. But in modern Russia, the situation has changed.
So I want to understand this because this is such an important point. If individuals here have these works of art that they've inherited from a Soviet Red Army soldier,
They are
however,
the legal owners.
They are the legal owners.
Inside Russia, they are the legal owners.
According to Mikhail, in the years after the collapse of the Communist bloc and the Soviet Union, Russian bankers began buying up and amassing large collections of art that once belonged to Germany.
I won't ask you to name names of works of art, but have some of the works of art that you've seen in the course of time in these private collections, are they as important or more important than some of the works at the state collections by Van Gogh and Degas and others?
Many of them are from museums, so of course they are of museum quality.
But international law put a stop to the bankers' venture.
You cannot officially sell anything at the auction or in the gallery and declare the fact that the original source is a museum collection in Germany.
They're stuck inside Russia.
Yes. These art objects cannot circulate on the art market.
So in the case of the Friedrichshain Flak Tower, there were these enormous fires thought for the longest while to have consumed all of the works of art inside. And then over the course of time, some of the paintings have emerged. Do you think some could be in the former Soviet countries?
Absolutely. But I can speak only about my personal experience. But I think this is an important search from the point of view of art history, the repatriation of the art treasures. It's like bringing it back to the world.
These are our shared cultural heritage. It's a chance for the world to see these things.
Yes.
We just heard confirmation that works of art that were taken out of Germany at the end of the war, masterpieces worth millions of dollars, museum-quality pictures, are in private collections inside Russia. In fact, I think it really gives us hope that works of art, perhaps some from the Friedrichshain Flak Tower and many, many others that are missing, are in Russia and may, over the course of time,
emerge.
The hunt has taken the team from Germany to Russia. And while the Amber Room and Friedrichshain mysteries remain, both investigations have turned up compelling new leads. Back in Berlin, Robert has come to the city's Gemäldegalerie museum. He's joining Brian Horney, together with his wife and daughter, to see the Boltraffio masterpiece, which for decades had been part of their lives. In 2012, they gave it back to the gallery. It's the first, and so far only painting from Friedrichshain to have been returned to its rightful place.
Come on up, you can really look.
I'm sorry.
Looks great.
How do you feel seeing it back where it once was?
I'm sad, but I'm happy at the same time, because she's home.
And you must be proud of your parents for making this decision to bring it back.
Mm-hmm. I'm very proud of them.
Your father was an officer in the Army and played an important role in Berlin getting back on its feet in the devastation of the city in May 1945. Were he here with us today, how do you think he'd feel to see this painting that now has come full circle hanging on the wall of the Gemäldegalerie Museum?
You know what I think it'd say? My work's done. I enjoyed it, and I'm proud of it. I really do. We knew it belonged here, and we want the people here and in other parts of the world to see it too, and enjoy it as much as we did.
Well, you've done a good thing, and I know the museum in Berlin is hugely appreciative, and of course all the people that'll have a chance to see this now that wouldn't have had a chance before. And it really gives hope to how many other pictures that were also in this flak tower in Friedrichshain that might also have survived.
This may seem like a piece of quiet woodland, but this place was once Hitler's home. Everywhere you look, there's brickwork and bits of stone. This actually was Hitler's house. This is the Berghof. It was a place he loved above all others, his own refuge. And where I'm standing now is the main living room. And it was once stuffed full of tapestries and great works of art. And actually, I've got an incredible bit of film footage shot by Eva Braun. Of course, back then, this was a silent movie, but modern technology has enabled us to work out what it was he was saying. And what he says is really fascinating. When the people see that I support art, they will do so too. That's why I've been collecting so many pieces of art. Yes, one day these will all belong to the German people. And then he turns, pauses, looks back and says, I am merely the curator.
Hitler had a dream to create the world's most spectacular art collection. It was a dream that would become Europe's nightmare. At the end of World War II, the Allies made a series of shocking discoveries. Hidden in trains, bunkers, and deep underground, they found mountains of stolen treasure.
That must have been like going into Aladdin's cave.
Hitler and the Nazis had looted an entire continent and committed the greatest theft in history. Now, a team of investigators is opening up cold case files of Nazi plunder still missing today.
We're talking about things that are worth tens of millions of dollars.
Robert Edsel is an expert in Nazi looted treasure.
Hundreds of thousands of objects are still missing. Well, we have a lot of digging to do.
Joining him is Second World War historian James Holland.
None of this was really his. He'd just taken it.
And investigative journalist Connor Woodman.
And this is a genuine treasure hunt. We dig a hole in the ground and we find those cases.
Their mission, uncover new clues.
Oh gosh, this is it.
Explore Nazi hideouts.
Whoever built this brick wall really didn't want anyone to get through to the other side.
Find out how the treasure was stolen and where it might be now.
What a piece of history.
The team is meeting at the headquarters of the Monuments Men Foundation, an organization that has found and returned many Nazi-looted treasures to their rightful owners. Foundation President Robert Edsel briefs the team on a new investigation.
I want to go back in time, talk about in May 1945 when the Monuments Men arrive at this salt mine in Altaussee, Austria, and make an enormous discovery.
The Allied Art Protection Unit, aka the Monuments Men, was a specialist army unit tasked with rescuing valuable art and cultural treasures. In May 1945, they hit the jackpot at a salt mine in Altaussee, Austria. Hidden deep in a network of underground chambers, they made an astonishing find, an art collection belonging to Adolf Hitler.
Here's a sculpture by Michelangelo.
Yeah, look at this.
Wow, so some pretty serious works of art.
Hugely important. Some of these are the most famous works of art in the world.
In today's money, the trove would be worth nearly $6 billion.
Wow, there's hundreds of them. Do we have an idea how many paintings were there?
Well, actually, I've got a report here which has a kind of inventory, and it's just incredible. There's hundreds of drawings, 954 etchings, 134 sculptures, and a staggering 6,577 paintings.
6,500 paintings?
Yeah.
Well, the Monuments Men arrive here, and they don't realize it at the time, but they're the first detectives on what was a crime scene. These are crime scene photos, and it's taken the passage of time for us to get this all into perspective and try and wrap our heads around the enormity of this theft.
Well, some of it he has bought, hasn't he?
Yep.
But a lot of it is just stolen. I mean, and sometimes at gunpoint.
Well, that's right, yeah. I mean, the sculpture by Michelangelo taken in the middle of the night with soldiers at gunpoint. These aren't random thefts on their way out of town. These are things that they've specifically targeted to go get.
I mean, if the Monuments Men already solved this, what's left for us to do?
Well, the Monuments Men did an extraordinary job, but it's possible that some of the other works of art walked out of there before the Monuments Men arrived.
Despite the recovery at Altaussee, hundreds of artworks stolen by Hitler have never been found. The team's goal, to investigate how and why he stole the artworks and where they might be now.
So what do we do?
We need to go to Altaussee and go back to the scene of the crime.
Connor and art historian Dorothee Schneider fly into Austria to investigate the location where the looted artworks were discovered. Altaussee is still a working salt mine, but those areas which stored Hitler's art collection have been preserved for posterity.
So this is the entrance to the mine.
Oh my God, look at that. Oh, it's huge. It goes all the way back. Go on then, I'll follow you.
Okay.
It just goes on and on and on.
Salt has been carved out of these mountains for nearly 900 years. They're honeycombed by hundreds of subterranean chambers, linked by nearly 70 kilometers of tunnels.
Look at this place.
For the Nazis, it was the perfect place to hide a treasure trove.
So look, this is the first chamber of the chambers where arts were stored.
Oh, so there was there were paintings stored in this room?
Yes. 6,577 paintings, sculptures, books, everything was stored in here.
So the Monuments Men, when they walked into this room, must have thought it was Christmas.
Yeah, especially because they'd been looking for these things for months. So let me show you this photo.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's exactly...
See?
It looks exactly like...
Yeah, that's the shelving. Here's one of the paintings, and it's right here.
Oh, my God, yeah. Oh, suddenly you can just imagine all of those paintings just all stacked up.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think a lot of the art that was in this room and in this mine was actually personally selected by Hitler?
Well, we know that for his own collection, yes, absolutely. Every single piece was what he wanted and what he thought was wonderful and was his own taste. Sometimes people think that he might have even gotten so much strength and enjoyment out of this collection that that was the main thing that kept him going.
The artwork found by the Allies was stored in 8 separate underground chambers, but recent research has revealed there are other caverns packed with art treasures. What happened to this artwork remains a mystery, but we do know that the mountain contains numerous entrances that were likely known only to local salt miners. Is it possible there are still people in the area who know where the booty is? Connor and Dorothee are meeting local treasure hunter Gerhard Zauner. For nearly 60 years, he's been following every lead he can in his quest to find looted treasure.
Grüß Gott, Herr Zauner, Dorothee Schneider.
In 1959, Zauner hit the headlines with an incredible discovery. Diving in nearby Lake Toplitz, he and some friends found £72 million in counterfeit British currency, dating back to the Nazi era. He takes Connor and Dorothee to see some of his other finds in his own private museum.
Wow, look at all this. Is this all stuff that you have found yourself?
It's also a lake.
Wow. These are huge. Are these from tanks?
This is from the tank.
That's from the tank, yeah. Okay.
As the Allied armies closed in, German soldiers flung their weapons into lakes around here in a desperate attempt to hide their Nazi past.
What are these from here with the swastika?
Das hatten sie.
Yeah, everybody would have had something like that on their writing desks. It was a real cult. It was almost like a crucifix. People had one of those at home.
Right, so these just would have been everywhere all over Germany at the time.
It isn't just Nazi weapons that Zauner has pulled out of the water.
What's your most prized find ever?
Ich habe einen Ring gefunden von einem SS-Offizier. Werde ich Ihnen dann zeigen.
He found this ring by an SS officer, and he would love to show it to you.
An SS officer's ring? I'd love to see it, yeah, I'd love to see that.
Hier im Ringinneren ist der Name Milius eingraviert und Führers Geburtstag.
So inside is the name engraved and Hitler's birthday.
It is, yeah, 20th of April. It's written inside.
Man war ja verehelicht mit Hitler.
Yeah, you were married to Hitler. That's why his birthday is in there.
That's an incredible find.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, to see that at the bottom of a lake.
The SS ring is a rare find, but it's not what the team are looking for. Somewhere out there is Hitler's missing artwork.
Explain to me, what are the laws in Austria with regard to finding treasure from the Second World War?
Ihr Top Secret. Er bekommt nur Probleme, ja. Das behalten und still sein ist
besser. The best thing is always apparently to keep quiet about what you found and have it at home and don't talk about it.
Under Austrian law, any Third Reich artifacts must be reported to the government and evaluated for possible confiscation. In other words, it's entirely possible if anyone has found anything of real value, they've kept it quiet.
I'm just thinking about what Gerhard said, and I can't help but wonder whether the Austrian authorities, in their efforts to draw a line under the Second World War, aren't actually putting in force
laws and regulations that make it more difficult for people to come forward and actually admit to what they have. And that's incredibly frustrating for people like me that just want to know the truth about what is still out there.
The team are searching for treasure plundered by Adolf Hitler during World War II. Much of it was located after the war in a salt mine in Austria, but not all. In 2013, a remarkable discovery made headlines around the world. At its core was one of the murky characters hired to bring Hitler the world's greatest artworks, art dealer Hildebrand Gerlit. James flies into Germany to uncover more about Gerlit. He's meeting with Marcus Sturzel,
Marcus.
a lawyer who's been intimately involved in the case.
Marcus, why have you brought me here to this kind of slightly nondescript street?
Well, James, actually, this is a place where a man used to live, the son to a notorious art dealer, one of Hitler's henchmen. His name was Hildebrand Gerlit, and this became one of the most incredible stories about looted art in recent years.
Finding 1,400 works of art in Germany is just the start of the treasure hunt.
In early 2012, the German tax authorities were on a routine investigation when they stumbled upon an astonishing find. A treasure trove of art hidden away for more than 70 years in a small city apartment. It belonged to Cornelius Gerlit, the son of Hitler's personal art dealer, Hildebrand Gerlit.
This is the apartment where he kept most of his art.
And we're talking about hundreds?
We're talking about more than 1,000, actually.
Wow. So how much is this worth?
Well, about up to maybe €1 billion.
I'm just blown away by that. It's so unremarkable, isn't it? And you just can't imagine that one of those apartments would have all this sort of looted, stolen art. It's just incredible.
So far, investigators suspect that nearly 100 of the recovered artworks were unlawfully seized by the Nazis. Hitler's operation to rob Europe of its finest art was ruthlessly efficient. Soon after occupying a country, specialist units would seek out and seize whatever artwork they could find, usually from national museums or Jewish family collections. In Germany, Jewish collectors would be forced to sell their paintings at knockdown prices. So how did Hildebrand Gerlit acquire such a massive art trove?
He ran the show, and he had access to all famous collections in Europe, in the occupied countries, in the war zone. He bought stuff officially for the Führer, but, well, he had the opportunity, and he had the means. And he bought also for himself, obviously.
Okay, so I'm Gerlit, and I go in and I'm looking at a big collection. Am I making a list of everything I'm making an inventory of that collection?
Yeah.
But then the inventory I then show my boss, the Führer. Do I leave a few bits off? I mean, how does that work?
Gerlit had figured out a way to steal from Hitler himself.
This is an official receipt, a bill.
Oh yeah, Dr. H. Gerlit.
This is what he bought in the occupied zone in France, in which you can see in detail a number of paintings by name, artist, and so on. And if you go to the next document, compare the lists. There are 2 or 3 items which do not appear on this list. So, in other words, he managed to get some stuff for himself.
So those missing paintings, he's basically just siphoned off himself?
That's what he did, yeah.
God, he's playing a dangerous game, isn't he?
That's also...
He's stealing from Jews, but he's also stealing from the Führer.
On both sides, yeah.
Wow.
Two years after finding Gerlit's secret stash of art, Austrian authorities made another discovery. Hildebrand Gerlit's son didn't just have a flat in Munich, he lived in a house in Salzburg too. And there, police uncovered another hoard of paintings, including incredibly rare pieces by Monet, Renoir, and Picasso. But the Gerlit story doesn't end there. Hildebrand had a cousin, Wolfgang Gurlitt, who also dealt art during the war. He lived in the same region of Austria as the Altausee salt mine, where Hitler's stolen art was stored.
This is the address, so that villa on the right must be the house that Gurlitt used during the war. And the bungalow on the left, apparently it's still owned by the Gurlitt family. But you know, all week people have been coming up to us and saying that they know about looted art that's still hanging in private homes, but they won't come out and say it on film. It's amazing that after 70 years, there's still this veil of secrecy and, frankly, air of menace too. And it suggests to me that in this region here, there's still huge amounts of looted art that we just don't know about.
Just a few miles away, Connor is searching for some of that hidden Nazi treasure.
This is Lake Udensee. This is where Herr Zauner found the SS ring, and conditions are perfect today for diving.
The lakes around here have proved a rich hunting ground for Nazi treasure.
Why are we diving in this particular spot?
There are some rumors that some SS troops dropped some wooden cases into the lake.
How do we know it was this particular spot?
My friend knew a very old lady, and she told him that she watched when SS troops came here, and they had a rowing boat, and they dropped in 15 or 16 cases.
15 or 16 cases?
16 cases, wooden cases. And the contents is unknown, and this is very interesting, and I'm really curious what we could find.
Me too. Me too. Very curious. And do we know roughly how far into the lake?
She said 50 meters.
Okay.
Visibility should be good, so we will see.
Okay, right. And what else should we be looking out for down there? Because it's not just these crates down there. There could potentially be all kinds of treasure down there.
There could be some weapons as well, yeah? Some hand grenades, German hand grenades, guns, whatever, yeah?
Because we know the Nazis at the end of the war used these lakes just to throw everything away, to throw away the past.
Yeah, you're right, yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, let's go. Let's get in the water.
Connor and the diving team are acting on information that Hitler's elite SS sunk 16 wooden crates in this lake. Is it possible those crates contain treasure stolen at the behest of Adolf Hitler? If the team are going to locate them, they're going to have to take great care not to disturb the deep layer of silt which covers the bottom of the lake. Seven meters down, Connor and the team think they've found something. Through the murky water, they appear to be artillery shells. But on closer inspection, it's just decaying tree trunks. They move on. It will take hours to search the 120,000 square meters of lake bed. Back in Dallas, the team are examining the motives behind Hitler's unprecedented art theft. Robert has uncovered some footage which offers some fascinating clues.
Hitler and Mussolini meeting in Florence, May 1938. Into his car in the motorcade. Look at the people. And the throngs of people cheering. No one can see what's getting ready to happen. Transformation of an entire continent over the ambitions of this one man. And this is it, right here. This is the moment. He sees the great collections, this Michelangelo, the Botticelli, that have been collected by the Medici family, and having a sense of the immortality of the remarkable works of art that they assembled. Hitler was fascinated. In fact, 2 hours out of this visit's allocated to museums and look at these works of art. And this is the spark. The idea's been planted, this moment where he realizes the possibilities of immortality. It's a stunning moment in history.
Hitler's obsession with art dates back to his early years. Long before his ambition to create the 1,000-year Reich, he dreamt of becoming a great artist. To learn more, Robert is in Virginia at Fort Belvoir Army Museum. Hitler's watercolors are so controversial they're not on public display, but stored securely in the museum's basement. Curator Sarah Forgy is showing them to Robert.
So here they are.
Joining them is watercolor expert Gwendolyn Bragg.
Gwen, what do you think about them, Gwen?
Well, I'm surprised. I think, frankly, they are quite accomplished, and there's a lot of detail. There seems to be an almost obsession with fine, tiny little details, even in the variety of stonework that he's rendering and so forth.
Viewing these, it makes you wish that he had gotten into art school and developed his talents.
What strikes me about these things is a complete absence of people. And
Yes.
you really see this focus of Hitler not really caring about people, just focusing on drawing structures.
I think the composition is good. It's not dynamic.
Maybe we'd say it's competent.
Yes, competent. A good term.
And here's his signature. Munich, 1914, A. Hitler.
Despite Hitler's obvious technical ability, his old-fashioned and unimaginative approach was totally out of step with the bold new currents coursing through the European art scene in the 1920s.
Es spricht der Führer.
But his obsession with art never waned. If he couldn't become a great artist himself, he decided he would plunder the work of others. The salt mine at Alt-Alzey is not the only place the Führer's plundered art collection was stored. Artwork earmarked for Hitler was sent to his Southern Command HQ in Munich, the Führerbau. In early 1945, hundreds of valuable paintings were still here. But there's evidence that in the final days of the war they vanished, and James is here to investigate. Today, it's a music and theatre school, but the labyrinth of tunnels below where the art was once stored have been barely touched since 1945.
Hello, Dr. Krause. How are you?
Come, please.
Thank you.
The university's chancellor, Dr. Krause, has offered James rare access to the tunnels. He's keen to search for clues as to what happened to the missing art.
To go there, please take this.
Oh, thank you. This way?
Yes, please.
Oh my goodness, it just goes on forever.
Yes. I can show you some graffiti, so if you want to
please,
see.
Yes. SS. Wow. Gosh, they go on and on.
Yes.
They're so extensive, aren't they? God, they are amazing.
So here's is the entrance to the air shelter.
In 1944, with the Allied air bombardment nearing its climax, Nazi officials decided it was no longer safe storing the priceless hoard here. It was moved to the salt mine, where it was later found by the monument's men.
These rooms would have just been filled with amazing works of art.
Some 1,000 paintings.
7,000.
But stolen art kept on arriving at the Führerbau. As the Allies closed in, it became too risky to move it to the mountains. In early 1945, there were still some 700 valuable paintings stored here.
Look at these.
Potato cellar.
Yeah, Kartoffelkeller. Look at that. Look at that, they've just shot it off.
These tunnels weren't just used for storing Hitler's art, but also food. It looks like starving locals broke in when the guards fled.
It's absolutely incredible to see this, because this is the potato store, and you can see the bullet holes. It's absolutely smashed away the lock. These are made by local civilians in Munich, and they're just desperate to get their hands on the potatoes in here. They're so hungry. But what it also shows is that if they can get in down here to get the potatoes, they can also come down and take any bits of art that were there.
Yes.
You know, this is no longer a secure, safe place for these precious works of art.
When the Allies took the Führerbau, more than 700 paintings had vanished. The mystery is being investigated by a team of art detectives, including Professor Micah Hopp.
So, Micah, how do you go about finding all these missing pieces? I mean, what's your start point?
Well, our start point are actually lists like these. The Führerbau rooms in the cellar were numbered, and here you have, for example, room number 6, and what you can see on the list is a painting, and this is actually this painting. The only thing that we know about this painting is the National Gallery in Berlin bought it in 1967 from a Munich private person. Exactly.
Right, so in other words, that Munich private person got in there on the night of whatever it was in April 1945, took it home, hung it on the wall for a bit, and then sold it in 1967, probably.
Probably. We don't know it exactly, but of course this might be the case.
It's a challenging forensic investigation. When valuable paintings emerge into the art market, Micah and her colleagues identify them. And if there's evidence they were stolen by the Nazis, then the legal process begins to return them to their rightful owners.
Does it kind of still shock you, the degree of this?
Of course. Sometimes it is still unbelievable how many paintings they transferred from the whole of Europe and collected together again.
In Austria, Connor is hunting for 16 lost crates supposedly dumped by Hitler's SS, their contents unknown. Visibility on the dive can be pretty good. But if you disturb the sediment, that can quickly change. By working together and combining the light from their flashlights, the team has a better chance of finding things. But after 4 hours searching, their air tanks are almost empty. It's time to call off the quest for now.
Hey, hey, hey.
Diesen Ring hier fand, und das ist hier 10 Meter vom Ufer gewesen.
He can show us where he found the ring, the SS officer ring.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? Because that means that that SS officer 70 years ago must have stood exactly where you are now and taken that ring off and thrown it into the water there.
The hunt for Nazi treasure goes way beyond the lakes and mountains of Altau See. The missing artworks robbed on the orders of Adolf Hitler are almost certainly scattered to the 4 corners of the globe. Now, the team switch their focus to North America. The team is searching for looted artwork which once belonged to Adolf Hitler. Much of this priceless trove was found at the end of the war, but not all. So what exactly did Hitler intend to do with one of the grandest art collections the world has ever seen? James flies into London to investigate. He's meeting with a man who in 1945 made an extraordinary discovery. A Jewish refugee from Nazi Germany, Hermann Rothman, was an intelligence officer in the British Army when he translated a document that would shake the world. Hitler's last will and personal testament. The original is kept at the Imperial War Museum.
You must be Herman. Hello, James Holland. Nice to meet you.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, gosh, look at that.
Can I touch it or not?
Of course you can, yes. So take me back, Herman, to the day when you first saw this. So what happened?
What happened was,
something which we will never forget. I was woken up at 4 o'clock by my commanding officer, and he said, have a look at this. What do you think it is? The impression I had was that this is such an important document, even without translating it. I knew that it was Hitler's will, Hitler's private will.
You're touching something that he was touching in that bunker in those last desperate moments.
Hitler's will was found hidden in a German soldier's uniform, and it reveals that even as he contemplated suicide in his bunker, he had no regrets for unleashing a war that killed 60 million people. But what the will does say helps explain his pathological desire to plunder Europe's greatest artworks.
I have my art, which I have not collected for my own private use, but for the gallery in my hometown of Linz. And signed by A. Hitler.
Hitler dreamt of creating the finest art gallery the world had ever seen in the town he grew up, in Linz, Austria. The design was hugely ambitious, a magnificent home for his looted collection. It was never even started. All that remains of this mythical building is a photograph of an architect's model. But there is one way to get a glimpse into the collection Hitler had wanted so badly.
How are you?
Robert is at the German Historical Museum, which houses a set of albums containing photographs of the artwork destined for the Führer Museum.
Let's look at these images. There are about 50 pages for each of these books.
They're known as the Linz albums. Over the course of the war, 31 of them were made by the Nazis as they acquired artwork for the Führer.
Amazing to think these were presented to Adolf Hitler for his birthday and then on special occasions. These are some of the greatest names in painting. I'm sure that Hitler would have looked at these with a great sense of satisfaction.
It's a sort of collection of trophy art. It is the big names, the big labels that you needed in order to have an old master collection of some kudos, of some standing.
12 of the Linz albums have never been found, but Robert and the Monument's Men Foundation was instrumental in recovering one of them and returning it to the museum.
Album 13. I haven't seen it in 6 years since we found it. Incredible piece of history.
These albums are all that remain of Hitler's dream to create the world's most spectacular art collection. Back in Dallas, the team are hard at work. In Europe, they've hit a series of brick walls, but Robert is renowned for finding and returning art stolen during the Nazi era. And he knows that some objects found their way to North America after the war. Although it was against the rules, it was commonplace for GIs to bring home so-called souvenirs.
Yeah, while I'm sitting here looking at the document.
There's been a new development. The daughter of a veteran has contacted the National World War II Museum in New Orleans, wanting to return a piece of art that's been in her family for nearly 70 years. And the museum has asked Robert to help figure out who the rightful owner is.
A tapestry's surfaced, and it's in one of these photographs, and it was at the Eagle's Nest, this little dining room, and there's this Flemish tapestry.
High up in the Bavarian Alps, Hitler's Eagle's Nest was just a few miles from his Berghof home. Like the Berghof, it was decorated with fine artworks, some of dubious provenance.
I have a photo that they've scanned and sent to me. And you can see it's in great condition, this tapestry, an amazing, amazing connection having this photograph. And I'm off to New Orleans to the National World War II Museum to see it. A few helmets.
Yeah, lots of uniforms. But this is what you're after.
Robert is meeting with the museum president, Gordon Muller, and Kathy Heinz, whose father, Lieutenant Colonel Paul Dehaney, was an intelligence officer with 101st Airborne and one of the first soldiers to take control of the Eagle's Nest at the end of the war. When Colonel Dehaney took the 500-year-old Flemish tapestry,
Fantastic.
he had little idea of its true value.
What a piece of history.
And it hung in the family home in Minnesota for nearly 70 years. At today's prices, it's worth up to $80,000.
If you see the piece, there are 4 boys and 2 girls. And there were 4 boys and 2 girls in our family. So we all had a role in the picture.
Were you any one of these people in particular?
I was this one. I was this one. And this was my Prince Charming right here. So to see it again is to see an old friend, but I'm ready to say goodbye and send it back home.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
It's been a special journey together.
It has been.
Yeah.
It has been.
Yeah.
Kathy wants to see the tapestry returned to its rightful owners. But for Robert and the team, working out who that might be after all these years is a challenge. To learn more, they need to go to Hitler's mountain retreat in the Bavarian Alps, the Eagle's Nest. James and art historian Dorothee fly into Germany to investigate further.
Here we are.
Let's go.
Isn't that an amazing view?
Oh, it's absolutely stunning. But the irony is, of course, is that Hitler didn't particularly like it up here. The whole place was built for him by Martin Bormann as his 50th birthday. That was the whole point of it. And when he brought him up, you know, really expecting lots of praise from his beloved Führer, Hitler was a bit sniffy about it. He didn't like heights. Wow, look at this. It's a lovely room, isn't it? Oh, look, they've even got a picture on the wall. Is that it? Is that the tapestry?
That's the one.
Amazing.
The photos show the tapestry took pride of place in Eva Braun's favourite room.
And look, you can even see the lighting fixtures. It's exactly the same. Isn't that amazing?
Amazing.
Hasn't changed at all. Really hasn't. You know, we've no longer got that table in here and...
The carpet is gone.
Yep.
But we found the tapestry.
Brilliant. Oh, gosh, look at that. Look, you can see there's a graffiti here.
Oh, yeah.
46. So these are done by American troops, obviously, they're here. And you can see that this would have been straight, wouldn't it? I mean, this has been chipped off. And what this means, of course, is that this has been spread to the 4 winds. There must be bits of this fireplace in homes all across the USA, don't you think?
More than any other building, it is the one place, above all, that people most associate with Hitler. And you're an American serviceman at the end of the war. You're going to know that, and suddenly you're in it. You're pouring all over it. Of course you're going to want a memento. You're going to want a piece of that, whether it's a chip from the marble fireplace or even a tapestry.
There's no doubt the tapestry donated by Kathy Hines was once owned by Adolf Hitler. The question is, where did Hitler get it from? The team have unearthed a potential answer.
This is a sales receipt from a firm called Bernheimer in 1938, and it has to do with the tapestry that's at the National World War II Museum.
And this is amazing because I know a Bernheimer, Conrad Bernheimer. I'll bet it's the same family. Their family was horribly looted during the war. We need to follow up with him.
Robert continues the investigation in Germany. He's meeting Conrad Bernheimer. His family have been dealing in fine art for 4 generations. Before the war, they owned the largest privately owned textile gallery in Europe, based here in Munich. It was from here that one of Hitler's art dealers bought the tapestry.
Connie, how are you?
How are you?
The question is, was the sale a fair one? Or were they, like so many Jewish families, forced at gunpoint to sell the artwork at a knockdown price?
So the tapestry sold for 24,000 Reich marks, about $10,000 at the time.
Yeah.
Did that seem about like the right price at that time, as much as you
Well,
could
that
tell?
was my question when you called me and you asked me, do you think this might be a case for a forced sale?
remember my first question was, well, do you know the price? If it would be below the market value, then we could say maybe this could have been a forced sale.
Yeah, $10,000 at the time was a lot of money.
Was a lot of money. So in a way, I would have felt stupid if I would have said this was a forced sale.
For Conrad to stake a claim on the tapestry, he'd have to prove the sale was forced, and he doesn't have the evidence. But just weeks after the tapestry was sold, the Bernheimers' world changed forever.
They were all taken, imprisoned, and taken to Dachau. My grandfather, my father, my uncle, all the male members of the family.
And what happened to the business?
It was taken over by the Nazis.
In the end, the Bernheimers escaped Nazi Germany for exile in the US and South America. Conrad has decided he isn't going to stake a claim to Hitler's tapestry, but this means Robert needs to work out who should rightfully own it. At their Dallas HQ, the team get down to work. Trying to establish who should be the rightful owner of a tapestry that once hung in Hitler's eagle's nest is not an easy task. But after months of negotiations, there's a decision. Konrad Bernheimer believes it should go on display in Germany, and Robert's legal advice backs this up, confirming it should be returned to the Bavarian government. Today, Robert's in Munich to celebrate the tapestry's unveiling at the Bavarian National Museum.
This is a very exciting moment for the Monumentsman Foundation. We've put a tremendous amount of time into the research and the discussions with all the different parties that had to come together to make this return happen. It's really an important opportunity for us to see the conclusion to the work that's gone into making sure that this important tapestry is returned to its rightful owner.
The two people central to the tapestry's return have flown in for the ceremony. Kathy Heinz, whose father took the tapestry, and Konrad Bernheimer, whose family business once owned it.
Today, we're gathered to return a 16th century Flemish tapestry that once hung in Adolf Hitler's eagle's nest, and to thank those involved in its return.
So it doesn't come at a feeling of loss for you?
Of course. Of course, it's been part of my life for as long as I can remember. But it's time for it to go to its home. This is where it belongs now, and I'm very happy to be a small part in that.
Marvelous.
I'm glad it's home.
Yeah.
The tapestry's epic journey from the Bernheimers to Hitler's eagle's nest to the American Midwest and finally home to Munich makes headlines all over the world.
It's absolutely right and perfect that it came to the museum.
Today's ceremony's been a wonderful example of the great appreciation by the people receiving these things for returning them. And so I hope this will encourage a lot of other people to come forward and contact us that may have objects and let us work with them to make sure it gets home.
The team's investigation has taken them from the mountains and lakes of Bavaria and Austria.
Can I touch it?
To the British soldier who found Hitler's will.
Look at these.
To the maze of tunnels beneath the Munich Führerbau. They've unearthed invaluable information about how and why Hitler committed the greatest art theft in history, and crucially, where the missing artworks might be today. The tapestry's return may only be a small step towards putting right a great historic wrong, but it's an important one. In June 1940, a triumphant Adolf Hitler arrived in Paris.
He's standing here looking around. This is mine. I'm now in charge. I've done it.
The Nazis had 4 years, stripping Paris of its artistic treasure.
Hitler and the Nazis sent 30,000 rail cars of loot back to Germany. Much remains missing, including artworks by Picasso, Renoir, and Matisse, worth millions today.
It's not just art, is it? It's furniture, it's grand pianos, it's objects, it's anything that can be of use, can be of value, cleared out.
At the end of World War II, the Allies made a series of shocking discoveries. Hidden in trains, bunkers, and deep underground, they found mountains of stolen treasure.
That must have been like going into Aladdin's cave.
Hitler and the Nazis had looted an entire continent and committed the greatest theft in history. Now, a team of investigators is opening up cold case files of Nazi plunder still missing today.
We're talking about things that are worth tens of millions of dollars.
Robert Edsel is an expert in Nazi-looted treasure.
Hundreds of thousands of objects are still missing. Well, we have a lot of digging to do.
Joining him is Second World War historian James Holland.
None of this was really his. He'd just taken it.
And investigative journalist Connor Woodman.
And this is a genuine treasure hunt. We dig a hole in the ground and we find those cases.
Their mission, uncover new clues.
Oh gosh, this is it.
Explore Nazi hideouts.
Whoever built this brick wall really didn't want anyone to get through to the other side.
Find out how the treasure was stolen and where it might be now.
What a piece of history.
The Monuments Men Foundation has found and returned dozens of Nazi-looted treasures to their rightful owners. At its Dallas HQ, Foundation President Robert Edsel briefs art restitution expert Dorothee Schneider on a new case.
Paris, treasure chest of the Nazis. They arrive in June 1940, and it begins the most premeditated looting operation. They know where these works of art are.
Yep, they emptied the galleries and art collections, private ones as well as public ones, of masterpieces, furniture, anything.
They've got trains coming into France empty and leaving loaded with billions of dollars worth of stolen objects.
And so many things are still missing.
And that's our focus.
In May 1940, Hitler unleashed the Blitzkrieg on Western Europe. In just 6 weeks, his armies conquered the Netherlands, Belgium, France, and the city he considered the ultimate prize, Paris. Robert and historian James Holland begin their hunt by retracing one of the most infamous sightseeing trips in history, Adolf Hitler's tour of Paris, on June the 28th, 1940.
Here we are driving in the footsteps of Hitler on that famous, infamous tour of Paris. It's amazing looking at that film footage. Paris is so quiet. 80% of the population have already evacuated. He's almost got a ghost town.
And it's here that he stands up, wanting to have a look for himself. I mean, the idea, there's no security, there's the perfect chance for someone to take a shot at him, but he's just oblivious to those kinds of risk. I think he's so mesmerized and lost in the moment of what this visit is all about.
Yeah, and I'm still so struck by the idea that Hitler's come not with his military commanders, but with Arne Breker.
Yeah, a great sculptor, someone who generates good art in Hitler's view.
Yeah.
He's got Speer with him, his favorite architect.
You know, it just says, this is not a victory tour, this is an art and architecture tour.
The dictator made 9 stops, including the Arc de Triomphe, the Opera House, Napoleon's tomb, and most famously, the Trocadero, overlooking the Eiffel Tower.
Pretty amazing thing, huh?
Oh yeah, really just dominates the city, doesn't it?
For Hitler, a man who considered himself an artistic genius, The visit was an opportunity not just to admire, but to dominate as well. This film footage, some of the most famous and chilling shot during the entire war, was powerful propaganda. It said, "Paris belongs to me."
He's standing here looking around. This is mine. I'm now in charge. I've done it.
At the end of the tour, Hitler remarked, "I have considered destroying Paris, but when we are through with Berlin, Paris will be a shadow." Rather than destroy, Hitler plundered.
Hitler's got the entire damn city to himself.
Yes.
And what's going to play out over the next 4 years? It's the fleecing of this country from its artistic treasures.
Yeah, the Germans, when they come to France, they're like kids in a sweet shop. They just clear it out.
On June the 30th, 1940, Hitler issued an order safeguarding all artworks in France. It was a euphemism. Wholesale plunder was about to begin. The French government had long feared a German invasion and began emptying Paris's greatest museum, the Louvre, as early as 1938. By the time Hitler arrived, its treasures were carefully hidden across the country. But other valuables, especially private art collections, became prime targets.
They've got them lined up one after another, backing up trucks, emptying galleries, targeting works of art that are going to go to Hitler's collection and other collections. It's an industrial scale looting.
But it's not just art, is it? It's furniture, it's grand pianos, anything that can be of use, can be of value, clear that.
Over the next 4 years, the Nazis stripped the city's great collections bare. Thousands of masterpieces and other irreplaceable treasures are still missing today. The team's mission: find out what happened and see if anything can be recovered.
We're on Rue La Boétie. This is an important part of the city. We're just a couple of blocks off the Champs-Élysées. But in 1940, this street housed some of the great galleries of the dealer collectors in Paris, including the Paul Rosenberg Gallery at 21 Rue La Boétie.
Rosenberg was a legendary dealer on the Paris art scene who represented 3 of the city's masters: Henri Matisse, Georges Braque, and Pablo Picasso. The men were close friends. Picasso lived in an apartment above the gallery and called Rosenberg Rosy.
Doesn't look like much now, but all of the wood paneling and the trim is the original paneling that was here in 1940 when the Nazis came and emptied this gallery.
In the months before the invasion, Rosenberg moved much of his collection to England and the United States. But he was unable to remove everything before the German army entered Paris, and dozens of masterpieces were stolen.
5 by Degas, 1 by Cézanne, but 38 by Picasso, 9 by Matisse. Overall, it's 111 different paintings or drawings. Now, in the world of art today, some of these paintings are worth $20, $30 million. But let's just figure that each work of art here is worth $5 million. $5 million times 111 different works of art, you get to $550 million, or let's call it $500 million. The value is just staggering.
70 years later, Robert wants to find out what happened to the missing masterpieces. His hunt continues in Washington, D.C. at the National Archives, home to a collection of albums captured by the American Army at the end of the war. Known as the ERR albums, they include photographs and information about looted artworks. The albums were prepared specifically for Hitler, the first given to him on his birthday. Today, they are never put on public display, but Robert has secured rare access.
It's amazing looking at this incredible part of history.
These are the best of looted art. And they wanted Hitler to see, look what we got for you, and he could choose what he wanted.
Right.
What I find extraordinary is that these are absolutely gorgeous items. If you look, the calligraphy is beautiful, the pictures are stunning. It wasn't just documenting it, they were proud of it.
These albums document the theft, exactly what they took and who they took it from.
Robert wants to know if they contain any information about the looted Rosenberg art.
And here's what you're looking for, the paintings that were taken from Paul Rosenberg. This is an inventory card for Van Gogh.
Not just any Van Gogh. This, of course, is a self-portrait where he's damaged his ear. One of the most important and most valuable works of art in the world.
PR tells us it was taken from Paul Rosenberg.
PR 144.
Paul Rosenberg hid the 1889 masterpiece in a bank vault before the war. But French informants alerted the Germans to the secret stash, and it was seized. Also included is the name of the Nazi who laid claim to the Van Gogh.
Down here, written in ink, is HG, Hermann Goering.
We know who that is, Hermann Goering.
Reichsmarshal Hermann Goering was the flamboyant head of the Luftwaffe, the German Air Force, and second only to Hitler in the Nazi hierarchy. His position brought him enormous wealth and a growing art collection. When the Nazis captured Paris, Goering exploited the opportunity to acquire new plunder. But owning a Van Gogh was a risky move.
This is exactly the kind of degenerate work of art that Hitler wanted removed from Germany to keep from spoiling the minds of the people there.
Hitler despised post-impressionist and modern art. He declared it un-German, the result of growing Jewish and communist influence in Europe.
Hitler said about Van Gogh, anyone that paints a sky green and the meadow blue is defective.
Hitler banned so-called degenerate art in 1937. 2 years later, more than 4,000 works were burned in Berlin. And thousands more would be quietly claimed in the years to come by high-ranking Nazis, including Hermann Goering. So why was Goering collecting forbidden art? And could the answer lead Robert to the missing Rosenberg collection? The team is investigating treasures looted from Paris during the 4-year Nazi occupation.
It's an industrial scale looting.
But it's not just art, is it? Anything that can be of use, can be of value, clear out.
While Robert is on the trail of stolen masterpieces, James turns his attention to looting of a different kind. In March 1942, the Nazis began rounding up and deporting the city's Jewish population to concentration camps. The mass expulsions triggered another looting operation, one that dwarfed their art gallery thefts. To find out more, James Holland is meeting with Sarah Gensberger, a historian shining new light on a dark and forgotten chapter of the occupation.
So, Sarah, I'm looking at this, and I'm seeing a piano being taken in or out of a truck, and there's a German panzer soldier there. What's going on here?
So here it's a very normal scene during the war in Paris. They are moving from the truck some pianos taken at Jewish apartments. In 1942, they decided that because the final solution had started, they will take all the stuff left by the Jews who were deported or the Jews escaping deportation.
The final solution was the Nazi plan to exterminate the Jewish people. Across Paris, thousands of Jewish homes were left wide open to the Nazis, who turned looting them into an industry. Truckloads of art, furniture, valuables, and even housewares were seized.
How many apartments and houses are we talking about?
Almost 40,000 apartments in Paris.
And they just cleared them all out?
They clear them out.
Originally, the Nazis planned to give these possessions to German settlers in conquered territories. But when the tide of war turned and the Allies began bombing German cities, the plunder from Paris had a new function.
After the bombing, it was also a way to compensate people in German cities with new things to settle their home.
I'm a German family. I live in Hamburg, and my house has been blown up, and I haven't got any furniture. Well, that's not a problem, because you've got some furniture coming from France.
Exactly.
Once sorted, the looted goods were crated up for shipment to Germany.
This looks like something out of Raiders of the Lost Ark, doesn't it? I mean, these huge stacks of crates.
It's sorted by use, so all these crates are kitchen utensils.
That's amazing. And look at these, so toys. I mean, it's heartbreaking, isn't it, to see this, but it does underline the fact that the Germans are taking absolutely everything from these properties.
The apartments were empty, but I mean empty, empty, empty.
I've got a report here on furniture and household goods looted from Jewish properties, just up to the end of 1943. And I've got to say, the figures are staggering. They managed to steal the best part of 1 million cubic meters worth of furniture and household goods. And then this was shipped out on nearly 23,500 wagons, which equated to 589 freight trains. So that's well over more than one a day, disappearing out of Paris, stuffed full of stolen furniture. The next stop was Germany.
All looted items were meticulously recorded by the Nazis. Among the thousands of Jewish households victimized by looting was that of Jean-Pierre Hahn, a prominent local diamond merchant. Investigative journalist Connor Woodman has come to Paris to meet his granddaughter Elizabeth and hear her family story.
Elizabeth, hi. Connor.
Hey.
So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
For 11 Beasts, where your grandfather had his apartment.
Amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
They moved here in 1934.
And escaped.
And escaped when the Germans came.
Wow. Well, I'd love to hear more about it. Should we grab a drink?
That would be great.
Talk some more?
When war broke out, Hahn feared the worst, but he couldn't leave the country.
It was 1940, so my grandfather was 44 years old, and you could be conscripted into the army until the age of 45. And so they said, you can't leave. He begged my grandmother to go through without him with the children, and she refused. She said, we stay together as a family.
After the French surrender, Hahn knew they had to escape the country as soon as possible or face deadly consequences at the hands of the Nazis.
So how did your family eventually escape from France?
They went through Spain and they got out.
So they get out to Spain, board a boat, head to New York, presumably traveling light.
Yeah.
So a lot of stuff gets left behind.
Yes. I think they definitely assumed that they would be coming back for everything.
In the rush to escape, the family was forced to abandon paintings, antique furniture, and handmade carpets. And Hahn was also compelled to leave behind the lifeblood of the family business.
What about the diamonds? He's a diamond merchant, he's going to have diamonds.
Right. There's this very famous story in our family about this bag of diamonds that he didn't want to take with him because they could be taken when they got to the border.
Of course.
Hahn couldn't take the bag of diamonds into exile for fear they would be confiscated at the Spanish border, but he refused to simply leave them behind to be seized by the Nazis. Out of time and out of options, he rolled the dice on an ingenious plan to save the family fortune. Journalist Connor Woodman is investigating the story of prominent Paris diamond merchant Jean-Pierre Hahn, whose family was forced to abandon their home and personal treasures to Nazi looters.
It's June 1940, and Paris is falling into the hands of the Nazis. Like thousands of other Parisians, Jean-Pierre Hahn is working out how he can get his young family to safety. The problem is what to do with his precious diamonds. He can't risk having them fall into the hands of the Nazis, so he comes up with a cunning plan. he melts some grease in the bottom of a jar. And when the grease is liquid, he drops the diamonds in one by one. When it sets again, the diamonds are hidden inside, and he gives the jar to his friend and asks him to hide it for him. He vows that one day he'll return to collect his diamonds, and then he takes his family and flees. Now all he can do is hope for the best.
Hahn's granddaughter Elizabeth recalls what happened next.
After the war, my grandfather did come back to see this friend, and he said, you know, you by any chance have that bottle that I asked you to hold for me during the war? And he said, oh yes, I think it's somewhere, and dug it up out of the back of a cupboard, and my grandfather melted it, and there were all the diamonds. He washed off the grease and told his friend, take a few. Thank you for keeping these for me. It's an amazing story.
Wow, it's a little glimmer of humanity.
Absolutely.
You know, when I guess you could have lost all faith in humanity having been through what he went through.
Hahn's quick thinking saved a fortune in diamonds from falling into Nazi hands. But the family had been forced to leave many other valuables behind in their home, easy pickings for the Nazis' well-oiled looting operation.
When they did finally come back to their apartment in Paris, it was pretty much emptied out. They stole any silver they could, all of the religious artifacts, the menorah, paintings and carpets, furniture as well.
In the 1950s, the Hahn family recovered these two artworks when they were spotted at an auction by her great-uncle. But other treasures remain missing, and Elizabeth is continuing the search. She's tracked down the original Nazi records detailing what items were stolen from her family.
That's your family name up there in the corner.
This is the inventory number, the HAH, and then a number.
So we know from these cards that there were 13 paintings, 3 carpets taken from your grandparents'
from that apartment.
possession.
Yeah.
It's quite possible then that a lot of that stuff is just still out there, circulating in
I guess so.
flea markets and...
I hope not.
More than 70 years after they were seized.
Well, with all the records and corresponding artwork, we know what we're looking for.
Connor is going to search for the Hahn family's stolen treasures. As Connor begins his investigation, Robert Edsel continues his hunt for masterpieces looted from the Paul Rosenberg collection. He's come to the Jeu de Paume Museum, which the Nazis used as a clearinghouse for the greatest artworks looted from France. A frequent visitor was Hermann Goering, who came to select pieces for his own collection. The Nazis brazenly photographed these visits, and those photos are now the property of the National Library of France.
These photographs are amazing. You can imagine Goering walking in and seeing hundreds of paintings that have been hastily hung on the wall. His eyes must have been bulging out of his head thinking about the possibilities of adding to his collection.
He was so greedy for works of art.
Robert is here to examine the photos to see if they offer any clues to Goering's mysterious interest in degenerate art.
This photograph was taken in November 1940. It was the first time that Goering came, first of a lot of visits, because he came so many times.
He's supposed to be knocking Great Britain out of the war, and he's spending time here picking out works of art for his own collection.
During the war, Goering made over 20 trips to the Jeu de Paume, auspicious occasions for the Nazis on staff who treated the Reichsmarschall like royalty.
You see the formality, this whole entourage walking through, but then as they move into these back rooms, now you start to see these photographs where there's champagne sitting out on the table.
Yes, and you saw the cigar too here. So it was really that if Goering was in a showroom and wanted to make some shopping, no?
Goering selected an estimated 600 artworks from the Jeu de Paume, most by the old masters. However, some photographs show Goering looking at post-impressionist and modern art, the kind despised by Hitler and officially banned from Germany.
The gallery of Paul Rosenberg was absolutely looted, and so the paintings came to the Jeu de Paume.
The Rosenberg collection and other so-called degenerate art was kept in a gallery the French called the Room of the Martyrs.
You can recognize different painters. You have
Picasso,
Picasso's,
Koschka. These degenerate works, Hitler looked at them like they were going to spoil people's mind.
Yes, of course.
And yet here Goering is mesmerized by these two masterpieces by Matisse, who was, of course, considered by Hitler one of the degenerate artists. And this fellow, who was actually holding the paintings, appears in almost all of the photographs.
Bruno Lohse. He was an historian of art, so Goering chose him as a counselor, artistic counselor.
Bruno Lohse was a Berlin art dealer and member of the Nazi Party. An opportunist with expensive taste, he was sent to Paris in 1940 to put his skills to use sorting through looted art. There he met Goering. The two became fast friends, and it was Lohse who arranged the Reichsmarschall's viewings and shady deals.
I don't think there's a photograph we've got here that he's not in. There's another.
He's here too. Lohse, Lohse, Lohse.
It appears he's a key figure in understanding this whole theft.
Yes, it's true.
To find out what happened to the Rosenberg treasures, Robert needs to know more about the shadowy Bruno Lohse. Fine art was not the only target of the Nazis. During 4 years of occupation, they seized thousands of cars, millions of tons of fuel, and even food. They did it all while treating Paris like a holiday playground. To learn more, James is meeting with author Anne Saber, who has written a best-selling book about the Nazi occupation.
Paris was a fun city for German troops, wasn't it? I mean, you know, we've got this booklet here. I mean, it's just fascinating. This is the kind of sort of what's-on guide.
And look
at this,
how much is going on.
Cinemas.
It's phenomenal.
The Nazis published a monthly tourist guide for soldiers visiting the city, filled with recommendations for a dizzying array of restaurants, plays, exhibitions, cabarets, and even brothels.
There were 200 brothels. They introduced a new exchange rate, highly favorable, of course, to the Germans, so it was heaven for them to come to Paris.
So you have just got these sort of hordes of soldiers coming in and basically taking over your city.
Precisely. Occupying the soul of the city.
Yeah.
Taking all that was best. But also, at the same time, they're stealing it, and they're looting, and they're taking away everything they can, from high art to children's dolls' houses.
In 1942, the tide of war turned, and Nazi motives for stealing turned from greed to necessity. Vast amounts of fuel, food, and other resources were needed to keep up the fight.
How hard was life, you know, as it progressed?
It was really hard. Not many people had enough to eat. Many people in Paris were reduced to these awful root vegetables that should really be given to the pigs. The Germans had stolen all of the food. They were shipping it back to Germany.
The numbers are staggering. A city that once boasted some 350,000 vehicles on its streets had fewer than 4,500 by the end of the war. Coal for heating became almost impossible to obtain, and a full 20% of the city's food was seized.
They steal all the cars, they steal all the fuel, they steal coal, they steal food. The Germans in Paris, they're like a sort of swarm of locusts, aren't they? They're coming in and just sort of clearing out the whole place, and all that's left are the buildings and the survivors who've managed to sort of hold on.
By and large, I think that's exactly what it was. Yes, they sucked it dry.
Piece by piece, Paris was dismantled and shipped to Germany. And that's where Connor has come to find out if it's even possible to track down the personal possessions looted from the Hahn family.
Has the market been here for a long time?
Yes, yes. I always loved this market. I love flea markets.
Sharon Adler runs a unique organization.
What kind of things are you looking for in a market like this? What are the sort of giveaways?
It's things like the menorah, for instance.
She helps recover Nazi-looted property and uses it to fund Jewish artists today.
This is not a menorah, but this is for sure, this is Jewish.
Sharon believes a huge amount of looted property has found its way into ordinary flea markets like this one.
Wir wollen mal gucken, aus welchen Jahren ist das hier alles so, zum Beispiel die hier?
30er Jahre, das ist Art Deco.
Ja.
30er Jahre, das ist meistens alles 30er.
Yeah, it's all from the 30s.
So this is cutlery from the 1930s.
Yes.
There's so much of it. You have to assume some of that has come from a Jewish household. Where do you get it all from?
Alles Deutsche. Ich habe nur Deutsche für.
Ja, wissen Sie, es interessiert uns zum Beispiel auch, wo die Dinge gelandet sind, die mal ehemals in jüdischen Haushalten waren.
Das ist schwer.
Ja.
So now do you think people suspect where this stuff may have come from?
I don't think that most people will be interested in where did it come from and who did it belong.
How much of the stuff that may have been looted during the war do you think is in Germany now?
Oh, that's really hard to say, but I think that every German household has at least a piece, one piece, which once belonged to a Jewish family.
Over the 70 years in between, everything's just got so spread out?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
I see something in there.
Oh, yes, wow.
The Hahn family in Paris, they were missing a menorah. That is unmistakably a menorah, right?
Yes. It says something.
So I wonder if that was the family marking it. Wow. I mean, that is chilling.
Nazia.
There is all the evidence that you need. That,
Yeah.
there is stuff on this market from Jewish households.
Right, there's no doubt. And no Jewish family would sell it on the market. No, you would inherit it, you would give it from family to family. So the poor thing came from a Jewish family, yes.
Yeah, 100%.
If Sharon is right, random Nazi plunder can be found in flea markets like this all over Germany. But finding something specific that belonged to the Hahn family, paintings, antique furniture, and hand-woven carpets, is much more difficult. The hunt will next take Connor into an extraordinary storage facility. Connor is on the hunt for treasures looted by Nazis from Paris during the Second World War.
I see something in there.
Oh, yes, wow.
The Hahn family in Paris, they were missing a menorah.
The poor thing came from a Jewish family.
Art restitution expert Dorothee Schneider has joined Connor in Berlin to chase a new lead.
So Dorothy, what is this place we're going to see this afternoon?
It's a place full of treasure from World War II, most of it looted. It's exactly what we were looking for.
In 1945, a specialized Allied unit, the Monuments Men, found mountains of looted treasure scattered all over Europe. Nearly 4 million recovered objects were sorted, identified, and returned to their countries of origin. But despite their best efforts, thousands remained unclaimed. And today, many are kept here.
So this is a storage room for artworks, which was established by the American Allies right after World War II.
This is the Federal Office of Unresolved Property Issues. Run by the German government, it contains a wide variety of objects from the Nazi era, including Hitler's desk and a huge carpet that once belonged to Goering. The staff believe most of these objects were looted, and it's their job to reunite them with the rightful owners. But with little documentation, it's a difficult task. These are the orphans of the greatest theft in history.
Do you think one day you'll find the owners of every painting that you have here?
I don't think so. We have restituted 49 paintings in the last 15 years, but there are still so many gaps in the provenance. This room where we have mostly tapestry, furnitures, carpets.
And have you done a lot of research on carpets?
No, not yet, because they just came in last year.
So you're still receiving stuff now?
Yeah.
There's still stuff coming in?
But unfortunately, we got them without documentation. So we really have to start from the scratch.
Right. When I met the Hahn family in Paris, they were missing 3 carpets.
Back in Paris, Elizabeth Hahn gave Connor copies of the Nazi records of her family's looted carpets. But the written descriptions are brief.
It's really difficult to say, okay, this was lying in the house of this and this person. Only if you are lucky and find on a picture that this is the same like we have in our storage room. It's really difficult.
The lack of photos makes determining whether any of these carpets belong to the Hahn family next to impossible. But when photo evidence does exist, the Office of Unresolved Property can right decades-old wrongs.
So I would like to show you this example, an Italian table from the 16th century.
Oh, is this an original photo of the desk from back in the war years?
Yeah, and a colleague of mine, she called, said, I found this desk doing research. Harry Fult, a Jew in Great Britain where he emigrated.
And were you able to restitute it?
Yes, to the heirs of Harry Fult.
Oh, wow, amazing.
Yeah.
The Unresolved Property database has launched online, meaning anyone can now join in the effort to return looted treasures.
What I really get from my visit here is what a revolving door restitution is, you know, and Helika and her team are still restituting pieces of art now, 70 years after the war has ended. But what's even more amazing is that they're still getting pieces of art sent here now. You know, which in terms of Elizabeth Hahn and her family looking for their missing art pieces, or indeed anyone who believes that they had art stolen from their family during the war, what this place really gives me is a sense of hope.
But before the office can return artworks, they first have to be recovered. To find out what happened to the stolen masterpieces of the Paul Rosenberg collection, Robert has returned to Paris to meet with Philippe Sprang.
Philippe, salut!
A local journalist who's been investigating Nazi art dealer Bruno Lerser for more than 20 years.
So, what's happening here?
That's where Mr. Bruno Lerser got himself an apartment in spring in 1942.
He lived here?
He lived here, yes.
Amazing. Well, I want to learn more. Philippe, tell me about this fellow Bruno Lerser.
He's a shady character. As well, he's an opportunist. So he saw the SS and the Nazi regime is good for him, so he got into it. Afterwards, he went to be the assistant of Goering for his looting.
As Goering's personal art dealer, Lerser was afforded unique privileges. He wore stylish street clothes instead of the requisite military uniform. He was given a private car, and more.
He's got no shame at all. He goes to the Jeu de Paume and he gets out some stuff to do furniture, some silver, some rugs. He's taking some stuff to furnish his apartment.
Lerser threw lavish parties, lived the Paris high life, and was known to boast.
During a party, Lerser was boasting. He said, yes, I was with a stormtrooper of the SS. Yes, I killed Jews with my hand, but that's not true. He was just boasting.
He was a really bad guy.
Lerser and Goering recognized that degenerate art, even if it was banned by Hitler, still had enormous value.
He was an art dealer. So what art dealers do? Well, art dealers, they wait for opportunities. So what he does, he says, well, Impressionist, well, it's not too much of a Hitler style. The Nazi regime, they rather like old stuff, you know, 17th century and so forth.
Old master paintings.
So Losey makes change Impressionist for old masters.
Bruno Lerzer was part of a black market barter system, secretly trading banned degenerate art for approved works by the old masters that Goering could add to his personal collection. And Hitler's own second-in-command was in on the scheme.
We know now that Goering wasn't that stupid, and he kept some Matisse and exchanged it for some old styles.
So some of these paintings that Hitler considered degenerate,
yes,
that he'd thrown out of the German museums,
yes.
Goering didn't have any reservation about capitalizing on those opportunities if he could use them for exchange.
Ironically, the trades organized by Lerzer and Goering would be considered disastrous deals today. In one instance, 25 Impressionist and modern paintings were traded for just 2 tapestries and 1 old master.
Still life of Matisse.
Today, a painting like that by Matisse would be worth $5 million, $10 million.
Exactly.
Lerzer, however, recognized the enormous value of degenerate art on the world market and took every advantage of the immense treasure trove held at the Jeu de Paume.
For himself, sometimes he kept a few artworks which were despised at the time.
Right. He's making deals on the side besides what the Nazis are looting.
Always.
Do you think anyone knew what he was doing?
Yes, he was very cautious, but still didn't know Rose Valland was watching him.
The French resistance was aware of Lerzer's activities. Rose Valland, an underground operative working in the Jeu de Paume, kept a close watch on Lerzer and recorded his every move. Among Valland's notes, Robert finds a clue.
She talks here about Rosenberg.
Yes, he took some paintings from the collection Rosenberg, yeah.
It's compelling evidence that Bruno Lerzer seized paintings from the Paul Rosenberg collection. The question is, what did he do with them?
She notes it was taken out by Losey, but they were not brought back, and she's wondering where they're sold, where they're exchanged. Where did he put it afterwards? She doesn't know.
After the war, Lerzer was captured by the Allies in Germany. He testified against Goering at Nuremberg in exchange for clemency. Afterwards, he was extradited to France to face justice for his part in the Jeu de Paume operation.
There was an investigation, so he's locked up and did 5 years in prison in France.
On his release in 1950, he returned to Germany, where the unthinkable happened.
Normally, when you've done that, you should be the black sheep of the market, but him, no. I mean, he had some experience, he had some connection. He managed to get back into his business in Germany.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Lerzer settled in Munich and began working as an art advisor to wealthy collectors, including a number of his old Nazi colleagues.
He was, until he died, very much involved in his collection. He was an important operator, yes.
Bruno Lerzer remained a quiet fixture on the European art scene for the next 50 years, but was always pursued by rumors of stacks of stolen art from the war he had stashed away as a pension plan. He died in 2007 at the age of 96, perhaps taking with him the secret of what happened to the masterpieces looted from the Paul Rosenberg collection.
You've been investigating this for so many years now. Do you think that there's still paintings that he looted out there?
Well, we know that he had some stuff, but where did he put it afterwards? Who knows?
The investigation has taken the team from Paris to Washington, D.C. to Berlin. The hunt has shed new light on the millions of personal treasures and thousands of masterpieces looted from Paris that remain missing, and the continuing effort to recover them.
There's still tens of thousands of works floating around out there today. And in case you need any proof, take a look at this. An article from 2007 announcing the discovery of a safety deposit box in Switzerland that contained 14 priceless Impressionist paintings, including this painting by Camille Pizarro. one of the great post-impressionist painters. This painting worth millions of dollars. The owner of the safety deposit box? None other than Bruno Losa, the art advisor to Hermann Goering, who had these paintings in this box for we don't know how long.
In addition to the Pizarro, Swiss authorities recovered 13 other paintings, including masterpieces by Renoir and Monet. But there was no sign of any artworks from the Paul Rosenberg collection. More alarming, investigators found evidence the locker had contained as many as 47 artworks, most removed and sold before the locker's discovery, and perhaps still circulating on the black market today.
This whole discovery just reinforces the fact that these works of art are surfacing, and our efforts and those of others are going to continue until we find the missing works of art from World War II.
It's 1944, July. German Wehrmacht troops in Italy using trucks just like this one empty a villa that contains hundreds of the most important masterpieces in the great Florence museums. Things worth more than $1 billion. It was one of the great art thefts in history. Some of those works are still missing today.
At the end of World War II, the Allies made a series of shocking discoveries. Hidden in trains, bunkers, and deep underground, they found mountains of stolen treasure.
That must have been like going into Aladdin's cave.
Hitler and the Nazis had looted an entire continent and committed the greatest theft in history. Now, a team of investigators is opening up cold case files of Nazi plunder still missing today.
We're talking about things that are worth tens of millions of dollars.
Robert Edsel is an expert in Nazi-looted treasure.
Hundreds of thousands of objects are still missing. Well, we have a lot of digging to do.
Joining him is Second World War historian James Holland.
None of this was really his. He'd just taken it.
And investigative journalist Connor Woodman.
And this is a genuine treasure hunt. We dig a hole in the ground and we find those cases.
Their mission, uncover new clues.
Oh gosh, this is it.
Explore Nazi hideouts.
Whoever built this brick wall really didn't want anyone to get through to the other side.
Find out how the treasure was stolen and where it might be now.
What a piece of history.
At the headquarters of the Monuments Men Foundation, an organization that has found and returned many Nazi-looted treasures to their rightful owners, founder Robert Edsel and his wife, Italian art historian Anna Bottinelli, are opening a brand new investigation, the plundering of Italy.
Proclama del capo del governo.
At the start of World War II, Italy, under fascist dictator Benito Mussolini, was Hitler's closest partner. But in 1943, everything changed. Allied forces swept into the south of the country. In the wake of the invasion, Mussolini was toppled, and the new Italian government announced its surrender.
Ogni atto di ostilità contro le forze anglo-americane deve cessare da parte delle forze italiane in ogni luogo.
Incredible.
I know. This is the original radio broadcast from the leader of Italy speaking to the nation on September 8, 1943, announcing the armistice of Italy. I mean, this is what my grandmother heard. She heard the message. and went out in the streets celebrating that the war was over.
They all thought it was over.
And it was just the beginning, wasn't it?
I mean, it's the inflection point when the Italians are no longer allies to the Germans, and the Germans are enraged, they're embittered, they want revenge.
The day after the surrender, the Germans seized Rome and occupied the country. Italy became a battlefield as the Allies advanced from the south, and Italian partisans fought the Germans to the rear. More than 350,000 soldiers and civilians would lose their lives in one of the deadliest campaigns in the West. And for the Nazis, it was a chance to steal on an epic scale. From the gold in the Bank of Italy in Rome to the cultural treasures of Florence, nothing was safe from Nazi looting.
There's still so much missing.
Thousands of things missing, and that is the focus of our investigation.
The team heads to Italy on the trail of Nazi loot. Investigative journalist Connor Woodman begins the search for the lost gold north of Rome, while Robert and historian James Holland begin their investigation in Florence, scene of one of the greatest art thefts in history. In the summer of 1944, Florence was on the front lines of the war in Italy. The Allies were advancing north, and the Germans were in full retreat. The city of Florence and its contents were now in peril.
The Allies have been fighting up the leg of Italy for the best part of a year, and now on the 3rd of August 1944, the British 8th Army were nudging into the southern outskirts of Florence. It must have been an incredibly dangerous time for Florence, because you've got British 8th Army advancing from the south, you've got German rearguards in the city, and you've got the fascists getting out of there. So suddenly you've got a vacuum, and when you've got a vacuum, that's when bad elements come in. And don't forget that in Florence, you've got some of the most priceless works of art in the entire world.
A city of incomparable beauty, it was the jewel of the Italian Renaissance, and a repository for many of the world's finest treasures. Hanging on the walls of the Uffizi Gallery were some of the greatest of all Renaissance masterpieces, facing destruction or theft, their fate now hung in the balance. In a desperate bid to gain time and slow down the Allied advance into the city, the Germans mined the bridges across the river.
Suddenly the city was ripped apart by a series of massive explosions. Vast amounts of smoke and grit and dust were flung into the air. When the dust all settled again, 5 out of the 6 bridges across the Arno had been completely destroyed. Might have been a massive act of architectural vandalism, but it certainly did the trick, because it took the British another week to get into the city. And when they did get here, they had no idea what the retreating Germans had taken with them.
By the time the Allied soldiers reached the Uffizi, its galleries were empty, and hundreds of Renaissance masterpieces by the likes of Cranach and Rubens had been taken by the retreating Germans. How the theft was perpetrated is revealed in this telegram. Scarce resources were diverted from the war effort for the removal of the art treasures. 1,000 litres of gas and 13 trucks were requisitioned for their transportation. A total of 529 paintings and 162 sculptures were now heading northwards.
Hundreds of masterpieces from the Florence collections, worth billions of dollars, were put on these trucks with no protective covering, no crates, no tarp on top, and moved over bomb-cratered roads to the north.
This telegram also reveals the name of the man who signed the order facilitating the theft. General Karl Wolff, head of the SS in Italy.
SS General Karl Wolff is a fascinating figure. Hitler looks at him with great attraction. He's tall, he's blonde, he has this Aryan appearance in the mind of Hitler. He's well educated, he's cultivated. Hitler has a special assignment for Wolff. He sends him to Italy to be head of all the SS troops.
the SS were the most feared and fanatical of all Hitler's forces. This rare colour footage, shot at Hitler's home at the Berghof, reveals Wolf operating at the very centre of the SS hierarchy. Standing alongside him are two of the most notorious men in the Nazi regime. Leader of the SS, Heinrich Himmler, and one of the principal architects of the Holocaust, Reinhard Heydrich.
In the course of the war, Wolf issues orders to resolve some of the bottlenecks taking trains of Jews to concentration camps. It's hard to find a photograph of Himmler at any of the concentration camps he visits during the war without having Wolf by his side.
700 of the world's most precious works of art were now in the hands of a top-ranking SS general on the Allied list of wanted war criminals, their destination unknown. For Robert, the investigation heads north. Connor Woodman is in central Italy on the trail of Italy's missing gold. Two weeks after the Italian surrender, Nazi SS trucks had pulled up outside the Bank of Italy in Rome and had been loaded with bullion. More than 100 tons are known to have been shipped out of the country. But what happened to the rest remains a mystery to this day.
I'm about an hour north of Rome on my way to Monte Sorate. The legend is that the Nazis buried a lot of gold underneath that mountain, so I've arranged to meet Gregory Paluccio, the guy that knows more about it than anybody else.
Buried deep beneath this mountain is a vast bunker complex, which in September '43 was commandeered by the Germans as their army headquarters. After the war, the entire mountainside was a restricted military zone, and what was hidden beneath was top secret. 10 years ago, local historian Gregory Paolucci was given permission to enter the bunker by the Italian authorities.
And these would have been the barracks in here. These would have been the rooms where the soldiers were sleeping.
Yes.
So this is a military-controlled area.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
And so when did you get access to this place?
Well, 10 years ago, it's a secret place kept from Italian army. There were kilometers of tunnels, but nobody have seen.
Until 10 years. So this place and the tunnels underneath it, nobody has been into those tunnels since the end of the war until just a few years ago.
Every day we discover something.
Something new.
I show you, yes, something strange or something new.
Every day, even now, you're still discovering new things.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, I can't wait to see.
It's a fantastic place for this.
Yeah, show me.
Let's go.
All right, I mean, you can really see the mountain here now. It's the perfect defense.
Yeah. Attention there.
Gregory has lived his entire life in the shadow of Monte Sorate, leading the research into its history. Nobody knows more about its secrets than he does.
And it goes down.
Beneath the mountain is the bunker, a network of tunnels and caverns, much of it untouched since the Germans were here.
Wow, Gregory, they are vast. Do you have an idea of how big this bunker complex is?
For sure, more than 4 kilometers.
4 kilometers of tunnels? Yes. I mean, they just go on and on and on.
Deep beneath Monte Sorate, 40 kilometers north of Rome, is a massive bunker. According to legend, around 70 tons of gold, worth over $2 billion today, were hidden somewhere in these tunnels by the German army in 1944.
Wow, they are vast.
Connor Woodman is on its trail with local expert Gregory Paolucci.
And when were they built?
They built at the end of the 30s for Italian government.
So they were built by Mussolini?
Built by the Italians?
Yes, by the Italians.
So, in 1943?
Yes, German occupied.
When the Germans occupied, they took over the tunnels?
Yes.
Right, okay, I see.
It was the operational nerve center of the German army in Italy. More than 1,000 soldiers lived and worked here. Some tunnels have been restored to their original state, but others are still off-limits and only accessible to Gregory's team.
And it looks like they were having quite a fine time here, to be honest. There's a few wine bottles.
Like a bar, yes.
This looks like the good stuff.
Yes.
That's a champagne bottle.
And there was, yes, take a look there. There was beer. There was German beer, classical, terracotta.
And so each room, you think, would have been given, it would have had a specific purpose.
There was a city, an underground city. You need everything.
Parts of the bunker collapsed after an Allied air raid. But beneath this rubble, there was once a fully operational cinema, a bakery, a beer hall, and on the walls of the mess room, a homesick Wehrmacht officer painted a mural of Dresden. Gregory has found a single-box Brownie photograph showing life in the bunker during the occupation.
Wow. German soldier in a gallery just like this one. He's writing a letter home.
Probably this room was used for like an hospital.
Like the infirmary?
Yes, infirmary. Like, take a look there. Those little bottles.
Oh yeah, it's a pill bottle.
Yes. Look at this. Really nice. Probably a bell.
To call the nurse?
The ventilation system.
Wow.
All the bunker...
Like a big fan?
Yes. All of the 4 kilometers of bunker have a heating system. Not conditioning, but heating.
Right.
Yes.
That's pretty sophisticated. I mean, it's all evidence, isn't it? It's all evidence of life underground.
You can touch the history, the real history.
Part of that history is the legend of the gold. But is there any evidence beyond tabloid headlines and wild speculation?
Gregory, the other thing that I know about this bunker is the legend that the Nazis, in their haste to retreat, may have buried or hidden some gold here. What do you think about that legend? Is it possible?
I think yes.
You think yes?
I think that the gold passed, for sure, in this bunker. We have many witnesses that have seen the boxes of gold at 69 or 72 tons of gold, so a huge quantity. Never found, for sure, from an Italian bank, National Bank of Italy.
72 tons of gold would fit into a space smaller than 3.5 cubic meters, equivalent to the size of a small car. There are at least 4 kilometers of tunnels, and probably many more which remain to be discovered.
This bunker complex is full of these huge chambers, many of which, like this one, are filled with rubble. And then you'll see these holes. I mean, look how far down that goes. It's easily deep enough to hide away 72 tons of gold. You know, it might seem as though Gregory and his team have been here for a few years, but really that's only long enough to scratch the surface of the potential of what could be hidden in this place.
While Connor searches for the lost gold, Robert Edsel and Anna Bottinelli are on the trail of the Florentine treasures. They know 700 works of art were stolen from the galleries of Florence, loaded onto trucks and taken north with the retreating Germans. One of the main culprits was General Karl Wolff, head of the SS in Italy. To investigate the part played by the SS in Nazi looting, they go to the Siviero Archive, a unique collection of investigative files documenting Italian artworks missing since the war.
And I found something great. Here it is.
Quadri paintings.
Missing from the collection at Villa delle Pianore.
Pianore, yeah.
It's an original report listing dozens of masterpieces by Renaissance artists stolen from one of the most significant and valuable private collections in Tuscany, the Villa Pianore. James Holland goes to the scene of the crime. In the summer of 1944, this palace was on the front lines of the battle for Italy and had been commandeered by the Waffen-SS, the most feared and infamous of all Nazi forces in Italy.
Gosh, what a place. You can see why the 16th Waffen-SS would want to requisition this. I mean, here we are up in the hills. This is the start of the Gothic line, the main German line of defense.
Under heavy bombardment, the Waffen-SS had suffered severe casualties, and the Villa Pianore became a field hospital. Its owner had already fled, leaving his palace and its contents to their mercy.
I mean, this is a crime scene document. Like the police report the minute they got there, handwritten out.
Well, I've got to say, it's a magnificent place. Incredible wood-carved ceiling and beautiful parquet floor. And, oh my goodness, look at this. That's some roof. When the SS got here, it would have been absolutely stuffed full of fine furniture, treasures, works of art, tapestries.
Look at this list of names.
So many of them, I think it's more than 50. Here, 5 or 6 canalettos. I mean, how about that?
I mean, if it's in good condition, it could be $10 million. They're talking about 5 or 6 of them? I mean, a bad canaletto's $2 million, $3 million.
Feels rather sad and run down now, I have to say. There's sort of wistful air about the place. And while the 16th Waffen-SS used this as a hospital, they also absolutely trashed the place. And when they left just over a month later, all they left behind was a pile of empty picture frames.
I mean, they've cut these canvases right out of the frames with a bayonet or a knife.
The whole place was completely cleared out.
Like the Florentine treasures, the paintings from the Villa Pianore were shipped north.
That's the treasure map right there, is trying to find these things.
Absolutely. That's what's missing.
The paintings were now in the hands of the Waffen-SS. They were guilty of some of the worst crimes in Italy, from looting to massacres. Just 10 kilometers from the Villa Pianore lies the village of Sant'Anna di Stazzema. On the 12th of August 1944, troops from the same 16th Waffen-SS division arrived here at dawn.
For the 16th Waffen-SS in this area, life had become extremely difficult, to put it mildly. To the front, they had the Allies shooting and firing at them every time they moved, and to the rear, they had partisans making their life a misery. When they learned that this part of the mountains had become swollen with people, they assumed it was the partisans concentrating here. The trouble was, how do you distinguish between a civilian and a partisan? The solution is you don't. You just shoot everybody.
100 villagers inside the church were systematically machine-gunned and the church set alight. The SS then set about slaughtering the entire village. James has come to meet Enrico Pieri, who as a 10-year-old lived in this house with his family and relatives.
So this is where you were up here?
Sì. Questo è una pallottola, vedi, che hanno sparato di là, sopra. E i tedeschi sono scesi di qua, dal bosco, e sono entrati nella cucina, e qui hanno ammazzato tutte e 2 le famiglie.
Wow.
Enrico survived by hiding underneath the kitchen stairs, from where he witnessed the massacre of his entire family.
Qui sono stati seppelliti i miei genitori.
So this is the grave. I mean, how many members of your family did you lose that day?
Della famiglia più ristretta 10 persone, ma i parenti molti di più.
By noon, when the SS guards sat down for lunch in the grounds of the burning church, 540 villagers, including 120 children and 8 pregnant women, were dead. As the Germans retreated north with their loot, the fate of both SS war criminals and Italy's artistic treasures were now inextricably linked. Beneath Monte Sorate, Connor Woodman is on the trail of looted Nazi gold. According to legend, 70 tons are hidden somewhere in the maze of tunnels stretching 4 kilometers underground. A section of the wartime bunker became a top-secret military site in the 1960s. The tunnels were reinforced with concrete 2 meters thick, and it became a Cold War nuclear bunker. But stories of the hidden gold have always persisted. Local historian Gregory Paolucci believes a recently declassified government report lends new credibility to the legend.
5 years ago it was unclassified, and this is the main proof that the Italian government, the Italian Secret Service, the intelligence, searched.
A previously unpublished Senate investigation reveals the Italian Secret Service not only believed in the existence of a mystery treasure, but carried out their own search.
So that changes things a little bit, doesn't it? Because we're not talking about some crazy legend that's based on myth and rumor. The Italian government took this seriously enough to send the army in here in 1960 to do a search. And do we know what they found?
You can see the answer, omissus.
What they found, if anything, remains a secret to this day.
We don't know, it's classified.
So why don't, if I was to say, let's work on the basis that maybe there is still 70 tons of gold hidden somewhere in this bunker complex. The billion-dollar question is where? Where would you begin to look for it?
During the German occupation, eyewitnesses in the nearby village of Sant'Oreste claimed to know the answer. Gregory takes Connor to meet a man who spent a lifetime piecing together the evidence. Now in his 80s, Baron Giuseppe Fortezza believes he has solved the riddle of the mountain.
Nelle gallerie del Monte Sorate.
So this is the place where you were digging. So this is a brick wall?
Muro di mattoni.
And this is a gallery, a big tunnel.
Questo un grande tunnel, sì. He made this drawing.
The Baron's drawing shows a brick wall which he exposed in 1989 after excavating a secret tunnel, making him the first civilian to dig for the gold inside the bunker.
So we have a secret tunnel, and at the end of the secret tunnel we have a brick wall, and behind that there might be a space that's between these other 2 tunnels. So it's the perfect place to hide the gold. So why did you not find the gold in 1989?
Perché è protetto anche dallo Stato Maggiore dell'esercito italiano, quindi a un certo momento finite ricerche, basta.
The Baron got this far and no further in his search.
So in that case, do you think the gold is still behind that wall?
Lì le cassette stanno tutte lì. Ce ne sono 79.
79 boxes are still
79 casse.
For sure, it's still there.
Ma certo.
So for certain, yeah.
Since the Baron was forced to abandon his attempt in 1989, nobody else has been granted permission to see what lies behind this brick wall.
Okay, let's try.
Until today. In Florence, the team are investigating one of the biggest art heists in history. In the summer of 1944, German soldiers had seized more than 700 paintings and sculptures from the Florentine galleries and 60 paintings from the Villa Pianore. As the Allies advanced north, the Germans retreated to their last holdout in South Tyrol, high in the Italian Alps. In the final days of the war, 1 million German soldiers and all their stolen loot crowded into these remote mountain passes. What would become of them now depended on the actions of one man, General Karl Wolff, head of the SS in Italy. James Holland has come to Bolzano, where in April 1945, Wolff was holed up in his luxury palace HQ.
I really don't think I've ever been in a building that's so overtly fascist as this, and what's incredible about it is that all the fixtures and fittings, all the furniture is original. It's like going back in a time warp. I suppose the big difference, though, is that back then, this building was stuffed full of loot. There was sides of beef, there was vintage champagne, there were all sorts of treasures, and there were also lots and lots of paintings.
By the spring of 1945, the war was all but lost for the Germans. Knowing he was on the Allied list of wanted war criminals, Wolff made a play to save his own skin and strike a deal. Using the Florentine treasures as a bargaining chip, he opened secret negotiations with America's chief spy master in Europe, Allen Dulles, head of the OSS, the precursor to the CIA. To find out what exactly was being agreed behind closed doors, James is meeting historian Gerald Steinacker.
Even a person like Dulles, who was later head of the CIA in the 1960s, who had a lot of experience with people who were lying and cheating and spies and so on, but Wolff could convince him that that Wolff is a reasonable person and not a fanatical Nazi, SS criminal and mass murderer.
I'm sure he said to Dulles also, when it comes to it, I can dish the dirt on all sorts of people, but I need to know that I'm going to be looked after.
And I think part of that is also artwork. So he brings in the artwork and says, listen, here under my command, there's very precious Italian artwork here, really belonging to humanity, for all of humanity, and I can save it. I'm the man, I can save it, and I'm gonna offer you that as well.
By surrendering early and bringing the war in Italy to a premature end, Wolff's actions may have saved thousands of lives, including his own. Unlike other high-ranking Nazis, he escaped prosecution and almost certain death at the Nuremberg trials. As for the Florentine treasures, their hiding place was finally revealed. High in the Italian Alps, Allied soldiers discovered the secret repositories used by Wolff. One of the most spectacular finds was in the village of San Leonardo, where they discovered an Aladdin's cave containing some of the greatest Renaissance masterpieces in the world.
It's incredible to think that here, the village jail, the Americans found some of the Uffizi Gallery's finest works of art, Rubens and Cranach's just stacked up against the wall.
But the Allies were in for a shock. Not only had some of the paintings been damaged, the final tally of paintings didn't add up. 10 of the Florentine treasures had mysteriously disappeared.
Makes you wonder what happened to the art they didn't find here. Where did that get to?
With 1 million German soldiers carrying 1 million backpacks and facing an uncertain post-war future, there were 1 million possible suspects. Each of them with the motive and the opportunity to take one of the Florentine 10.
At the end of the war in May 1945, this was full of soldiers, of former members of the German army, of the SS. They're all stranded here, thousands and thousands of people.
And of course, down there in the village, there's all these amazing art treasures from the Uffizi. I mean, this is your opportunity to take things, isn't it? And
absolutely.
Get things under the radar.
Absolutely.
So if you had a backpack full of treasure, you could hop over the Alps to Austria.
There was absolutely a possibility, and these routes were known to the local peoples, to the local smugglers, for example, were smuggling all kinds of things before and after the war.
Yeah.
And people who were stealing artwork, for example, or other things would escape over the mountains into Austria and then further on.
What happened to the Florentine 10 would remain a mystery for another 20 years. The first clue to their fate came when two masterpieces by Pollaiuolo turned up in the possession of a German waiter in California who was having them restored.
Here are the two paintings by Pollaiuolo. He was known for being able to paint these figures in action. These are the first two out of the 10 that are found, and they're not found until 1963, and of all places in the United States. These two small paintings, the size of postcards, people able to put them in their pocket, and in fact, that's exactly what happened. German soldiers came across them. One of the soldiers looked at them and said, "These look like they're worth something." And they picked them up, and they disappeared from view.
Information from the waiter in Pasadena led to a German butcher in Munich, and 5 more paintings were recovered. That leaves 3 of the original Florentine 10 still to be found, more than 70 years after the end of the war. The most significant of these is a still life by Van Huysum, for which there is only this black and white reproduction.
They're spectacular, each one of them. You see them in the most important museums around Europe.
That's exactly
and they're
right.
always sought after, and even in auctions.
Highly sought after. I mean, sometimes Van Huysum sells for $3 to $4 million.
This is not as small as the Pollaiuolos, but it's still pretty portable, isn't
You
it?
can sure see how these things walked.
Imagine what it would be to have the real thing in front of us.
You know, on the one hand, I'm sitting here looking at the beauty of it, this important 18th century flower painter from Holland, and then also, where the heck is this thing?
According to the Baron, 300 meters beneath Monte Sorate, this brick wall is perhaps all that stands between Connor Woodman and more than $2 billion of Nazi gold. In 1989, the Baron reached the same spot before the military stopped his excavations. Connor and his guide to the bunker, Gregory Paolucci, now have a chance to go one further and see what's on the other side. After drilling through the brick, Connor gets first glimpse.
See. Brick.
Brick.
Oh, behind, yeah, is concrete. So we've broken through 2 layers of bricks, and behind that seems to be a little bit of concrete, which could be any level of thickness. So we need to go a little bit further and see if we can get through that concrete, and fingers crossed there might be a space behind that. It's heavy going, though.
Half a meter further into the brick and concrete, and the drill bit hits a third, unexpected layer. The bunker of Monte Sorate is about to reveal another of its long-held secrets. In the bunker of Monte Sorate, Connor Woodman is about to discover the truth about what lies behind this brick wall.
You can just see now as you're drilling, and look what we've got. We've got plastic. We've got plastic coming out of the concrete, which.
It's a clue that helps date this section of the tunnel, and it's not promising.
That means the concrete that's behind this brick must have been
Cold War era.
Must have been Cold War era.
During the Cold War, layers of plastic were used to line the 2-meter-thick concrete walls of the nuclear bunker, which means this part of the bunker was built 20 years after the Germans left.
It's full of secrets, isn't it? This bunker, it's full of secrets.
It's incredible.
It looks like the Baron's wall dates from the 60s, and the search for the gold must continue elsewhere in the mountain's tunnels.
72 tons of gold sounds like an awful lot, but really we're just talking about a few cubic meters of gold. In a place this size with 4 kilometers of tunnels, I mean, we're talking about a needle.
Everywhere. Could be everywhere.
It's a needle in a haystack.
Yes, so it's possible.
Connor leaves Gregory to continue the hunt for the gold. In Rome, Robert Edsel is on the trail of the missing Florentine treasures. Of the original Florentine 10, 3 are still missing, location unknown. To find out where he should search next, Robert is meeting General Fabrizio Parulli, head of the Heritage Protection Unit of the Carabinieri, the Italian National Police.
Wow, what a room.
The general is one of the world's go-to investigators of stolen art, and his case files stretch from ancient artifacts to Nazi loot.
How big is this illegal trafficking of cultural objects?
Well, last year, just to give you an idea, we recovered more than 20,600 pieces of art.
And that's just 1 year?
Just 1 year.
Just Italy?
Just Italy. Please.
In 2014, the Carabinieri made headlines with their biggest ever haul of stolen loot. 45 crates containing more than 5,000 ancient Etruscan artifacts.
We are here in our safe.
A nice door. No one's getting in that.
Yeah, it's better to close. But
After guns and drugs, stolen art is the 3rd biggest black market in the world.
So this is essentially like an evidence room while the cases are going on?
Yes.
Nazi loot is part of this global black market, and even after 70 years, it's a top priority for the general.
So how many cases do you have that you're actively working related to World War II?
Well, we have roughly 2,000 cases.
2,000?
We are working hard on this case.
And so you're confident that there are going to be more discoveries of things that have been missing since World War II?
Yes, even if it's a long time that passed, but we are confident to find something more.
The question for Robert is, where should he search? Although it wasn't connected to the Nazis, a clue may lie with the Etruscan art find. It was recovered in Switzerland from behind the walls of the Geneva Freeport, a high-security tax-free storage facility whose clients include art dealers, museums, and collectors. Based on a tip-off and in partnership with the Swiss authorities, the stolen artifacts were seized and returned to Italy.
Is it likely you think that there's some other things in these free ports that are stolen?
Probably yes.
In a growing global art market, Geneva is just one of many free ports, providing secrecy and anonymity to the world's super-rich. Robert goes to Geneva himself to find out more.
Doreen, how are you? Great to meet you.
He's meeting Doreen Carvajal. She's one of the only investigative journalists ever to have seen inside.
The free ports of Geneva.
It doesn't look like much, does it?
The beauty's inside, not outside.
Kind of a modern-day Fort Knox.
Incredible security, bomb-proof doors, magnetic locks, facial recognition, barbed wire.
And you've been in there?
Yes, I've been in there.
No one knows for sure the exact value of what is legally being stored behind these walls, but the best estimate is more than 1 million artifacts worth $500 billion.
Would it surprise you that there might be works of art that were looted by the Nazis or other things that were stolen?
There's one great flaw with the system. There's no overarching inventory control. I think until they do, there won't be real scrutiny of what's in there.
Do you think that they will do a comprehensive inventory? Or that they'll be forced to do it?
No.
The Freeport offers its clients the highest levels of security and privacy, and doesn't welcome the presence of the film crew. As Robert prepares to film on the pavement outside, he's stopped by security.
Hello. Excusez-moi. Est-ce que...
Il n'est pas privé. Ici?
Oui, mais comme vous filmez en direction des ports francs.
You told us we needed to move. Even though we're on public property,
the side of the building is in view of the camera, and they say that we can't have that happen. So there's some discussion going on right now, and we may be relocating in a moment.
Robert's request for a formal interview received this reply from the Freeport. Due to internal restructuring, no interviews or on-site filming can be granted in the immediate future.
I wanted to ask them about the objects that are already in the Freeport and that have been there perhaps for decades. What control procedures do they have to vet those objects and make sure that none of them are stolen? Unfortunately, at least today, we're not going to have that opportunity, and I think that's a shame.
Robert leaves Geneva frustrated. But in Milan, the Carabinieri have made another major breakthrough.
Wow. Fantastic.
In 1944, these 3 paintings were stolen from the Villa Pianore by the Waffen-SS. For 70 years, their location was a mystery, until Captain Francesco Provenza and his team tracked them to a private collector in northern Italy.
Siamo veramente contenti, siamo riusciti a portare a casa.
The picture's so beautiful. These gold grounds are such important pictures, earlier pictures. This looks like a butt of a rifle or something's compressed it, but the condition of it is fantastic.
On the back of the paintings, Robert and Anna find evidence of their secret post-war history.
And you can see here, there was a label right there.
E a volte queste rimozioni sono proprio dolose per non consentire una facile riconduzione alla storia precedente.
These labels or markings are all part of the DNA of the picture. They tell the history of it, they tell the previous ownership. They're important to the value of them.
The hunt for Nazi loot in Italy has taken the team.
We are here in our safe.
Inside the underground art black market, into the furthest reaches of Mussolini's bunker.
I mean, they just go on and on and on.
To the last Nazi stronghold in Italy, where they uncovered a secret deal with a wanted Nazi war criminal.
He brings in the artwork and says, listen, I'm the man, I can save it.
To one of the most secretive art repositories in the world.
Perhaps some of the missing works of art and cultural treasures that we're looking for are behind the walls of the Geneva Freeport or other freeports like it around the world. But without a full accounting, no one will know. And so the search continues.